What's going on, everybody? My name is C4. Welcome back to the channel, and today, very excited to bring you guys a one-of-a-kind, nowhere else on YouTube type Madden rebuild. Here in Madden 25, through the power of PC mods, what you see behind you is the 2002 Chicago Bears roster. We are in a world that every team is in 2002. And what we are going to do here today is go 20 years for a 20-year rebuild all the way to present day. So technically 22 years. I have draft classes from 2003, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way to 2024. We are going to recreate the NFL as we now know. We're going to change the DNA and identity of potentially all 32 teams. If this is a series you guys want to see continue, please let me know in the comment section below what team you'd want to see next. Subscribe if it's your first time stopping by. Hit that like button if you enjoyed. That's how I'm going to know if this is a series that you guys want to see continue. But we are starting with the Chicago Bears for our first 20-year rebuild because I sorted by what team has the worst win-loss record since 2002. I was shocked to find the Chicago Bears are in that top 5 of worst records. An established historic franchise like this, the monsters of the Midway, they have a bottom 5 record since 2002. That's not right. I'm going to do everything in my power to not only save this Bears franchise, but over the next 20 years, hopefully, probably, maybe, who knows, turn them into a dynasty. Preview of what's to come just in this 03 class. We're going to be able to reimagine the careers of Troy Polamalu, T. Sizzle, Robert Mathis. We got Dallas Clark, Jason Witten, Antonio Gates. Do you guys know he played basketball in high school and college? You know that? One of my favorite wide receivers of all time, Andre Johnson. Carson Palmer was the big quarterback this year. Even old Tony Romo was a UDFA in this 03 class. Well, this is not the first time we've done retro content. And an issue that you run into, and we're going to establish some house rules here quickly before we get and start this Bears rebuild. The hardest thing is self-restraint, right? Let's say we're the Chicago Bears and we desperately need a quarterback. All right, when we preview our roster, you're going to see how bad our quarterback situation is. And say we miss out on Carson Palmer or Byron Leftwich. What is to say preventing us from just saying, well, we know we got Tony Romo, who's, we know he's going to be probably one of the best quarterbacks, one of the best players in this draft. What's going to prevent us from drafting him and just saying, oh, we got our quarterback? Well, you can do that if we're just doing a one-off. But if we plan on rebuilding every team, it's going to get incredibly boring and redundant if we just keep overdrafting the exact same players every single year. It's like, oh, I'm just going to need a tight end, but I'm going to miss out on everybody. That's fine, because I'm going to be able to wait and draft Antonio Gates as a UDFA. That's going to get boring, and I'm in the business of trying to make the most entertaining possible rebuilds in Madden content for you guys. So what I am thinking is from whatever pick we are selecting from, as long as that player is within 30 spots, so not a full round, but 30 spots of where we are picking. Like, say we want Jason Witten, and we are picking at, first pick of the second round, right? You would say, well, it still is technically overdrafting Jason Witten, but as long as he is within 30 spots of where we are picking, it is fair game. I feel like that is the best balance to allow us to still get exciting players, but it's not going to allow us to cheese. I also think there should be some level of discretion to the UDFAs, because come 7th round, I don't want every 7th round me just drafting the best UDFAs. So I think that will kind of be discretion based off of how the rebuild is going. But we'll put in the house rule, 30 ranks. If they're within that, it's free game. If they're out of that, I got to hope to God that they'll maybe survive a round so that they can still be on the board within said 30 ranks. The only caveat to this, and I'm going to use the Chicago Bears, the team that we're starting as an example, is we got 2 Bears legends in this class. Lance Briggs was a 3rd-round pick for the Chicago Bears and went on to form one hell of a duo with Brian Urlacher. You got Peanut Tillman here, was the 2nd-round pick for the Chicago Bears. The Peanut Punch, a legendary Chicago Bear. The only players that are going to be excluded from the house rules are franchise legends. If I want to draft Peanut Tillman in the 1st round and Lance Briggs in the 2nd round to ensure that they're on my team, it might not even be the best thing for my roster because I need a quarterback. But if I want to, any franchise legend that are in any of these classes, I have the opportunity to draft. I'm not going to draft them every single time, every single rebuild. There's going to be plenty of times I want to do something different. Maybe there's going to be someone else on the board that would be an interesting, let's just say for an example, we're rebuilding the Chargers, and we know that we can draft Antonio Gates in the 1st round, 2nd round, 3rd round, whenever, because it breaks your house rule. because I desperately need a tight end. But there might be a year, if I need that tight end for the Chargers, that Dallas Clark's available. And that's kind of, there's a great opportunity to take another legendary player and see how his career might pan out with the Chargers. So like little things like that, we can go as we see creatively fit for the content. But if a player is a franchise legend, I can draft them whenever, wherever I want. I think that's going to make the most entertaining content, especially in this example. If you're watching this as a Bears fan, I imagine you'd like to see me try to bring back Lance Briggs and Peanut Tillman, because they would absolutely help this roster, because this roster is butt cheeks. So let's meet the Chicago Bears. We are in the 2002 season. This is roughly the time, not to age myself, that I started like getting into football, paying attention to football. I don't know all the names, and I figure a lot of you guys watching, unless you're like a Bears super fan or older than me, which is, hey, appreciate you. Thanks for supporting the content. There's going to be a lot of players for the next probably 3 to 4 years till we get to like the mid-late 2000s that you're not going to be super familiar with. That's fine. You get a little opportunity here to maybe fall in love with a player of a forgotten era. This Bears, I know, honestly, if you told me, look at this roster, who do you know for sure? I remember there's the other Adrian Peterson that was on the Bears. Marty Booker, who I more so remember as a Dolphin. Olin Kreutz is a legendary offensive line, but like everyone else, this Williams guy, 89 overall. He's coming off a Pro Bowl in 2001, because this is the 2002 season. Never heard of him in my life. But in Madden 02, he was an 89 overall, so we got an 89 overall tackle. Look how bad the tight ends are. Absolute butt cheeks. The quarterback room is disgustingly bad. But I did a little bit of homework, kind of figure out this roster a little bit. You know Anthony Thomas? So we're in 2002. You know in 2001, he was the Offensive Rookie of the Year? I never heard of this guy in my life. As a rookie, he had 1,300 yards from scrimmage and 7 touchdowns. So we're starting this rebuild with an 82 star dev running back. That's a nice little piece there. Maybe we can go on and make him a Chicago Bear legend. We got Marty Booker, is far and away our best pass catcher, 26 years old. He's coming off a 2001 season where he went over 1,000 yards, which is incredibly rare for a Chicago Bear wide receiver. He had 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns. So at 26 years old, we'll put the C on his chest, starting to develop into a leader of this team. But he is far and away our best pass catcher. You have Terrell, was a first-round pick of the Chicago Bears in 2001. Our 2002, starting this year, first-round pick was Colombo, Mark Colombo at offensive tackle. Not a particularly great first-round pick. Normal dev, 72 overall. So we got a long ways to go for his overall development. But the anchor of the offensive line is Olin Kreutz, a 6-time Pro Bowler, was a first-team All-Pro. He is coming off the back of a 2001 Pro Bowl, 25 years old, 94 with the superstar. Absolutely, if you look at this offense, probably the only prime building piece that we can see potentially retiring as a Chicago Bear. I think he actually retired a Bear. Oh, unfortunately not. Dude, he was with Chicago for 13 years, and then he went to New Orleans for 1. Gross. Could have been a one-club player, but we'll do our best to ensure that he'll be that for this team. But look at the rest of the offense, man. A lot of work needs to get done, which is great, because it's going to give us a lot of opportunities over the next couple classes to maybe hit on some premier offensive players. Looking at the defense, you got Alex Brown from Florida as a rookie. You got Washington, 88 star. We got Keith Traylor, 84 star. Again, these are just in line with the Madden 02 ratings from the Chicago Bears team. The secondary, we got Jerry Azuma, who was solid. R.W. McQuarters, who was decent enough. The best player in this secondary is Mike Brown, 24. Gave him a superstar dev. He was a Pro Bowler, All-Pro. He was an All-Pro, first-team All-Pro in 2001. So he is coming off an All-Pro season. He had 5 picks. He had like 80-some tackles, 11 PBUs, was an absolute ball hawk. So he is definitely going to be a pivotal piece for this rebuild. Got Roosevelt Colvin. Couldn't pick this guy out in the line, but he had 10.5 sacks in 2001, 25 years old, out of Purdue. So he's going to be a valuable pass rush linebacker hybrid for us. But the big dog, the heart and soul of this team, he's going to retire a Chicago Bear. The legendary Hall of Famer, Brian Urlacher, 8-time Pro Bowler, 4-time All-Pro. Here's something I didn't know. Do you know, because this is 02, do you know in 2001, second-year player in the league, that he was 5th in MVP voting? He had 3 picks, 8 PBUs, 2 forced fumbles, bunch of fumble recoveries, 9 TFLs, 150-some tackle, like insane. 5th in MVP voting was Brian Urlacher. Absolute legend, one of my favorite players of all time, and I'm excited to see how he can carve out his whole career. We get to pretty much see it from the beginning. So that is our Bears team. Pretty bad. Have clearly a bunch of needs. We need skill position players. We need to get younger on the O-line. We need a quarterback. We desperately need help at the tight end position. We need help all across the defense. We also want to try to prioritize bringing in the Lance Briggs and Peanut Tillmans from this first 03 class. So a lot of different things at play ahead of the next 20 plus years. I think it's going to be 22. My math, it's very early in the morning. What I will say, this might vary a little bit from our regular, say, Madden 5-year minimum, 10-year maximum type realistic rebuilds. I do want to pick the pace up just slightly. We're still going to be in here for a long haul. I don't want to just rush through it. But because we are doing 20 plus years, don't want this to be a 3-hour video. I still want to make it a little bit more digestible. So I think overall we will pick the pace up a little bit more than our traditional rebuilds. But I think that's going to make this overall a better video. So without further ado, let's get into year one, this 02 season with the Bears. And hopefully we suck, so we have a really good draft pick. Top players that exist at this time, just to give you a context of the lay land of who we're competing against in this first year. You know, you got Ty Law, Donovan McNabb, Randy Moss, Champ Bailey, Peyton Manning, Weapon X, Brett Favre, Byron Harrison, Marshall Faulk. Priest Holmes is the highest rated player. That's a name I haven't heard in a minute. As far as teams within our division, the Lions are, I actually think, the worst team in the league. Only a couple players over an 80 overall. Porcher might be the best of the bunch. Yikes. The Green Bay Packers, who are one of the better rosters in the game, headlined by 99 X Factor Brett Favre at quarterback, who's going to probably make them almost impossible to beat early on in this rebuild. The same goes for the Minnesota Vikings. Very good. We're very much the third best team in our own division. They got Matt Burke, they got X Factor, Dante Culpepper, and they got the unstoppable Randy Moss. So I'm pretty sure they're going to likely retain both of these guys, and we're just going up against, at this starting point, the best quarterback wide receiver combo in the NFC by a mile. Midway point of the 2002 season, we are 2-4, which is as expected when you have as limited quarterback play as we currently do. But looking at some contract extensions, $200 million, it's a fresh starting point. Marty Booker at wide receiver. I like the 3-year deal. I keep him to but we might have to overpay just a little bit to ensure he stays here. I think almost anybody. Rex Tucker's a 78 guard. Definitely a player you can kind of build around. He wants a little bit more money. Jerry Azuma at wide receiver, corner, another player. We'll see. Oh, my God. These guys, they're saying it's a joke? Laughing at my contracts. We got Robert Colvin, who I think has an opportunity. Maybe put him at defensive end if he's a pass rusher. If we truly want to come out and target Lance Briggs, we'll have to come back to the table. We have Williams at an 89 at right tackle. Kind of feel like that's a Band-Aid. Let's lock. These guys are disgusted by my contract offers, apparently. All right, we're going to bump these offers up a little bit. We got Azuma back on a 3-year. The veteran Williams back on a 2-year, even though I'm definitely expecting, because he's a normal dev on top of it, some pretty big regression. He still should be, at worst, at the end of this contract, like a high 70s right tackle, which is serviceable. We're going to bring back big Ted Washington, 88 star dev D tackle. He's 34, but we'll bring him back on a 1-year Band-Aid. Bring back Rex Tucker for 4 years. So the end of year number 1 here, 2002 season, the Chicago Bears. I think it's almost fair to say we overachieved at 8-9. We finish with a top 10 passing offense, top 15 overall. Our defense definitely letting us down a little bit, I think, for the players, considering our star players are on the defensive side of the ball. But there's Jim Miller, the veteran. I mean, he put up some numbers. He sure as hell did. Anthony Thomas, defending offensive rookie of the year, goes for 1,000 yards and 6 touchdowns. From a receiving standpoint, Marty Booker in the slot, absolutely disgusting. 108 catches, 1,700 yards, 19 touchdowns. Des White was solid. David Terrell, former first-round pick, was decent. Defensively, we got 100 tacklers, 126 for Urlacher. We got 29 TFLs for Keith Traylor, 24 for Ted Washington, 20 for Colvin. Our sack number 6, 6, and 5. Ain't too shabby. 3 picks from Jerry Azuma. As you can tell, stats look a little different. We are using a modded franchise simulation stat tool, which more appropriately gets real-life sim numbers. On top of, obviously, there's still some level of playbooks. And I guess I should have highlighted that. I'm using Lovie Smith as our head coach. I think for a lot of these older coaches, I'm going to try to look at coaching trees and see if there's anything that I can kind of tie that old coach with. to our schemes, and that's what I was exactly able to do here. As you know, for the Lovie Smith scheme, defensively, you have Steve Wilkes, so that was most closely aligned with the San Francisco 49ers. And we were using the Jets offense because the actual Bears coach in 2002 was someone named Dick Giron, and Nathaniel Hackett is a part of his coaching tree, which was the Jets offensive coordinator, obviously with Aaron Rodgers and all that stuff there. So that's how we kind of came to this combination to fit like a mishmash of the Bears scheme in 2002. Back to the season that was, Marty Booker wins Offensive Player of the Year. Deserve it, even though he loses out on Wide Receiver of the Year to Donald Driver. 2002-03 Super Bowl goes to the Eagles. Donovan McNabb gets a Super Bowl MVP and a win over the Raiders. As we clear our lockers using the new Madden progression tool here on PC, Marty Booker having the dominant season that he did. If he came out of nowhere, you have a star dev that puts up the kind of just record-breaking numbers, making the Pro Bowl, broke the single season record for receiving yards for a Chicago Bear. You're going to have insane growth, and Marty Booker ends the season. I'm glad we're able to get him re-signed as a 91 X Factor. Now, the bummer to start the offseason is Ted Washington, our 88 overall defensive tackle, has decided to retire, which now has created another hole that we have got to find a way to fix. Free agency in this series is going to be a little weird. It's probably not going to be great until we get a couple years in the future, have a couple draft classes that can populate and have those guys hit free agency. Because now, you know, I know some of the players on this starting roster. There's zero chance I know the players that weren't good enough to be rostered at this point. So, I mean, I'd say right now, this is obviously, it's like most of my rebuilds, but in this rebuild in particular, it's going to be much more focused on how we draft and like UDFAs from draft, getting notable players, than it is filling in and fixing the team through free agency. We do need some help. Look at it, like it's just, there's not even a good role. You have like Brenston Buckner at D-tackle, Sam Adams. But for the most part, it's a really bad free agency role anyways, so we'll just roll over that salary cap and crush the draft. So it is now time to get to the draft. The first round of the 2023 NFL draft. In a perfect world, we'll be able to kind of cash in some of these house rules, get Lance Briggs, get Peanut Tillman. Look at how the first round has gone so far. There's also a chance, though, that they're both gone. And we got to at least make sure here, right now, let's be honest, we're not going to cash in our house rule on sexy Rex Grossman. We got to make sure we make the right call. Trying to think at the top, like, who is going to be the most impactful player? Do we go Lance Briggs? Do we go Peanut Tillman, who's still on the board? Peanut Punch is iconic, but I think Lance Briggs was the better player. I think when you look at Lance Briggs' numbers as well, it kind of backs it up. So it's a tough call. But I think all things equal, I think Lance Briggs is at least, if I can only get one, I think the combo of Lance Briggs, Brian Urlacher, I'd miss that more than if I can't bring Mr. P. Because the Peanut Punch, that's going to be tough to replicate in the stats. Corners just don't get a lot of forced fumbles. But I bet you we can more accurately recreate the success that Lance Briggs had just because linebackers do those types of things. So Lance Briggs, number 17 in true value at pick 16. He looks pretty damn good as well. I'm going to make a move here. This is probably going to blow up my face. But we're 3 picks away. The Steelers are thinking about a quarterback. But I'm looking at the board of players who are available. I know we need a quarterback. I know schematically, I feel like our offense could be all right. Rex Grossman's on the board. I don't want to say it's casted in Florida Gator bias, but like, what if, you know, Rex Grossman panned out? What, we might be able to answer. It still could crash and burn like it actually kind of played out. But unfortunately, Peanut Tillman, who was projected overall, big board-wise, to be a second-round pick, no longer there. It wasn't like we had to, like, cheese a crazy amount to move up. It's literally we're moving up 3 spots. And I think all things equal, looking at, like, who we could draft if we did not go this way. Kwame Harris is there, but, like, all the good tight ends are gone. Jason Witten is gone. We got Nate Burleson still there at wide receiver, but, like, that's not a crazy move for us. But I'm at least entertained by trying to run it back with sexy Rex, and we'll just see. Because we had a potent offense last year with like a 70-some quarterback. Maybe, just maybe, we can get that going with Rex Grossman. He's number 103 in true value. We got him at pick 45. No dev trait, but we got that absolute cannon of an arm. Now in the third round, I'm honestly just going to draft players that I know, players that have player portraits, and we've got Brandon Lloyd, who back in the day, man, he is some of the best highlight reel catches in NFL history. I don't know if like these draft classes, again, I don't have any influence over them, are going to be like super lined up, super dialed in. 150 in true value at pick 80. Does have a hidden dev. Don't know if he's going to have the ridiculous spec catch. Like he should have at least 90 spectacular catch. I'll say as we go to draft recap, Brandon Lloyd was like didn't look anything like he was like kind of Chinese looking, so I want to like make it look more accurate. And unfortunately, we lose the player portrait when we do stuff like that. So I think it's going to be probably in our best interest, like keep it as is with the players, because I think the portraits are going to be more important because this is going to be a sim-heavy franchise. So that's just why Brandon Lloyd looks a little bit. But he's 67 with a hidden dev in the third round. We got Rex Grossman, 65, normal. But we're going to give an opportunity to start for sure. And then Lance Briggs pulls a 72 hidden dev, and he'll be a day one starter on this defense. Just out of curiosity, Peanut Tillman goes pick 25 in the first round to the New York Giants. He's a 71 hidden dev. At least it's not within our division. So draft recap for the rest of the league. We got Andre Johnson, for an example, going to the Commanders. Now, this is a question, 100% out of any of the feedback. This is the number one thing I need to get you guys' feedback on. Do you want me to show you the draft recap every single year so we could see where some of these big names are landing? Like, yeah, Andre Johnson here going to Washington. We have Carson Palmer goes to Seattle. I think it's really cool to see how the draft plays out and like where these big-time players start their careers at in this alternate universe. However, by doing that, we're going to see all the ratings. And I have a pretty bad memory, but there is definitely a level of, you know, I will remember some of the players. I'm like, oh man, Andre Johnson, 77, we got to go get him. So I feel like there's an element of like peeking too far behind the curtain. Do you want me to kind of spoil the ratings of these draft classes to see where these players land? Or do you want me to not highlight anyone else's draft classes outside of our own? Maybe we can look at like cases like Peanut Tillman, players that we really want to target, franchise legends, and kind of see where those players specifically tied to the team that we're rebuilding land up, or some sort of hybrid. Let me know how you want me to handle this, because I have no real idea. How I'm going to do it, at least for this video, is we are only going to focus on our draft classes in Chicago and the occasional situation where like a Peanut Tillman or a guy that I really want to get gets poached elsewhere. Just because I feel it's a little more exciting that when we draft an Andre Johnson, I have no idea what his rating's going to be versus, you know, if we do this, especially every rebuild, we're going to get very familiar with who the ratings are. But also, I have no problem whatsoever recapping because I also see the value in seeing where all these players are starting their career. So let me know what you guys think about that in the comments below. So as we start year number 2, the 2003 season, we got Rex Grossman, Sexy Rexy at quarterback. 66 overall. Like, it still doesn't really drastically change, I don't think, the outlook of the offense. We had great production last year. Helps when you got Marty Booker. He's playing out of his freaking mind. You had in Brandon Lloyd. Thomas had a great training camp. He went up +2. So we're going to be able to rely on the run game a little bit. I think the O-line across the board is solid. Still absolutely nothing at tight end. So we're going to have to rely on Marty Booker in the slot, having another big-time season. On the defensive side of the ball, we had a +5 training camp from Lance Briggs. So he enters his rookie campaign as a 77 overall. No one else really had any growth that's worth mentioning. So let's just see progressive. And I think the one thing you can kind of highlight, offense and defense, we got a lot of normal devs playing. So it'd be nice to see if some of these guys, production-wise, can play themselves into a dev trait increase. Take a look at the draft class for 03. Or some of the schools there. Eli Manning, of course, we all know he went to Ole Miss. He's in the class. Phillip Rivers. You got Ben Roethlisberger. Matt Schaub. You know, if Rex Grossman doesn't pan out, there are going to be quarterback options. We have great Steven Jackson available as a running back. He'd be a stud. Wide receivers, the year Larry Fitzgerald came out, he was an absolute baller, obviously. Legend, should be first ballot Hall of Famer. Roy Williams. Lee Evans is in this class. Bernard Berrien, remember him? He was on the Bears. Got UDFA way down here. Wes Welker is part of this class. Tight end is a gigantic weakness for our squad right now. So Ben Watson, Kellen Winslow, Chris Cooley, definitely on our short list. About UDFA steals, doesn't get better on the offensive line than Jason Peters. And looking at some of the other picks, Bears got Bernard Berrien this year. They also, in the first round, got Tommy Harris. could honestly have a chance. If he's in play, you know, else might be in play. He might say, screw it, let's get Big V, Vince Wilfork in. But Tommy Harris was a stud for once upon a time. This was also a class where you got Vilma in there, DJ Williams, D'Angelo Hall. I believe Nate Vasher was a really solid pick for the Chicago Bears. Played some good football. I think Tank Williams was their second round pick. Tank Johnson, sorry, out of Washington, was who the Bears got in the second round. So I'm not so much like, you know, last class, Peanut Tillman, Lance Briggs, all-time greats, want to prioritize again. Though I'm not saying we have to repeat history for the Chicago Bears here in 2003. Sean Taylor's in this class. But I'll tell you, look at the top end of this class. I wouldn't hate if we kind of suck for Rex Grossman doesn't pan out, because there's a lot of really, really good options to improve this roster. So the midway point of year number 2, the 2023 season. We are 6-1. However, we've had every game. We're not a particularly good team, 77 overall. Every game we've had outside of the Eagles, which is a great win. The Eagles are actually pretty damn good. You know, we've been easier teams. Got a very tough stretch. We got both games against the Vikings. We have Green Bay twice, and they're a juggernaut. Like those four games are almost always going to be our toughest 4 games. And it just so happens they're also in the division. But 6-1 is 6-1, no matter what way you cut it. And with more than enough salary cap spot, we have to make sure that we continue to invest in the team in the right positions. I don't know. I think we just get the big dogs. Mike Brown here at safety, looking for a 5-year, $80 million. Okay, even though he was very interested, I guess he's not. We have Brian Urlacher looking for a 5-year, $100 million. Oh, okay. So I think as I get in tune with how the contracts are going to work in this franchise, seems like if the player, you really want to keep them, you almost have to hit them with a very player-friendly deal, which I think in the case of both Urlacher and Mike Brown, it's worth doing. At the end of year number 2, we go 10-7, which is really good. We have the number 1 overall defense as far as points per game. So shout out Lovie Smith. I mean, always regarded as one of the better defensive minds of this era. However, 10-7, not even good enough to make the playoffs. First team out. Wow. That sucks. Look at the stats this season. Rex Grossman was pretty solid, all things considered. 3,800 yards, 28 touchdowns, 7 picks. I mean, has like a Bears quarterback ever thrown for 4,000? Like we're flirting with history already with Sexy Rex, and he was like a 65 normal. So I think there's definitely promise there for us, maybe not to chase a quarterback in this 03 draft class or the 04 draft class that's coming up. 1,100 yards, 11 touchdowns for Anthony Thomas. On receiving, Marty Booker, hell of a year again. Definitely not as many touchdowns, but still over 100 catches, 1,500 yards, and 11 touchdowns is pretty awesome. Terrell with 700 yards from our first-round pick. Brandon Lloyd, the rookie, 50 catches, just under 700 yards and 7 touchdowns. So, I mean, hopefully that continues. Michael Green, Urlacher. Look at the tackles, man. Had a lot of plays there defensively. Phillip Daniels at defensive end. Jesus. Who are these guys, and why are they making plays? And we still don't have much going at pass rush. What did Lance Briggs do? Lance Briggs, 69 tackles. Like, not bad for a rookie. But, I mean, all things considered, we don't have any notable pass rush. So, hell yeah, Daniels. Veteran. Why not? What better than a year 7 and year 6 guy? Just come out of nowhere and start making plays. I do love everything about this new franchise, though. Like, they've completely retooled it. Chad Johnson, MVP. Sure, why not? Unfortunately, no Rookie of the Year awards. Rex Grossman comes 5. Brandon Lloyd at 6. Lance Briggs, I don't even know if he made the short list. Damn. Oh, Buffalo with Drew Bledsoe at quarterback finally gets their Super Bowl. Those are clean out our lockers. On year number 2, here's a look at where the team is at. Rex Grossman's developed and finished his rookie campaign as a 70 overall quarterback, and judging off of his stat line, I kind of feel like at worst he could be a game manager. 10 wins, rookie campaign. If this is only the beginning, cautiously optimistic. Brandon Lloyd finishes his 68, so he only went up +1, but he does have a star dev trait. Offensive line still maintains strong. We're going to keep eyes on Williams, potentially a retirement candidate once we hit the offseason. And just, I guess, kind of like picture of the offense. Like, where do we going to go this offseason? We're going to look at the draft. I do think getting younger on the offensive line, and we still need to see if we can find a tight end maybe sooner than later in the upcoming draft class. Defensively, Daniels, who had a breakout, finishes at 77 star dev. Austin, who had led the team with 5 picks, also 77 with a star dev. Lance Briggs only had 2 points of progression throughout the year, but he is a superstar dev, so sky's the limit. Maybe we can just find a better role for him. I think we had him split time between like rushing a passer and a little bit sub linebacker. I think we should probably just have him and Brian Urlacher primarily be our sub linebackers, with Colvin being the pass rusher. But 10 wins, very harsh to not make the playoffs, but for this kind of success already in year 2, I think if we keep drafting well, we're going to get there. We'll get there in the playoffs, maybe even as early as next year in year 3. And just as expected, James Williams, the very solid, reliable right tackle, has retired after 13 years, so there is another big-time spot we need to find a suitable starter this offseason at, because we don't have a lot of depth. So as I stated, I'm looking for feedback for how you guys want me to kind of show the recaps off, of like, do I show at the end of the draft who went where, or do we just leave it as a mystery so we don't see the ratings? I think maybe a middle ground, because the mock draft 5 usually is how the draft kind of plays out. Can give us an idea of who is going where. And this is currently projected: Eli Manning going to the Ravens, Larry Fitzgerald to the Kansas City Chiefs, Big V Vince Wilfork to the Commanders, Ben Roethlisberger to the Cowboys, Phillip Rivers to the Raiders, Tommy Harris, who was the first-round pick of the Bears this year, he's gone 12, so we were unfortunately too good to be in range there. Sean Taylor to the Browns, Bob Sanders to the Niners. I did fully scout Ben Watts because tight end's a big need, and not a great return on investment there on the initial reports. Probably has a dev trait. We're actually mocked to get Tank Johnson, who was a second-round pick this year of the Chicago Bears. Outside of that, though, I mean, D'Angelo Hall could be interesting. Roy Williams could be interesting. I'm scouting some line. We have Sean Andrews. For those you don't remember, man, he was a guard on the Eagles. Had some mental health issues, unfortunately. Didn't stay long in the league. But he was in the league for like 4 years. And like 2 of those 4 years, he was first-team All-Pro, Pro Bowl, elite talent. And I'm not saying we're going to cheese and move him to tackle, but he could very well just be like the best player available at that spot. And we might have to consider, especially looking at how the rest of the first round closes out. So the draft has gone exactly how mock draft 5 to this point had it broken down. So I think that's probably what I'll just do for the rest of this rebuild. I think that might be a fine middle ground, because we at least see where players are going and we don't spoil their potential overall rating. But at pick 18 with Ben Watson going, that means the highest projected tight end is already off the board. There's not much at quarterback. I mean, again, we feel pretty good with Grossman again for at least 1 more year. At wide receiver, Roy Williams. That is kind of tempting. He was a beast, man. Very good wide receiver for a point in time for the Detroit Lions. Winslow's a day 3 pick. Chris Cooley is a day 3 pick. I think I could live with Chris Cooley in the 2nd round if it comes to it. Robert Gallery is still available, a top 5 projected pick. I mean, he was borderline like a generational player, and that could be plug and play at that tackle spot for us. Or we trust our scouting and we go Sean Andrews. I did also scout Max Starks, who's a first, 2nd round Andrew. But Stacy, maybe we get the Andrews twins, Stacy and Sean. I think that might be honestly what I want to do. So Sean Andrews was so freaking good for the Philadelphia Eagles back in the day. Number 9 in true value. Getting him at pick 18. Hidden dev. Let's go. Over here in the 2nd round, the brutal news is Chris Cooley went. Because in a perfect world, we get the lineman, we get the tight end. But, I mean, Kellen Winslow is still there. Is Stacey Andrews still here? He still is. So is Max Starks. But I think... what pick would this be? This would be pick 30, 50. Stacey Andrews is a reach. Kellen Winslow's not. Big-time athlete. I mean, now I'm going to say, can we be aggressive and try to trade and get Stacey Andrews? But our own freaking house rules disappoint us. We go Kellen Winslow, 170 in true value, get it at 50. Ooh. He was so good for the Browns for a little bit. All right, we're going to be aggressive here. We're going to move up 12 spots in the 3rd round. So it's going to cost us our 5th and 7th round this year. But it gets us from pick 18 to pick 10, where we are going to be able to reunite and build the Andrews Wall. I mean, you're trading up for that guy regardless of name value. The fact that we have Sean and Stacey Andrews. Stacey Andrews, 27 in true value. Get him at 74 with a dev trait. 95 strength powerhouse. Nice. Like, now that we're in the 5th round, why not try and get a former Bear? Bernard Berrian was a 3rd round pick for the Bears this year. He was always like a solid, kind of deep threat wide receiver. We get him number 117 in true value at 114. No dev trait, however. Our final pick, we're getting a kicker. We got Josh Scobie, who I think was with like the Jags for a very long time. Number 64 in true value at 178, and we roll a dev trait. So take a look at our draft recap here. Josh Scobie in the 6th round, 67 with a hidden dev. He'll likely be our long-term kicker for the foreseeable future. Bernard Berrian, only a 64 overall. Stacey Andrews gets a 70 with a dev trait. Kellen Winslow, 66. A little bit of a whiff. Man, I'm pretty sure like he was a baller prospect when he was coming out of Miami. And it is what it is. But Sean Andrews was an absolute smash at pick 18. 74 with a dev trait. I think, honestly, all these guys should be playing significant amount of snaps next season as rookies. We start year number 3. We enter the 2004 season. We loaded the 2005 draft. This was a weird year for the Chicago Bears in real life. This was the draft they kind of surprisingly, I mean, it wasn't as faux pas back in the day. They drafted Cedric Benson out of Texas in the 1st round. I'm going to tell you, we're probably not going in that direction. A running back has not been that big of an issue. This is a big running back class, though. You got Frank Gore, you got Darren Sproles, Ronnie Brown, get some Wildcat action in there. But looking at overall, the big picture, Alex Smith, you got Braylon Edwards, Pac-Man Jones is in this class, Aaron Rodgers is in this class, Derek Johnson at linebacker. I mean, we're not looking there. Tell you what, the lights out Shad Merriman would be pretty cool. One of my favorite players of all time. DeMarcus Ware is a Hall of Famer. Roddy White would be an awesome get at wide receiver. Mike Patterson on the D-line. He was good for the Eagles once upon a time. But there's some interesting options here in this class. But given our needs and kind of where we're at, I think D-line would be a big-time area of concern for me to try to just finally get right. We need a pass rush specialist, someone that can reliably not only get sacks, but have upside to their game. And unfortunately, I mean, kind of looking at it, Justin Tuck, you know, if he's still there in the 2nd round, that could be interesting. Trent Cole was really, really good for the Philadelphia Eagles. He'd be, you know, someone you'd look at the 3rd, 4th round. On the interior, Jay Ratliff late was certainly a really good player, but honestly, I'm kind of circling in here a little bit. Lights out Shad Merriman will look real good in Chicago. On to week number 8 here in the 2004 season, and the Bears are last year were off to a very hot start. This year, also notably though, we've played tougher teams. Looking at the overalls, but we are 2-5, struggling a little bit. We do have a top 10 passing offense, so shout out, you know, sexy Rex Gross for getting that going. But our defense is struggling. We just don't have a lot of playmakers back there right now. That's why if comes to it, we're going to have a decent pick. We're absolutely going to prioritize the pass rush. Looking at some contracts here. Who needs to get? We have Anthony Thomas at running back. I feel like he's been one of like the, I don't know if he'll take that deal. Pretty much all these contracts. He wants a little bit better bonus, but I mean, he's been very consistent. We have Reggie Austin, who had 5 interceptions last season. Definitely don't want to be giving him a 6-year contract. Look at something like this. 3-year. We'll go 7.5. Probably 5.5. There we go. Got him locked in the nickel. Philip Daniels has played well enough, I think, to earn a 2nd contract. Even though, like, at that age, I'd rather be more of like a 1-year rental. But we'll go. I mean, he had big-time production last year. Double-digit sacks, double-digit TFLs. 1 year, 11.5. Let's go. Locked in, because he's probably going to face some regression. I mean, elsewhere, another thing you're going to consider, too, is, like, you know, free agency sucks. And we're not going to be really utilizing free agency for probably at least another couple years till it gets, like, real players populated in there, guys that I've actually heard of. So someone like Terrell, you know, you think about it. I'm not paying. There's no way I'm paying a 75 wide receiver, even though he's a former first-round pick, $43 million. But I think a lot of guys that are kind of like, meh, solid playmakers, we need to strongly consider keeping them in-house because free agency is not great. Following week, we have Anthony Thomas to re-sign. And outside of Marty Booker, he's been the most consistent player on this offense. So congratulations to the 2001 Offensive Rookie of the Year. You got yourself a 2nd contract. We've closed out the season very, very strong. The back end of the schedule wasn't as difficult. We got some big wins, though. Dallas is one of the top teams in the league, and we're able to beat them late to secure a playoff berth. We go 10-7. We finish with a top 10 offense, almost a top 10 rushing offense. Everything else kind of middle of them all, but good enough to come 6th in the NFC, 2nd in the division. Still chasing that first divisional title. It's going to be a work in progress. Look at the stats here. Rex Grossman was pretty much like what he's going to be, it feels like. You know, 28 touchdowns, flirting with 4,000 yards. Kind of checks out. Running the ball, Anthony Thomas, happy we got that contract extension. Price probably has gone up after that production this year. 1,400 yards and 9 touchdowns. Receiving, Marty Booker continues just to be a great, reliable weapon for us. 103 catches, almost 1,300 yards, 13 touchdowns. Brandon Lloyd, 700 yards, 4 touchdowns. Winslow is a rookie, giving us 600 yards from the tight end spot. Defensively, Lance Briggs and Urlacher tackle machines like we need them to be. On the sacks front, John Frank with 8.5, Robinson with 4. Just like who? These aren't real people, right? Even Daniels, man, that's a little bit of a bummer to see there. Reggie Austin back, 5 picks last year, 4 this year. I will say, Frank, where did he line up in our depth chart? Because that will probably be the position. Well, we need him with the freaking playoffs now, so we probably played ourselves out of getting a top-tier pass rusher. But where is he lined up in the depth chart? Because that will probably be... He's like our D-tackle 3. But where is he as a specialist? How is this guy getting that many sacks? Weird. We have our first playoff game. First playoff appearance in 3 seasons. And we're going to try our best to take down the Sean Alexander-led Seattle Seahawks. Good luck, fellas. You're going to need it. He is an absolute brick shithouse. And they kind of clap us a little bit. 41-20. Not like our team very much gave a happy to be there type playoff performance. They got Carson Palmer at quarterback. Rex Grossman tried his best. But you can't have those types of turnovers, especially when you're going up against one of the best players in the league. Wow, Peyton Manning finally gets his ring. That's good for Peyton Manning, but what does it mean for the Chicago Bears? And the Chicago Bears, we got both Andrews, had stellar rookie campaigns. I mean, they developed nicely. Winslow developed nicely. We got a +2 on Sexy Rexy, 99 club. Technically, he's 98, but almost 99 club for Marty Booker. However, he's starting to get up there just a little bit at 29. So I know we do have improved regression sliders on PC with this mod, but I'm always a little concerned because age is, father time undefeated, as they say. Defensively, had some regression across the board. Austin goes up to a superstar dev. I mean, he's 9 picks in the last 2 years. So that's pretty huge. Some decent development out of Lance Briggs. Little regression out of Mike Brown. Urlacher remains a 99. Question is now, though, we have got to find a way to be aggressive in the draft to get ourselves a pass rusher because we need help. We're desperate. The first piece of business for us as we start the offseason, the rare time, I think it actually makes sense to accept the 5th-year option here on Columbus, 26.79. I feel like let's see where the progression and or regression goes after one more year. The agency is headlined by Keyshawn Johnson, but like the last couple years, not really much at areas I really want to try to improve my team at, and most of them are 30+, which is not really how we want to build our roster at this stage of the rebuild. Take a look at the most recent mock draft. Well, looks like lights. I mean, we're going to have to suck pretty bad to have a chance at Sean Merriman. He's a legitimate first-round talent. Aaron Rodgers looks like he's going to the Rams. DeMarcus Ware's a top 10 pick. Tackle's also a top need, so I've been scouting some of them. Jamal Brown is going top 10. Alex Smith at number 10 to the Jets. Derek Johnson. We got Ronnie Brown. Pac-Man Jones to the Falcons. Remember Lofa Tatupu? Scouted Jonathan Babbitt, another first-round D-tackle. Would walk into our starting lineup. He's going to the Niners at 21. Ew. Man. I did scout Heath Miller. I mean, decent production out of Kellen Winslow, but Heath Miller definitely good enough for us to just say screw it, and he could be BPA at a position that we can instantly upgrade, even though I'd much rather go pass rush. All right, take a look at the clock at 23. See, another thing with this, much like it's going to take self-restraint to not just always try to cheese the picks, I think that's the same thing for trading up. I mean, we already were, aggressive trying to trade. We've traded up for Rex Grossman and Stacey Anderson. I don't always want to be trading. Sometimes you get to deal with the hand that you're dealt, staying at your pick. Cedric Benson, the actual first-round pick of the Bears this year, is still on the board. We got Erasmus James if we want pass rush help. Ugh, I mean, he was like a top, I feel like he was like a top 5 pick that year. Could be misremembered. Jason Campbell still on the board. Wow. Heath Miller's gone. Who took Heath Miller? He was supposed to be there. But Pittsburgh, that's actually kind of funny. The Steelers. So the mock draft isn't always a lock, but of course, it's never a lock when there's like a good player that I hope falls to us. We do need safety help, but like I can't even get a Togway because that would be a reach. The Canadian. Just barely a reach, honestly. Maybe trade back. Oh, dude, why do I put house rules on these things? So much easier if there wasn't. Dave Pollock, I mean, he could have been good if his career wasn't cut short due to injury. He was a beast at Georgia. But I also think he's kind of out there a little bit. D tackles. I mean, Sean Cody, what do we got here? Maybe he's not as bad as elite agility. Like, I almost try to view these guys in the scope of, like, if they weren't real players, and these were just all generated. Oh, Justin Tuck. You think he'll be available in the second round? Maybe something to watch. If he does, I'll say if he does fall the second round, maybe that's the move we look at making. Because if we stay right here, I mean, hold on. Logan Mankins is probably BPA. Just continue to build in the trenches. Kyle Orton was a pick for the Bears this year as well. I think that's what we do, man. Honestly, we'll just go BPA. And with our house rules, the only guy that is BPA is Logan Mankins. He was a very good guard for the New England Patriots. He's #1 player in this class. Okay. We played the waiting game. I was simming pick by pick by pick. I was like, all right, once we get a rush on DNs, I think we try to jump up and get Justin Tuck. It didn't last very long. Goes third. Cool. For the second round, a lot of talent went ahead of us. Evan Mathis, gone. Vincent Jackson to the Ravens, RIP. Kirk Morrison ends up going to the Raiders, oddly enough. OJ Atogwe, he was the next guy I thought about trading. So the Steelers have robbed both of our picks this year. Richie Incognito goes to the Bengals. Cedric Benson goes to the 49ers. So we are now, like, I mean, we got some running backs. We don't need running backs, so we feel pretty good with our RB room. So we can really pick anyone, like, in the top 90, I guess. That's, like, almost how we have to view this. It's just like, oh, I mean, okay, maybe we'll count Chris Canty as one, because I've actually heard of him. And he's at a position in, he's likely who we probably need to grab. Channing Crowder. Go Gators. Ugh. You know, I think we'll do it. We'll go get Canty. 6'7", 280. Elite, change of direction. I believe he's played, where was he? Baltimore? He played for the Ravens for a long time. Was a solid rotational pass rusher. That's a good value pick for us. Number 54 in true value, getting him at pick 55 with a dev trait, and he will absolutely, even regardless of rating, be a day one starter for us. Probably low 70s if I had to guess. So take a look at our draft recap. The depth guys are surely depth in these draft classes. It'd be very, very difficult unless you're drafting like a known, cheesy day 3 UDFA guy. They're probably going to be butt cheeks. But in the third round, we got Dominique Foxworth, very, very fast corner. I think he's on TV. Isn't he like an analyst now on TV? We got 95 speed, 93 acceleration, just adding some depth there to our corner room. Chris Canty, 68 with a dev trait, good enough to start. And then Logan Mankins, we end up with a #1 true talent player, strictly a BPA fit for us, but he will be a starter at likely left guard because we'll keep that Andrews Wall on the right-hand side of the O-line. But, you know, if you view like our team with a very limited ceiling with Rex Grossman at quarterback, which is probably a fair way to do so, while he's here, we might as well build the trenches, build up everywhere else, so that once we can maybe draft a game changer at quarterback, the rest of the team around him is already great and established. The addition of Mankins and Canty, we feel again, it's very baby steps. And that's why I'm glad that this is 20-plus year rebuild, because it truly is going to be embracing that grind. But take a look at the draft. It's a hype draft. Now we're starting. This was like the first year that like I really started paying attention to the draft. Remember, man, the Mario Williams, Reggie Bush debate. Who should the Texans take at number 1? And then when they took Mario Williams, I was like, that's the dumbest thing of all time. And then Mario Williams ended up being arguably a better pick than Reggie Bush. But I was like, we got Vince Young, we got A.J. Hawk, Matt Leinart, DeBrickashaw, Ferguson, Tonio Cromartie's in this class, Haloti Nata. Yes, sir. I mean, looking at where we need to improve it, look at the quarterbacks. You got Vince Young. Probably not a year we want to grab a quarterback. Don't know if Bears fans want to relive smoking Jay Cutler again. Got Marcus Vick. Wide receiver is always an area that we could improve. Santonio Holmes, Greg Jennings, Brandon Marshall. Spent some time in Chicago. He could be a nice fit, honestly, and should be in range for us to potentially draft him. And I also think fits the parameters of overdrafting a Bears legend. I think he probably had some of the most productive wide receiver seasons a Bears wide receiver has ever had. So he fits the bill there. You got Vernon Davis at tight end. Mercedes Lewis is there. Andrew Whitworth on the O-line. But I feel pretty good with the state of our offensive line right now. Mangold is there. I'm going to just the straight-up pass rushers. Meh on that side. Fair grade. Meh. Fair meh grade, I think. You got Ninkovich. Now, Elvis Dumerville. Tamba Hali. Cam Wembley. Mario Williams. Yes, sir. Haloti Nata would be outstanding. Pecco was a great player in the league. Kyle Williams was a great player for the Buffalo Bills. Can we make him a great Chicago Bear? That is something that potentially could be in play. I mean, these are off-ball linebackers as far as pass rushers are concerned. That's what we want to talk about because we need to up our sack intake by a considerable amount. We got Mufasa there, middle linebacker. There's just not much there. Again, good year to need a corner. For sure. But as it stands for us, I mean, we got to see how the draft, if we suck and we pick at the top end, maybe we can be aggressive there. But I'll be interested to see how the season plays out. 2 back-to-back 10-7 seasons. I mean, we haven't got any worse, so we should kind of be in line with that here again in year 4. All right, it's not the end of the world. 2-5. We were 2-5 last year and ended up finishing the season strong and making the playoffs. But it does still just feel like this team's missing it. Even if we make the playoffs, do we have the game changers required to go on a legitimate Super Bowl run? Not 100% sure. Looking at some contracts here. Well, we got old Marty Booker, who's been incredible. We'll see if we get him on a 4-year. He wants to say yes, but his body's telling him no. Philip Daniels has been solid, but I think we just need that influx of youth. There's a lot of role players up for contracts. Lance Briggs got the 5th-year option. Time's just flying by there. I think we almost have to pay Marty Booker what he wants, even though 4 or 5 year, whatever he looks for at 29 is kind of faux pas. There's just such a lack of upgrades in free agency. We really need to prioritize keeping our good players, almost regardless of age at this point. And we have so much salary cap because our roster is very much on the cheap side, not filled with any free agents, that it's almost worth paying them. About $2 million total back his way. We got Marty Booker locked in for the foreseeable future. He will likely retire a Chicago Bear. And his production hasn't dropped off once. He's been one of the best wide receivers in the league. Oh, man. Weird year, dude. Look at that. 6th in passing yards, 10th in rushing yards, but we just couldn't score. Defensively, couldn't keep, everything doesn't make sense. You always talk about how the sausage is made. Our yards allowed and yards for, say, top 10 offense. The points for, points against, just honestly unacceptable. One thing you definitely will notice in comparison to our realistic rebuild stuff that we do on console is the rosters, it's a lot more realistic. You're not having as many 85, 90 overall. We're year 4 of a rebuild. Usually our teams around this point are pushing 90 overall, but with the different regression and progression tools that are much more in line with realistic and realism, we're struggling. We are, and I mean, we're definitely capped out a little bit by our quarterback play, but it's also not terrible. Russ Grossman, with that, definitely has thrown for the most passing yards in a single season for Chicago Bear. 30 touchdowns is kind of the minimum threshold to say that it's not a liability. It's just, I don't know, man. We just couldn't score points. The run game was solid. Artie Booker killed it. Brandon Lloyd goes over 1,000 yards. Kellen Winslow is developing. Berrien is a role player. That's pretty good. Defensively, the tackles are all over the place. Our pass rush is still struggling. Love seeing Chris Canty, 6.5 sacks. Colvin, 26 TFLs. The sacks might not be there, but that's an outstanding number for tackles for loss. Interception numbers. R.W. McQuarters. Very low overall interception numbers for the team. Eli Manning on the Ravens wins MVP. That's weird. Aaron Rodgers gets Offensive Rookie of the Year on the Rams. Ooh, close but no cigar. Chris Canty, runner-up for Defensive Rookie of the Year. It goes to Babineau, but played better than Merriman at the end of the day for his rookie campaign. Happy with that. And the little mini pressure is on. Anytime you're rebuilding a team, especially a lengthy rebuild like this, and a team within your division wins a Super Bowl before you do, just adds a little bit more pressure. Vikings get their first ever Super Bowl, led by Dante Culpepper and Randy Moss. As we clear out our lockers, taking a look at how the roster has grown and developed. Good. Mankins is an X factor. We land the #1 true talent player. He's finished his campaign as an 85. The Andrewses developed nicely. Kellen Winslow jumps up +5 and gains a dev trait. I believe that's a +3 for Rex Grossman and a dev trait. He's now a star, which puts us in kind of a weird position where it's like, we were 6-11, clearly not good enough. So I always feel like if a quarterback presents itself that's clearly an upgrade, maybe we take that opportunity. But it just keeps feeling like, and this is like that football purgatory that real teams get into every year, where it's like your quarterback is not bad, but is he a game changer to get you over the hump? I don't know, and then you're just stuck. And I feel like we're probably going to have to view Rex Grossman as such, and at least until it comes time for contract discussions. No one else really went up or down. I will say, I forgot on the defensive side of the ball, Chris Canty is up to a 73, nothing crazy, but for whatever reason, both Chris Canty and Lance Briggs they were like Chinese. I don't know if that's going to be an issue. I think even Mankins is that. I gave them, as you can see, correct faces, but it also loses their player portrait. I haven't cheesed any of the ratings or anything. All the ratings, I think Lance Briggs is the exact same rating as what he was a year ago. So I keep forgetting that. I don't know. I think, again, it bugs me when I'm looking at the players and I'm just like, oh, that's not Lance Briggs. But as long as we are not, as long as we're kind of menu merchanting this and having the same, I think I won't do it. I'll leave it. Even if they're Chinese, we don't know they're Chinese because you just see player profile, portrait of Lance Briggs. And if we play the games, they're going to have a helmet on. I think it's more important for me, for the immersion standpoint, to keep the player portraits. So, we just won't look at the player cards to keep that sense of immersion from here on out. In the offseason, we're going to pick up the 5th year. Well, you know what? I'm actually not. We're going to decline. And we're going to get ahead of that contract extension, as we always like to do. Never wanted to sign a free agent so bad. Unfortunately, in free agency, Mike Alstott took a bag, and we don't really even utilize a fullback. That was just more of a biased move. But we were able to actually sign our first kind of notable free agents. I got Sheldon Brown, formerly of the Philadelphia Eagles, 27-76 with a dev trade. Yes, the Sheldon Brown from the legendary Reggie Bush hit. Probably one of the best hits. I'd say, honestly, the best hit I've ever seen. And then we got Brent Kiesel on the D-line, just in case. I mean, we're 6-10, so we're going to be in a good position to actually strike because it's the second straight draft that we're going in that we really need to improve the defensive line, be it pass rush or a defensive tackle. But I feel like Kiesel at 6'5", almost 290 pounds, kind of a little bit of hybrid. He can play across the defensive line. I think that versatility is going to be valuable. So as we go into the mock draft, we have a top 5 pick at pick number 5. Mary Williams out of our range, but if not, we got Haloti Ngata, who would be instantly just an absolute upgrade. Tamba Hali, who we fully scouted, would be an outstanding pick. I'm really just pumped that we have not only that, but we're going to have a top 5 second round pick. Brandon Marshall, we talked about, we could overdraft him if we really wanted to because of his time here with the Chicago Bears and our house rules that we have in effect. Smokey J. Cutler, I don't think it's time to go there. Greg Jennings is there, but I think I'll tell you right from now, if we're looking at the bottom end of this first round, I think there's going to be some big names available in the second round. And I think in a perfect way, there's an absolute Bears legend in this class. And if you don't know who it is, bonus points if you know right away who it is. Hall of Fame Bears player in this class. I feel like we have to get him, but we don't need him right now for the landscape of our roster. But I love the options that are going to be available at pick 5. Well, the draft goes as expected. Mario Williams going at pick 1 to the Falcons, who would have been our dream pick if we could have had anybody. Vince Young, Matt Leinart is still here, and as crazy as it is, I think we've seen enough out of Rex Grossman, plus with his development this year, to be like, it's not 100% time. The fact that Haloti Ngata is a top 5 talent is going to be pretty hard pressed for us not to draft him. Looking at other players that we were able to scout, we got Brandon Marshall way down there. Like, he is projected to go in the first round, but we will wait and see. He's down there a little bit. We got Bernard Pollard at safety. We do need safety help. One of the hardest hitting safeties I've ever seen. He's an incredible talent. The player that I was talking about is Devin Hester is in this class, and I think, I'm intrigued by the possibility of where we could play him. Because he's kind of like, I think, a Travis Hunter, where he can play wide receiver, he can play DB, and obviously has elite special teams ability, which is not that important or that impactful from a sim standpoint. But I'll tell you what, if we're in the second round and there's not clearly a player that we have to draft, I think we need to be all over Devin Hester. But at pick 5, when you have a top 5 talent, when you have a just 6'4", 340-pound interior pass rusher, it says run stuffer, but Haloti Ngata is a double-digit sack type player, we're going to pull the trigger. We end up getting back-to-back. Last year was Logan Mankins. This year, Haloti Ngata, the #1 player. Why is that so loud? Let's go. I'll tell you what. If Reggie Bush was still on the board, I think I would have drafted him. Just for the pure, let's have fun with it. Jay Cutler is still on the board. This is one of those drafts where, ideally there would be, a late-round quarterback with some upside that we could go out and get. Brad Smith is still there. Sinaris Moss. There's not much at wide receiver. Kind of got depleted. Mercedes Lewis. It's a big-time tight end, but we've had some pretty good play. The rating and development hasn't been crazy on Kellen Winslow, but it's also been enough that, I'm optimistic that he can continue to develop and stay on that trajectory. Looking to continue to add pieces. I'd love an out-and-out edge rusher. Ooh. What pick is this? This is pick 40. Yeah, it's not even close. Can't get Doomerville. That's a little bit too much of a reach. Again, why do I put house rules on myself? But also, hey, this is exactly why. Because if not, my team would be freaking stacked. Yeah. We'll go with the legend. I'll be interested to see his stats, too. Could he play wide receiver? Could he play? Is the rating going to be different? Number 65 in true value, getting at 37. Devin Hester, we ensure. Wow, only... why are we dogging him on the athletic ability here? This is Devin freaking Hester, not random wide receiver 4 on the Bears. He needs to have some 99s. 99 agility, 99 change of direction. That is... Come on. Whoever made this. Why did I say 30? Why did I come up with 30 as the house rule? I'm going to bend it slightly. Kyle Williams is here, who was a multi-time Pro Bowler for the Buffalo Bills, but he is definitely out of our 30 range. Pecco is within the conversation of 30 picks. I know he had a lengthy NFL career, and I feel like it helps kind of round out our depth at D-tackle. Hell, he could even play a little bit. I imagine the rating's not going to be too bad. He's number 40 in true value, getting a pick 69 with a dev trait. And that's absolutely not what he looks like. It's an interesting one. That's actually within our range. Delaney Walker, very, very underrated tight end. That would actually work. Almost any time that we can just get a good player, regardless, because we're feeling all right about our tight end room. But anytime BPA is available, fits within the house rules, and we know it's probably going to be a good pick. We're 6-11 season. We're not necessarily popping off. We are starved for talent. We can put even Delaney Walker at a slot position. Get him out there. So take a look at our draft recap. Very happy with this. Haloti Ngata, the #1 player in the draft. 81 overall hit a dev trait. He's going to be an absolute beast for us. Devin Hester, 68 overall. Man, I was thinking, if I change in a wide receiver, even to see what his wide receiver rating is, I'll probably lose the player portrait, which is just, I don't know. If anyone out there that's watching this that worked on these mods, how can I work around that? That is so freaking frustrating. But we'll just, we'll keep him at corner. And honestly, that's probably his best pass to getting on the field as soon as possible. Pecco in the 3rd round, 70 overall. We had Delaney Walker in the 4th round, 68. I'm already leaning towards, we got to get him on the field. We don't have a lot of depth at wide receiver, and he's more than talented of a wide receiver and a pass catcher to probably play in the slot. We know how to get 2 tight ends on the field. We got John Alston, Jerome Harrison, and the Canadian punter John Ryan, 70 overall, with a dev trade in the 7th round. Top to bottom, man, very, very good draft class for the Bears, who better not be 6 and freaking 11 next year in year 5. We go to year number 5, which is usually in our rebuilds about the time that we are legitimate Super Bowl contenders. It's a 20-plus year rebuild, so it's a little bit more of a slow burn, especially with all of the modded progression and development tools that we're using. It is a lot more difficult to build a very, very tough contender. Looking at this team, I definitely think we're playoff capable. We're definitely not a 6 and 11 team. We got 99 Booker, Thomas 87, Rex Grossman 77 with the dev trade. Brandon Lloyd's coming off a great year. We have Winslow and Delaney Walker. The O-line is very good across the board. I'd say it's probably a top 5 offensive line in the NFL. Defensively, we added Kiesel from free agency, Pecco and Nada in the interior. Those are brand new upgrades. Got Sheldon Brown at corner, who we're optimistic about. Our linebacking core is S tier. We had Devin Hester to special teams on top of being corner. We had Delaney Walker. We're going to put him in the slot just to get him on the field. And I think, I think there's plenty of opportunity. Actually, you know what? To get Devin Hester on the field, let's put him in the nickel. Why not? Let him get out there. Let him be a specialist. The 2007 NFL Draft is a iconic one for many reasons. It features some of the best talent we've ever seen grace the league. Also features a man that many consider the biggest bust in NFL history. Not a great year to need a quarterback, so we are very optimistic and need to be optimistic that Rex Grossman can at least, develop just a teeny bit more. And as far as we are concerned, this was a class. You got talent at every single level. In real life, in 2007, I believe that was when the Bears drafted Greg Olsen, the tight end. G-Reg, third leg G-Reg. That was the top pick. He was an absolute home run. I literally don't think they got anyone else that was particularly good. They got Corey Graham, a corner in the 5th round, who was fairly solid. And he actually might pull a dev trait. Has the player portrait. So that'll be someone we kind of key in on. But ultimately wasn't a particularly great class by the Bears, even though Greg Olsen was a great fit. So, maybe we definitely go in a different direction because we feel real good about our tight end room. For the Chicago Bears, we've seen slow starts and hot finishes throughout this. We've had 2 10-7 seasons. We made the playoffs already. So we're not necessarily a scrub team, but we've never started this hot. Undefeated, 7-0. We just put up 40 points on the Tennessee Titans. We have the number 3 offense. Our rush yards are the best. We have the number 1 defense in the league, led by Urlacher, Lovie Smith. Got these boys playing. Look at that contracts. Oh, boy. Well, I'm glad that we have almost $200 million of salary cap. We'll say that. We have Azuma, who's got to be replaceable. We have Colombo. You're not paying $90-some million. You have R.W. McQuarters, who's replaceable. You have Brandon Lloyd. Just hasn't really developed like crazy. No one's really taking these offers here. These pre-made offers are not lining up. We have Colvin, who, I'm not paying that amount of money. We will pay Lance Briggs kind of what he wants. We'll go player-friendly and not worry about it, because it's still upside. He's 25 years old with the dev trade. We have Olin Kreutz at center. I think we'll take that offer. We don't worry about it. He wants to say yes. Well, that pretty much says give him about $2 million more and he'll sign. And I think we will, to keep an integral piece of the offensive line in the building, because we're about to have a decent amount of roster turnover. But Rex Grossman, he's the one that, where are we at statistics? We're 7-0 this year. 11 touchdowns, 2 picks. So, honestly, he's on pace to kind of just have the years that he's been having. I think we bite the bullet on the side of we let this contract wait to the end of the year and we see where he's at and see if we feel comfortable. Do we go on a playoff run? Do we get a couple wins? Are we just close? Do we suck and blow it at the end of the season? Don't even make the playoffs? I think there's still a lot of variables that could help us weigh the decision of whether or not we want to commit to Rex Grossman for the next 4 years, or maybe even just look at a franchise tag situation and look at a quarterback maybe in 07 or 08. Like a motivated Rex Grossman. This is like the first weekly player of the week I think we've had in the last 3 years. And we get the doofer. Brown at safety is a hell of a game, but Rex Grossman with those 5 touchdowns against the Eagles as we bounce back after a couple game losing streak. And man, Mark Brunell looks a little different. As the 2006 season comes to a close, better known as Year 5, the Chicago Bears post our best record of the rebuild, 11-6. We finished with a top 10 offense. We finished with an almost a top 10 defense. We win our very first NFC North title. And we still have a gigantic dilemma on our hands as Rex Grossman continues just to be a solid quarterback. And do you ever pay a solid quarterback? I think I'm gonna put a caveat here. Number one, I'd like to franchise tag him. I feel like just having him for one more year. We have so much salary cap. We're not even gonna make a dent versus paying him a 4-year contract. But if we go on a playoff run, I'm gonna say, like, if we can go somehow to the NFC Championship game, I think we have to pay him. I think we have to give Rex Grossman a little bit more of a shot here. Running the ball, Anthony Thomas was solid, 1,200 yards, 6 touchdowns. Marty Booker killed it, 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns. 11 and 10 from Brandon Lloyd. Love to see some big development there. We got Winslow, we got Bernard Berrien. I don't know why Delaney Walker, who was clearly in the slot on our depth chart, didn't play in the slot. That's a bummer. That's frustrating. That makes no sense. Lunar tackles, Mike Brown was a big-time player. Brian Urlacher was a beast as well. We got Shropshire. So what I'm seeing here is our D tackle 2 is getting all the stats. So that's where we need to move Haloti Ngata. Haloti Ngata in the depth chart, for whatever reason, has to be D tackle 2, because that is just how the Bears are operating here, which is, it's annoying, but at least it's obvious enough that we can make it right. We can set the depth chart correctly to get our best players, put them in the best spot to make plays. RW records 3 picks for Sheldon Brown. Not a bad impact whatsoever after joining the team in free agency. For our first round matchup in the playoffs with the Carolina Panthers, who weren't particularly dominant at anything, but they have big-time players. You got Larry Johnson. You got Julius Peppers, one of the most dominated defensive ends of all time. But you can see there's almost a over 5 overall point difference between the teams. We're just different level, different beast than what the Panthers were able to do. Love to see Rex Grossman have a good game. 28-22, we win. We score a lot of points in the fourth. Look at Rex Grossman. Does have the pick, but 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. A lot more of that. We're going to continue this playoff journey. Brandon Lloyd had a good game. Bernard Berrien, Kellen Winslow getting on the score sheet for touchdowns. Lance Briggs over 10 tackles. 2 sacks from Nada, 2 sacks from Chris Canty. Let's freaking go. In the divisional round, we got the 12-5 Atlanta Falcons, who are a 73 overall. How in the hell are they in the playoffs? All right, they got a good defense, and they got Mike freaking Vick at quarterback. 99 overall. That's going to be tough to stop. We'll see. Oh, let's go, baby. A little bit of... we're going to have to pay Rex Grossman. I can't be a liar. His agent heard me say that if we got to the championship, I would pay him. Now, hey, the caveat can still be, I can still get what I want. I can pay him. I can pay him a franchise tag. Because that's not a great game by any means. It's not like Rex Grossman's been carrying us throughout this run. Urlacher with a bunch of tackles, not much pressures, not a great game. I mean, just a kind of meh game, all things considered, but a win is a win. Meh wins count the same as holy crap, we kicked the crap out of them type wins. And we are in the NFC Championship game here in Year 5 against the 9-8 New York Football Giants, who have a top 5 rushing offense, one of the better rushing defenses in the league. Super Bowl on the line. Bengals won. We have a player of the week. It's Lance Briggs. Don't know who won. How do I feel? Shit! Gary Collins. That's Gary Collins. Okay, sure. Rex Grossman. He's getting franchise tagged. There's no other way around. Love seeing Lance Briggs get a couple sacks. It's frustrating. We're the better team, man. The better team, they don't always win. I mean, good run. It was a good run. Got a couple playoff wins. Close to a Steve. We sniffed the Super Bowl. We'll be back before too long. Shout out the Bengals getting their first Super Bowl in franchise history in the 2006 season. So in closing, on a very successful season, close but no cigar type year, Delaney Walker, superstar dev. Cool. Fortunately for Marty Booker, he's getting to that point. Father time, 31 years old, loses his X Factor, drops, I think 3 points overall. Still a big-time player, still playing for us at a high level. The good news is that we have big-time development out of Brandon Lloyd. He is now an 81 with a star dev. I think Thomas went up a couple points. Rex Grossman is now an 84 overall. You know what? Even if we just kind of screw him a little bit by franchise taking him, the Kirk Cousins approach, he's earned the C on his chest. On the defensive side of the ball, we got Pecco, dev trait 75. Canty's been solid. Haloti Nata, 86 X Factor. Linebacking core still solid, even though we have to prepare for life with Colvin about to hit free agency. Brown is up to an X Factor after an outstanding season. McQuarters is off his normal dev up to a star. Secondary hasn't looked better. I think we go to this offseason. Honestly, we need to get a pass rusher. We probably should get a more natural, strong safety on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, maybe add another skill position player at wide receiver so we don't have to kind of get creative with our 2 tight ends. But this team's not a whole lot of pieces away, I don't think, for competing for a Super Bowl. Dude. He was red bar. Red bar on a 4-year deal. I just knocked down to 3 because he's going to decline this so I can get the franchise. He took it. It was like 3-year, $140 million. All right, we're stuck with him. So let's go to free agency. I got Rasheed Mathis at corner. We're losing R.W. McQuarters, so we need to add another body to the corner room. 2780 with a dev trait. And we're going to have a little bit of fun here. Randy Moss, 91. He's 30. It's up there in age a little bit. It says I'm the second offer. I'm easily the best offer. Expected value is 27 per year. The contract, we went very player friendly. I went 3 years, even though I only wanted 2. And I'm paying just dumb money. 37, 38. Like, I'm almost $10 million per year above expected. We're still not the first place team because there's 0 interest, but I'm at least trying. Because that'd go right in the thumbnail, man. Having Randy Moss on the Bears after terrorizing them as a Viking would be real cool. But I can't offer any more. Like, we're just going to hopefully stay in the hunt. All right, this is my max. If I can't get him, you can't say I wasn't trying. Expected value, 27.5 per year. I'm going 40. And that's because he does not want to come here. Maybe there's some sort of he can't do it. He can't do it to the Vikings. But I'll tell you right now, there is no way that Tampa's even remotely close. We are we're playing like the Jags here. We're going to have to overpay just to try to get this guy to come join our team. Oh, we're going to lose out on Rasheed Mathis. I don't think so. We'll go 5.6 and 4. Boom. Where's that put us? Right in the hunt. We get Rasheed Mathis. How are we? I can't go anymore. It'll destroy our roster. Come on. Impossible. The guy was offering at minimum $10 million a year more than the Bucks. Oh, the 2007 draft is breaking down right now. Wow. Enjoy that, Raiders. We got Joe Thomas going to the Chiefs. But the Raiders don't get Jamarcus Russell. They get Calvin Johnson. Wouldn't that be fun? Adrian Peterson, the Cowboys. That's kind of gross. Got Brady Quinn going to the Bucks. Enjoy that, Randy Moss. You get exactly what you deserve. Have fun with that situation. Revis Island to the Rams. Patrick Willis to the Cardinals. Paul Pazluzzi. We got Eric Weddle, who actually thought was supposed to be in our range because we need a safety. He would be a stud for us to go get a focus scout him. He's going pick 17. Lawrence Timmons, kind of like a hybrid linebacker there. I was scouting him just to come be pass rush. He's going to be gone before our pick. Joe Staley, we need a tackle. He's going to be gone before our pick. Ooh, beast mode. Oh, my God, dude. I mean, Greg Olson's still there. But, damn. So at pick 30 of the first round, we have everybody that is about to be shown as potential. I got Jacoby Jones at wide receiver. Wow. Zach Miller, He was with the Bears for a minute. Got Reggie Nelson at safety, who honestly might be best available. Ted Ginn. LaRon Landry. I mean, hey, LaRon, anytime you have a top 5 player still on the board, and he definitely can play strong safety, can't look that gift horse in the mouth. Number 16 in true value, getting him at pick 30. Some of the biggest he was gigantic. He was if you've never seen LaRon Landry play, I don't know how he passed drug tests. We'll say that. Now in the second round, we can get anyone that's within the top 90. Lamar Woodley at DN is looking pretty interesting. Everyone that is of Mebane he's probably the highest rated player if I had to guess. We have Corey Graham scouted, who's a second round talent and was actually a pick of the Chicago Bears this year. I think we got to do that. Continue to invest in the secondary. I wonder if we make that pick. Do you think? I think Lamar Woodley makes the most sense. A power move. We got to go pass rush because Devin Hester needs to get on the field. Drafted Devin Hester. We got to get him out there. Want to give him the opportunities. And if we just keep drafting DBs, we already went out and got a corner in free agency, which I think was a smart call. But I don't think we need to double up with our premium assets this offseason at corner. We want to get Hester on the field. We need pass rush help. So we bring in Lamar Woodley, number 35 in true value at 62. Let's go. Third round, we're going to double up with DB. We hit Deshaun Golson. I'm not going to lie, pretty much the only player available within our range. Number 43 in true value, getting at 94, coming to be a decent depth safety. Remember, at a point in time, man, he's at the Niners. He's one of the highest hitting safeties in the league. The 07 draft for our Chicago Bears looks to be, I mean, honestly, for the later round picks, just went with guys that had real player portraits. All things, if they had a player portrait and we needed depth of that spot, that's kind of why we pulled the trigger. Didn't get crazy ratings. Got Brandon Seiler, who's a Florida Gator legend. Got Alan Ball there late. 69 hidden dev trait for Deshaun Golson. Woodley 69 with the dev trait, and LaRon Landry. Kind of seeing why. Projected top 5 as far as true talent. Slipping to where he did. Well, the fact he's a 72. Maybe the word got out. Everyone that scouted him was like, oh, he's good, but, he's first round good, but probably not top 15 pick good. But he's going to get plenty of opportunities for us to make plays. As we start year number 6, a preview of the 2008 class. Players that are going to be entering the league, potentially available for our squad. Some of the big name quarterbacks, Matt Ryan, Joe Flacco, guys that have featured in a Super Bowl. Got Run DMC, Darren McFadden in the backfield. I mean, we are probably getting close to a spot here as we see Matt Forte. This is an outstanding year for a running back, but Matt Forte in particular could be a Chicago Bear we want to certainly look at targeting. He was a second-round pick for the Chicago Bears this season. Outside of that, kind of looking at their class here, was not great class for the Chicago Bears. Starting to notice a trend here, where the Bears might get one good player per draft. That is not nearly consistent enough. Oh, legend Peyton Hillis is there. Wide receivers position that we want to upgrade always. Deshaun Jackson and Jordy Nelson. That'd be kind of cool. But if Jordy Nelson didn't go to Green Bay, he went to Chicago. That's definitely a potential move that is in play. Offensive tackle is a need for us as well. You got Jake Long, Dwayne Brown, potentially could be in a range, assuming that we are going to be flirting with a playoff position. We got Sherless on the other side. Not going too crazy. I think Chris Williams actually was the first-round pick for the Bears this year. Who? Exactly. Defensively, Chris Long. Gerard Mayo, former head coach of the Patriots. Keith Rivers is there. He's a big-time freaking nature athlete. DRC, Aqib Talib in the secondary. Okay. Decent class. And I'm going to say for us, needs wide receiver. Could look offensive tackle. I will say on the topic of offensive tackle, we had to hit free agency because we couldn't find a good upgrade at tackle. Even anyone that I felt was up to our standards in free agency or the draft. Donald Penn was just chilling there. 24 years old, 76 with a dev trait now. He's going to get out of this contract. We have to pay him sooner or later. We're not going to get the luxury of him on a rookie deal or anything like that. But you're not going to find a better tackle on the open market with as much upside as Donald Penn could potentially bring to this team. Tell you what you love to do? You love to borderline mistakenly extend a question mark at quarterback to a 3-year deal, and then after going 11-6 and going to the NFC Championship game, then the following year, you're 1-6. What are we doing here? Now our salary cap's like not in a great spot. Like before, we've just had like an insane amount of I could throw as much money as I want at anybody. Now we gotta start thinking about budgeting. We don't need to pay Kellen Winslow because we have Delaney Walker. Definitely want to pay Stacey Andrews. Don't know what kind of contract he's looking for. 4-year, 50. There we go. Don't have to worry about that. There's a nice plug-and-play tackle. Reggie Austin's been a really, really reliable player for us, but 4 years at 30, he's already starting to regress. I think it's probably going to be best to wash our hands of that situation, especially on this down year. I don't want to be paying anybody. Team of frauds. Let's go, baby. I love it. I love just how unpredictable this team is. Put up the best record of the rebuild in year 5 last year. Come in year 6. Have only got better as a roster. 5-12. Credit where credit's due. Clearly, we'd assume the issue is Rex Grossman. We have a top 10 passing offense. It's our best unit on this entire team. We actually had the worst. We're going to have a very high pick. I'll tell you what, just because I saw someone, we did a rebuild earlier where the Jets, I think they went like 0-17. Like, oh, you cheesing there? We're organic. We're gonna embrace the fact that when you suck and you suck out of the blue and you get a good, it might potentially go your way or in your favor. We suck. Oh, the Chiefs. Of course, you can't get away from them. In realistic rebuilds, modern day rebuilds, you can't beat them. And then when you suck in the far, far past, they still fuck you over after the first pick. Oh my God, I hate them. Look at our stats. Old sexy Rexy here. Top 10 in yards passing, 24 touchdowns, 10 picks. We know Matt Ryan and Joe Flacco at quarterback are available in this draft. We'll probably have to, think about it. I'm leaning towards not, because it's just maybe a down year, an off year, but you never know. Our run game is soft, but Thomas is starting to get to probably that ceiling as far as he's going to go. I actually think he regressed like a point last year. What was he, 28? 20. So, I mean, he's at that age for a running back that, hey, run game season the class, who's an incredible player at Arkansas. Could consider ageless wonder Marty Booker, still killing it. Brandon Lloyd was solid. Kellen Winslow, Delaney Walker. We got our 2 tight end punch, even though Winslow's about to hit free agency. Delaney is just going to have a much more expanded role next season. Urlacher was a tackle machine. We got our sacks on point. Haloti Nata, 8 in D-tackle 2. So D-tackle 2 apparently is like the slot wide receiver of the defense here for this Bears defense. Haloti Nata, D-tackle 2, 87 tackles, 31 TFLs and 12 sacks. Incredible. 23 TFLs, 10 sacks from the rookie Lamar Woodley, who honestly should be running away with Defensive Rookie of the Year. And, hey, Deshaun Golson, the rookie safety with 2 picks. Devin Hester, in his first year, kind of starting in the slot, over 100 tackles and 2 picks as well. Dude, we're getting robbed. Like every award. Robbery. And the Jags get a Super Bowl before the Bears? Come on. And to start the offseason, we're going to decline the 5th-year option on Logan Mankins because we're going to hopefully get him a big-time contract extension next season for one of the best guards in the NFL. A lifeless free agency period has us just going right towards the draft, where Chris Long is projected to be the #1 overall pick. Absolutely no chance we're looking at Verdon Golson. Matt Ryan, top 5 talent, is on the board. Don't really need Mr. Flacco if we are going to consider quarterback. Calais Campbell on the board. Could be, maybe. Chris Johnson, Jonathan Stewart. I would hate to see Matt Forte going in the first round, which he's not. But if we do want a Jordy Nelson or Deshaun Jackson, we're going to have to severely overdraft them. But still within house rules if we want to do that. Mock draft holds true. Chris Long goes first overall. The Chicago Bears on the clock. Oh, man. Who are the? I'm thinking, who the hell are the quarterbacks that we got next year? Like, if I pass on Matt Ryan, right? And then next year, we're a year closer to getting out of Rex Grossman's contract. Like, what are the quarterbacks the next, like, 2 seasons, and how do they compare to Matt Ryan? So we pass on Matt Ryan this year, next year's top quarterback, and not only that, we have to be sure that we suck so that we have a chance within like a top 5, if not the outright number 1 pick. Matt Stafford is in next year's class. That'd be an interesting wrinkle. Or if we wait 2 years when Rex Grossman's contract just naturally expires, the 2010 class, that's the one that had Sam Bradford, Tim Tebow, Jimmy Clausen. I think, honestly, the fact that we are here picking at pick 2, and all the players that I would want, all the players I'd feel real good about selecting at this spot. I think Aqib Talib could make sense. I think Matt Forte, Deshaun Jackson, Jordy, like, those are all guys that, like, throwing Calais Campbell might be there in the second round. We might have a chance because we have the second pick to get them in the second round. I think, and if all those quarterbacks, I think I'd probably take Stafford over Matt Ryan, especially with the context of, like, hey, let's steal him away from the D. But there's just absolutely no guarantee that, because we were 11-6 a year ago, and then this year we're 5-12. So if it's just kind of a yin and yang, and then next year we go 8-9 or something like that, and then it's just way too expensive to trade up to get Stafford. If we were just gambling on that, you know, we have a for sure thing here in Matt Ryan. You look at it, 6'5", all A's, great throw power. And if you are going to manage having an underperforming, expensive rookie, franchise quarterback, the way that you work around that is by drafting a quarterback and getting him on a rookie contract. So, with the number 2 pick, the 2008 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears hopefully land a franchise quarterback in Matt Ryan, who is number 1 in true value for the class. They got his face scan. That is badass. I love seeing it. See, now that we're getting into the more modern, we're going to have those assets in Madden that's going to kind of start to pull this all together. We're not going to have, with all due respect, like, you know, a Chinese Lance Briggs. God bless. That'd be great if he was that, you know? But we got Matt Ryan live and in the flesh, and hopefully he's the man that can bring us to a Super Bowl. The bad news is both Deshaun Jackson and Jordy Nelson went in the first round. We got Eddie Royal. He was real good for the... I mean, that'd be a fun pick. But that's kind of the bad news. The good news is Matt Forte is still there. Bears legend. Yep, we're going to retool the offense right now. This is going to go back, I think, in like 2-3 years' time. Maybe in 4 years. Maybe even at the end of this. This will be the pivotal year. These are going to be, hopefully, players that are legendary in real life, that become legendary in this save for the Chicago Bears. And Matt Forte, number 37 in true value, getting him at 34. Beast, man. Do it all. Might as well count him. He's just a weapon. He's our running back 1 and like our wide receiver 3. Not technically a legend, but he was a member of the Bears. I need a linebacker. He's the only linebacker that has a face scan. We're going to make it happen. He at least has some tenure with the Bears. I feel like he was 2 years, 3 years. It was like him and like Danny Trevathan, I believe, were the 2 linebackers. So we're looking at bringing in Wesley Woodyard late, number 134 in true value, but we do roll a dev trade on the very athletic linebacker out of Kentucky. Over a draft recap. Overall, strong draft, I think. Same kind of story. Went for, got Jerome Simpson. Remember, he had that huge, insane hurdle play with the Bengals. But for, I mean, needed depth wide receiver, player portrait. That's kind of, you know, what we are looking for. Wesley Woodyard at linebacker, good depth. We got Dan Carpenter. We needed a starting kicker in the 7th round. 71. He also has a hidden dev trait, which is a great pull. Matt Forte, only a 70 overall. Got a long ways to go. But we all know the talent that he possesses. And then Matt Ryan, the number 1 overall player in the class, 80 overall. Look at him. Immediately, we'll put the C on his chest. Your quarterback won. Sorry, Rex Grossman, but, you know, you shouldn't have went 5-12. Here's my defense to Rex Grossman. Anyone watching this is like, come on, C4, give Rex Grossman another chance. Rex Grossman played our team. He led our team in a position to draft Matt Ryan at number 2. Sorry, you played yourself into your replacement. Will it bounce back off a 5-12 season, year number 7 for the Chicago Bears? Here, the 2008 season. Got Matt Ryan, Matty Ice at quarterback. Matt Forte. We have Marty Booker, ageless wonder, but I am starting, like, if we're looking at, like, where we need to go, I think adding some youth to the wide receiver room. We tried doing that if Deshaun Jackson or Jordan Nelson was going to fall, but I think that's going to be a priority, getting some more skill position players, younger skill position players that can grow. Who's going to be Matt Ryan's Julio Jones? That's what we're going to have to find here. The O-line's coming together. What a steal getting Donald Penn when we did. Mankins, you got to get ahead of a contract extension this year. It's going to be very, very expensive. Kreutz, unfortunately, has been regressing just a little bit. Love to see Delaney Walker really emerge here. Defensively, well, Lamar Woodley just had not a lot of development over the offseason, coming off a runner-up for defensive rookie of the year performance, double-digit sacks. So I think if he continues that again, we're gonna be loving it. Same with Haloti Ngata. He was dominant last season. Not a whole lot of growth and development just quite yet, but I'm not seeing a single weakness on this defense. Maybe it's not an S-tier unit, but all things considered, this is very much an 11-6 team than it is a 5-12 team, which is the record we earned last year. So hopefully Matt Ryan is going to be that rocket that straps to the side of this program and can bring us to a deep playoff run, even right now as a rookie quarterback. Now that we're in year 7, taking a look at the 2009 draft, talked about it, Matt Stafford, first overall pick. And I'm going to, there's a chance that we could have been in play for him, given that if we were as bad as we were last year with Roseman remaining as our starting quarterback, just there's a hypothetical potentially that could line up of Matt Ryan or Stafford. Did we make the right call at quarterback? But the fact of the matter is, Matt Ryan was available to us. We don't know if Stafford would be. So you're kind of gambling on the note. It'd be one of those gambles where we don't get Stafford, but we suck. And then you're stuck there. You're like, oh, well, Mark Sanchez. I will say, at some point, I think trying to revive the career of Pat White will be a pretty fun experience in a rebuild. But we're not really going to need that. Wide receiver is a need for us. Jeremy Maclin, Michael Crabtree, Percy Harvin. Ooh, that would be fun. Mike Wallace is in this class. Kenny Britt, Brian Hartline. Anyone like Julian Edelman there as a UDFA? Okay. I mean, there's some boys there for sure. Offensively, I mean, I'm happy with our O-line, the state of the O-line. Defensively, I think it's not a particularly strong class like early on. B.J. Raji going top 10. He was a great player for the Green Bay Packers, obviously. We got Clay Matthews, who would be fun. Could be in our range at 19 for sure. Brian Cushing at linebacker, like throw some youth. Brian Urlacher's not getting any younger. Brian Orakpo at pass rush could be an interesting option. Into the secondary, we have Mr. Retire at halftime, Vontae Davis, D-Butt from the McAfee Show. Jairus Byrd is there. There's no way Bradley Fletcher was a first-round pick. One of the worst corners I have ever seen play for the Philadelphia Eagles. At safety, Malcolm Jenkins is there. That could be in play. Brown's not getting any younger, who we got back there. But all in all, I hope that we are playing ourselves out of the range for some of these top players, because Matt Ryan is the truth. It can get us double-digit wins and into the playoffs. Because we declined the 5th-year option on Mankins, want to get ahead of that contract as early as we can, and a little bit of growing pains for Matt Ryan as he starts in the NFL. We are 1-2, coming off at least a win here over the Rams, so hopefully that can be some momentum to kind of close things out. $157 million of available salary cap, but we got a lot of players worth paying. Now, Anthony Thomas, I'm glad we got Matt Forte. I didn't know that he was in a contract year. Probably should have, but that's good that we have, a pretty much insta replacement in place. Chris Canty at the end has been honestly solid for us. If he takes this offer, I don't have any worries about it, but I'm not going to get in a bidding war. He's just a role player, a solid role player, but nothing more than a role player. I like our depth at corner right now. Brandon Lloyd has been really solid for us. I have no problem giving him 3 years. Try to keep some consistent weapons with Matt Ryan. Donald Penn was a steal in free agency. Now he wants $200 million. I can't do that. We got Sean Andrews at guard wanting 93. Mike Brown at safety wanting 82. Logan Mankins wanting 103. And Brian Urlacher wanting a lot of money. Urlacher has to get paid, so we'll get him first. We got Mankins at 26. You just can't have $200 million worth of guards, I don't think. So, unfortunately, I think we'll... Can we get Mike Brown on a 2-year? Wow. Okay, well... 30, man, there's just no way at 34 he's still going to be valuable to this team. How much is he looking for? Honestly, I think we just take that money, we pay Sean Andrews. That's what we'll do. And we're going to keep our young upside players still on the roster. And we're going to build a goddamn wall in front of Matt Ryan to aid in his development. In our first year with Matt Ryan, the Matt Ryan era, Matty Ice era in Chicago, we are back to our 11-6 record. We have a top 10 offense, top 5 rushing offense, probably the best passing yards we've had to date, an elite run defense, solid over. I mean, our pass defense needs to be better, absolutely. But with a rookie quarterback, that's one of the most efficient seasons. That's got to be the most and best touchdown interception ratio a rookie quarterback's ever had. Now, am I a little concerned that may be the ceiling of our offense right now? And do we need to potentially look at pivoting to a more upsidey offense? It's in the cards, but that's not bad. I will say, though, I'm going to put my foot down. I see the comments. Most people agree when I make a move. I'd say 97% of people, when I'm like, we got to change coordinators, this is bad, are like, yeah, that makes sense. I do the same thing. Yeah, it's realistic. And if the offense is playing that bad, a coordinator would be fired and you look elsewhere. But there's still always the vocal minority. Like, I'd like to see you win with this playbook. I get the challenge. That's probably a rebuild within itself. But as long as playbooks have as big of an influence as they do in these videos, I do it the right way. I don't just go out and switch to an offense. There has to be a coordinator available for me to move to a certain specific playbook. But the biggest thing for me, as we look at Matt Ryan, who's a freaking X Factor, is I have to do everything in my power, as he has freaking freight train. I have to do everything in my power to make sure that my offense does not cannibalize his development. Because he should be, honestly, like the Matt Ryan that we knew that lit up the league with the Atlanta Falcons. He should do and have the opportunity to do that here. And I'm not going to let a fucking playbook cannibalize what we've been able to build and draft. Now, 26-2 for a rookie season. I'm not hitting the panic button yet. We have really good rushing numbers. Matt Forte as a rookie, 1,300 yards, 11 touchdowns. We got 12 from Anthony Thomas. That is very awesome to see. And if we can have these rushing numbers, and, hey, maybe we get 4,000 yards passing. If we can get those touchdowns into the low 30s and we keep the interceptions as efficient as Matt Ryan was, we'll rock and roll with it. But if this is continually going to be an offense where it's like Matt Ryan's going for, 22 to 27 touchdowns every year, we got to find someone that can maximize our quarterback a little bit better, regardless of the run game, because we got a franchise quarterback. No 1,000-yard receiver. Good year for Brandon Lloyd. I mean, Marty Book is just at that spot where he's regressing. But that's not bad. Simpson, 800 yards. Delaney Walker was solid. Maybe get Matt Forte a little bit more utilized in the pass game. Defensively, tackles all over the place. Love to see Devin Hester over 100 tackles. Sacks, we get 11 on 23 TFLs from Hello Dinata. However, outside, Pekka with 36 TFLs. A monster against the run. Lamar Woodley was solid, but the sacks overall need to... I don't know. Do we need to continue to just keep swinging for the fences there and trying to find a pass rush? 4 picks for Sheen Mathis, 2 from Devin Hester. It's kind of cool seeing a defensive MVP. Definitely one of the biggest improvements from this franchise mod is, if regardless of position, if you have an insane season, you're going to get honored as such. What did Justin... let's see. What is a D tackle have to do to get, 20-some sacks, break the sack record? Holy shit! Yeah, that's an MVP. Bears are all over the place for Offensive Rookie of the Year voting. We got Jerome Simpson in the top 5, Matt Ryan in the top 3, and Matt Forte outright wins the award, very much deserved. And in the first round of the playoffs, the debut of Matt Ryan in the playoffs as a rookie, we get the Washington Commanders. We are a better team. They have a good defense, 83 overall, but overall, as teams and rosters, the Chicago Bears are the more talented. It'd be great to get that first win of the Matt Ice era, and we do. 38-10. We get Thomas, our RB2. We just ran the football down their throats. Anytime your RB2 gets 93 yards and 4 times, he's our power back, so we still utilize him quite a bit. I mean, we got so much depth. And it feels like every time I check this, Mark Brunell, this alternate universe, Mark Brunell, he's got to be a Hall of Famer. All right, to the division round, we get the 14-3 Seattle Seahawks. We have the #1 offense. Sean Alexander is still absolutely killing it. Defensively, they're pretty good as well. I think we match up well overall. Shit, you can't give up a 50 bomb in the playoffs, you know? Shout out Lance Briggs, trying his best. You can't do that. Derek Carr, David Carr. Ugh. But for our roster, who has a good mix of veterans and young guys, the Young Bucks are looking like they're certainly going to be the pillars that can carry this team going forward. As Matt Ryan keeps his X Factor, 82 X Factor. Matt Forte, the reigning, defending Offensive Rookie of the Year. Mankin still has his best football ahead of him. Sean Andrews got a new contract, best football ahead of him. Delaney Walker still keeps his superstar. I definitely think a priority, though, is going to be trying to get a wide receiver sooner than later in this upcoming draft. Or maybe we finally get a good role in free agency. And unlike Randy Moss, they will want to actually join our football program here. Struggling on the defensive side to get development out of Lamar Woodley and Canty, which has been a bummer. But luckily, Haloti Ngata has been an absolute juggernaut on the defense. So that has been able to help us going forward. And then obviously we have very, very high level of linebacker play. I mean, 11-6 this year, I kind of feel like that's only the beginning. And I think with Matt Ryan now as our quarterback, unless we truly are going to have an issue with our offensive scheme next year, I think we, above 500, like 9 wins, 10 wins should be our floor for the foreseeable future, especially if we continue to draft as well as we are. To start the offseason, we're going to decline the 5th-year option on Haloti Ngata so we can pay him week 3 of next year. We have Mike Brown at safety. Donald Penn actually regressed this year a point with the new mod tool. You know what? I keep referencing this mod tool just because I don't know. I tried just screen recording it, and I can't get it to really fit in my capture software. I could probably figure it out. If it's something that you guys would want to see in a video, me kind of break it down, it is kind of insane in a way. It's kind of franchise mode on steroids. I might do a little bit of a breakdown, but I'm still learning. This is the first time I've ever really utilized it. It's because it's kind of like been the go-to for the PC mod community, especially the communities that I'm involved with for their franchise modes. And I've just predominantly done my franchises on console, so I haven't really had it at my disposal. But now that I'm starting to use it, goddamn man, it is pretty cool. It kind of handles all. It's too hard to explain, but essentially it handles all of the progression and regression and free agency in this game, and it's incredible. I don't want to keep gassing it up because I'm not going to have the video. I'm going to say this, and everyone's going to be like, well, what's he talking about? And there's no video on the channel. I think I will do a little bit of a breakdown, but I also need to understand it a little more myself, and I think by the time that we're through our 20-plus years of this rebuild, I'll have a full grasp of it. But if you are on PC, franchise, and you are clicking like all the links that I'm leaving below to use this mod and use this retro, there's also going to be the link to use the franchise. You have to use the franchise tool with these rosters. This is how it's set up, and it is awesome. Cosign. We need a wide receiver, and unfortunately, the Roddy Whites and Anquan Bolds of the world did not pan out as good as they did in real life, and we have just not much there. It goes with pass rush. Get the veteran and LeVar Arrington, still an absolute baller. Got Okafor here, Chike Okafor. Never heard of him. That's kind of what happens with these. And I think that's a good thing. It's kind of happens when you're reinventing the NFL. There's going to be guys you never heard of that actually just for whatever reason, right time, right place, will pop off. And I think that's interesting. That forever, like Anquan Bolden, who should be incredible, just didn't work out in this rebuild. There's also obscure players that turn into absolute beasts. Ooh, Ed Reed's there. That's a little interesting. John Abraham at pass rush. Let's see if we can, I'm willing. I'd move him to DN. I think he'd be good in our scheme. Wow, we're not even remotely on the short list, huh? Okay. Look towards the draft. So take a look at the 2009 mock draft. Who is projected to go where? Matt Stafford, franchise quarterback of the Giants. Got Mark Sanchez going to the Niners. Now, for our positions, wide receiver, pass rush, tackle. Those, all of the most premier positions in the league. Excluding quarterback, that's what we need. Arakpo would be awesome. He's going top 10. Clay Matthews, who I fully scouted, he would be awesome to steal away from just Green Bay Packers lore. But he is going way out of our range. Eugene Monroe's one of the top tackles that we scouted. He's taken up one of our spots. Percy Harvin would be awesome, but he's going within the division, potentially to the Detroit Lions, which would be absolutely brutal. Michael Orr, another tackle that'd be a great fit for us. He's going at pick 22. Connor Barber, potential pass rusher, is going at 24. And we're just down here. Hey, Crabtree wouldn't be bad. Vollmer, also in line for sure. Malcolm Jenkins, after letting Brown walk to free agency. Safeties also need. So there are some really interesting players available at 28. And I think we'll stay put there. We won't bother trading up. The only player I would have traded up for would have been full-on bias. Give me Percy Harvin. He's going pick 12. Little rich for our blood. So let's see who's available right now. We still got Michael Crabtree. I mean, the point is, I guess, as we will let the clock run, give us a little bit of drama here, is what is our biggest priority? I think you look at our team right now, we don't have a left tackle. That's an issue, because at least if we don't go wide receiver early, we got Booker and Lloyd. We'll be fine again for another year, and we can kind of punt wide receiver maybe to next year, because that's when likely Booker's going to be at his expiration date. So tackle, it's still, wide receiver still a need, but tackle is a bigger need. Defensively, we have Golston as cover for safety, so that's not as big of a priority. Clearly need a D-end, a starting D-end. Clearly need a potential third corner. So I'd like D-end and tackle would be number 1 and number 2, and then secondary needs would be wide receiver, corner. But still, I mean, hey, looking at, though, he's still got Crabtree. He's on the board. He had an insane career at Texas Tech. One of the best college wide receivers I've ever seen. As far as tackles are concerned, we still got Jason Smith, who was a bust. Some second-round picks. Got Phil Loadholt in the second round. Like, maybe we trade up in the second round to ensure we can get one of those tackles. Connor Barwin's still there if we want to go pass rush. Corners kind of butt cheeks. You know what? Like, looking at the value, I think the value says go Crabtree now and see if we can get a tackle in the second round, even if we got to be a little bit aggressive. So one of the most productive college wide receivers of all time, Michael Crabtree, number 43 in true value at 28. A little bit of a reach, but easily will have the most upside out of any player in our wide receiver room going forward. All right, I said I'm going to trade in the second round to get a tackle. Well, Vollmer goes at 29. If Loadhout goes in the first round, I'm going to say an F word. A big F word. Malcolm Jenkins goes. Luis Vazquez. I don't want to have to try to trade for the first pick. How far can we go? All right, let's call the Niners. And we're able to strike a deal going up about 20 spots. 23, 24, whatever it is. It cost me a 4th this year and a 4th next year. Ain't too shabby, knowing that we're going to go get someone that we fully scouted at a position of need that is going to be absolute plug and play. Phil Loadholt, who is an outstanding run blocker for the Minnesota Vikings. Who also, I'm pretty sure, he went to Miami, right? Number 40 in true value. Dude, oh, no, he didn't. Who's the guy? Man, there was a tackle. Oh, that's going to be a little bit of trivia. It wasn't Orlando Pace. I don't know why I'm confusing with Loadhout. That was like Heisman. He was on like the Heisman short list. Like he was 8th in Heisman voting for a tackle. That's going to bug the shit out of me. But Loadout there. No depth traits rough, but the rating should be pretty good. And he'll plug and play for us at left tackle. It was Bryant McKinney, who also went to the Vikings. That's why I'm mixing it up. Bryant McKinney. Here we go. Going to intro another Bear. Suffered a brutal injury, but Zach Miller was pretty good. There was a point in time where he was like like a top 12 tight end in the league for the Bears. Take a look at our draft recap. I think another thing that I really do think these draft classes could be a little more optimized for fun. Not to say make them more overpowered, but, you know, the 70s are a little low for guys that were pretty damn good. But 59 on Zach Miller. At least he has the dev trait. Got AQ Shipley as depth. Chris Clemens at safety in the 3rd round, 69 with 96 speed, 98 acceleration. It's absolutely just ridiculous off the charts. But Loadholt, 70. Maybe not a brutal pick for a second, but there's no way Michael Crabtree's a 70 overall, man. He's 75, 76 every day of the week. That was the Chicago Bears as a program going into year 8 of this rebuild, 2009 season. The 2010 draft class has a lot of talent. It is some of the best players. Ndamukong Suh's maybe the best defensive player I've ever seen play football at the college level. Eric Bear's a stud. Trent Williams, Gerald McCoy. You got some like what ifs, you know, if CJ Spiller could have stayed healthy. You got Joe Hayden in this class, Brandon Graham, Earl Thomas. I mean, for our team, for our program, we're going to be looking at wide receiver for sure. That's where you got the late, great Demaryius Thomas, Des Bryant, Golden Tate, kind of, I mean, he's kind of a bitch. But you got Emmanuel Sanders, Eric Decker. That could be fun. AB potentially would be real fun. As a team, Loadheld's kind of a wet fart of a pick, so that might not necessarily eliminate us from going tackle, even though we traded up. There's a couple tackles for sure. Don't think we'll be bad enough to be in range of getting Trent Williams. Pass rush is always and forever will be a need for our program. JPP is projected to be a top 10 pick. Just ain't much there on that side. And on the other side, what do we got? Everson Griffin, Carlos. Ooh. Little Gator bias right there. I love Carlos down that. Brandon Graham could be a good fit. On the opposing side, I mean, you get Navarro Bowman at linebacker. No real pass rushers. I mean, not a great role for edge rushers, to be honest with you. It's also time, clearly, we can move Rex Grossman off the roster. Still has starting quarterback capabilities. So the Raiders are offering us a future second-round pick and a 7th down the line. I think you're not going to get much better value than that. So appreciate you, Rexy, for everything you did. Thanks, bud. About mid-season of the 2009 campaign, the Bears are 6-4. Not necessarily running away with it, but competitive. None the least. Look at our rankings. Are all in a very, very good spot. And we are tied for first place in the division. I should actually sim this one. This is a gigantic game for first place on the line. Well, let's look at some contracts. Maybe that's what happens. We have an unmotivated roster that just want to get paid money. Now, we don't have a lot of pending free agents. We got Marty Booker, who's still just hanging on for a 3-year deal, huh? I don't think we can reach those demands, if I'm being honest with you. We have Devin Hester, who I would like to keep in the building, continue to develop him as a nickel corner. So we got him locked in for 3 seasons. We got Pekka, who's actually been like really, really solid and consistent. Like big time like what do you have, 36 TFLs last year. So I think worthy of a contract extension. I think, wow, how much more would he want? I don't think we're super far apart. Delaney Walker, development hasn't really been there, but if he ever does kind of pop off, he does have the dev trade in place, and his production's been serviceable. Now, Elodie Nada is pretty much, there you go, very player friendly. You got to come here. I don't know how much more we need. Might be $1 or $2 million apart, but you ain't going nowhere. We're actually about $4 million apart on Elodie Nada's contract, but we got that one across the line. For 2009, Chicago Bears go 9-8, but enough to scratch and claw themselves to the final playoff spot. And at least we got a ticket, and Matt Ryan has yet to fail in making the playoffs in an NFL season. And the production's up. 34 touchdowns, 4 picks, 4,100 yards. No complaints. Our run game, solid. Not as good as it was a year ago, but we have no complaints. Passing game, Michael Crabtree, rookie campaign, 90 catches, 1,200 yards, 12 touchdowns, putting himself in prime position for an Offensive Rookie of the Year award. Over 1,000 yards for Marty Booker in his final year as a Bear, unless those numbers come way down before free agency starts. Brandon Lloyd was solid. Delaney Walker was also solid. Defensively, Urlacher was a tackle machine. Haloti Ngata was 38 TFLs, 11 sacks. We also got Pekka on that long-term contract extension. These guys are freaks. Lamar Woodley was solid, not spectacular, as Rasheed Mathis leads the team with 4 picks. Very low interception numbers. Got to improve upon that. Let's go, Michael Crabtree, Offensive Rookie of the Year. And in the wildcard round, the Rams had a better record, but you look at the team, we are better in every single category. That's on paper, but this game is not played on paper, and we got fucking embarrassed. What is that, 29-7. Ugh. Man, we are No matter what way you want to look at it, dude, we are pissing away years of some of our best players. So as we close out our lockers on a very disappointing campaign, we had good growth and development. Michael Crabtree finishes his rookie campaign as an 86 superstar. Matt Ryan went up a couple points to an 86 as well. Stacey Andrews gained a superstar dev. I was surprised to see that pop up on the progression tool, but I ain't going to complain. As on the downside, Mankins regressed 1 point. Olin Kreutz regressed a couple points. So ultimately, I feel like we're kind of just breaking even on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively, nothing too crazy. Honestly, the way Peck was playing probably should be popping up dev. We lost a dev trait on Wesley Woodyard. Brian Urlacher is holding on, man. He's getting up there in age. I don't know if we're going to be able to get him a Super Bowl ring, which is very unfortunate. But as long as he keeps holding on, we're going to keep trying. In this case, for Landry, I'm actually going to pick up the 5th-year option because I haven't seen him really make a whole lot of plays, so I'm not sure if I want to guarantee and commit a lot of money to him. Free agency, as kind of always, is butt cheeks, and I think from here on out, because I don't want to do this every single year, I'll show you if there's cool free agents, because we'll likely be in for them. But when we just get a bunch of roles, we're like, and I would say almost the downside of having a mod like this that takes so much control and breaks away from the development cycle of like just default Madden, which has its pros and cons. I'm definitely noticing, you know, the star talent that is coming into the league via the draft is just not developing elsewhere. Like, Andre Johnson should at no point at 29 years old be an 84 star dev, right? Down here, we got Steve Smith, like that Steve Smith. He kind of sucks. Reggie Wayne kind of sucks in the 70s. I mean, they're older, but, you know, kind of my vibe right now is, I think overall, cool tool. Cool to have a different experience when I'm playing on PC and doing like a modded franchise like this. But there's also an element of like keeping it too realistic and maybe more so balancing the fun out a little bit. I don't know. But there is just so many stars. Like what we got down here, a couple other ones. Where I was just like, all right, what do we got on the defensive side? Like, oh, Vince Wilfork's a 76. So he never developed, even though it's Vince freaking Wilfork. Oh, we got Jared Allen, a Hall of Famer. Oh, he sucks. And the fact that I'm like, oh, Robert Mathis is nothing special. Like, the fact that I'm saying that to more players than not, I don't know why that is happening. I don't think that's ideal, I'll say. But is what it is. A series like this, a rebuild like this, that we're going 20 freaking years, it's always was going to be through to the draft is how we're going to improve our team, not striking gold in free agency. But yeah, just an update. I won't be showcasing free agency every single offseason if it's butt cheeks like this. Take a look at the final 2010 mock. Man, the Chiefs are kind of shit. They've had a lot of top picks. They're getting into Ndamukong Suh. Sam Bradford going to the Jets. Trent Williams going to the Bills. We got Gerald McCoy to the Niners. JPP to the Vikings. Eric Berry to the Saints. Brandon Graham, who I thought he was going to be available in the 20s around where we're picking. He's going top 10 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. We got Earl Thomas going to the Bucks. Gronk going to the Cardinals. We are projected to get Derek Morgan, who is, not going to lie, probably not going that way. Especially with Demaryius Thomas and Carlos Dunlap on the board. Those guys are a little more, oh, come on. You can't do my boy Tebow dirty like that. So, sitting and waiting to pick 21 in the draft. Draft order, I mean, that last mock draft actually wasn't 100% accurate for sure. Like, there's players that did not go in that order, so that's always cool. Still gives us an idea. Look at the players. We have Dez Bryant, Demaryius Thomas still available. Wide receiver. We came out and said, but the fact that Michael Crabtree popped off the way that he did, like, that's our wide receiver one. I'm not saying not to go Dez Bryant, but what I am saying is come pick 40, 50 something that we're picking, like, is an Antonio Brown or Emmanuel Sanders going to be available? Do we gamble on that? Kind of think that we do, even though AB's kind of lost his mind a little bit. Gronk is still on the board. Oh, dude. I'll tell you this right now. How many years did we just re-signed Delaney Walker, didn't we? Shit. So we got another 3 years left. Oh, we kind of made our bed in that one. What do we got? A pass rush. So we could punt on wide receiver. We still got Carlos Dunlap, he's close enough within my house rule of 30 that's not ridiculous. He was getting mocked in the first round, not to us. Earl Thomas is still there. That's a baller. I'm gonna go down that. We're gonna show some Gator bias. He's one of the best pass rushers I've ever seen at the University of Florida. Went on, had a great career with the Cincinnati Bengals. Ends up being number 28 in true value, getting him at pick 21. By the time you get a 6'6", 280-pound pass rusher with 89 acceleration, 84 speed, 85 strength, you're gonna be pretty optimistic that he's gonna be a beast for you. Well, you know what? If I have to give credit where credit's due, the AI is drafting the shit out of these players. As we got to the second round, Earl Thomas, Demaryius Thomas, Des Bryant, Golden Tate, Antonio Brown, Manuel Sanders, like all the players, like yes, we'll take any of them. All fucking gone. So what do we got left? We got to pick through the scraps. Taylor Mays is there, Madden legend. What do we got at wide receiver? I mean, we can't get Eric Decker yet. Is there like someone like a UDFA? Victor Cruz is there. Okay. It's one of those things, man. I always like looking back at it. Should have just said screw it and drafted Gronk. Just gone BPA. With where we're at, Roger Saffold might actually not be a bad pick now. And I would guilt-free move him to guard because that's where he played mostly. But if he has a dev trait, might just have a higher ceiling than Phil Loadholt. Everson Griffin is there, 30. I mean, that also could check out for pass rush help. On the other side of Dunlap. Bowman. What's this? This is pick 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. That's technically like in range. We don't have an Urlacher successor, and he's regressing like 4 points a season. I think we do it. Navarro Bowman, number 29 in true value at pick 53 out of Penn State. Then we have the second round pick we got for Mr. Rex Grossman. And with that, I think Roger Saffold makes a whole lot of sense, especially if it's a dev trait, gives us more upside at tackle. But he has versatility all across the O-line. 150. Ugh. It's not a good pick at all. God damn. Not gonna lie, I was like just double checking. Like, who do the Bears actually draft this year? Anyone good? This is the year they didn't have any first or second round pick. They drafted Major Wright out of Florida. Was probably their best get. Just not. I wonder if he's still there. I mean, sure, why not? Why not let history repeat itself a little bit? I'll take as many Gators as I can get. Major Wright, 120 in true value at pick 85. Got that Gator speed. Ooh, nice little get here in the fifth round. Brandon LaFell had like a decent career in the NFL. I think mostly with the Patriots, but he pulls a dev trait, surprisingly. So take a look at our draft recap. Again, you gotta just change and shift your perspective a little bit, knowing that these draft classes are nothing like what we use in our Madden realistic rebuild. So like anything in the 70s is a really, really solid pick. We got Mitch Unrein late. I remember he was on the Bears for a minute. Got Walter Thurman, Brandon LaFell, 61, has the dev trait, 65 overall for Major Wright. Roger Saffold, 63. That's a brutal rating for a guy I'm pretty sure made a couple Pro Bowls, but is what it is. Navarro Bowman in the second round, a likely successor to Brian Urlacher on the defense, 71 with the dev trait. And we get Carlos Dunlap, 71 hidden dev, likely and almost certainly a day one pass rusher starting on this defense. 3-9 for the Chicago Bears. Back-to-back playoff seasons, but only one playoff win. So we need to, we're looking at this team right now. Definitely offensively. I mean, I guess Lowenhold is kind of sticking out like a sore thumb a little bit, but for the most part, this is a very complete offense that can run and throw the football. So I have no issues that they're going to play at a high level. Defensively, got some great pieces. 2U rookies are going to start in Dunlap and Navarro Bowman. I think it's going to add a different dimension to our pass rush. Nata has been an incredible playmaker, and I'd like to see this team rally here a little bit. Be like, we got to do it for Urlacher, man. How many years does he got left? 32 years old, maybe he stays till he's 33, 34, 35, 3 at the max. We got to get him a ring. Look at what is in the future. The 2011 class, regarded as one of the best classes of all time. Von Miller, Cam Newton, Julio Jones, Patrick Peterson, Marcel Darius, Alden Smith. Like when he was on the field was ridiculous. You had AJ Green, JJ Watt, Ryan Kerrigan, Robert Quinn. Not who I remember the Bears took this dude. Like, not a great draft to look back upon if you're a Bears fan. We're going to change that history if we suck. And if we're really good, we're going to have to try to find a stud. Maybe Cam Jordan would be a great get. Mike Pouncey's there. Tyron Smith is a late pick, who would be incredible. Cam Hayward. We got Nate Solder at tackle. I mean, plenty of options. Plenty of studs. Who did the Bears actually... The Bears, I know they got Gabe Karimi. They also got Steven Paella. Remember, he like broke the bench press record. Chris Conti. Oh my God, dude. I did not realize how terrible the Bears are at drafting. Very hot start for the Chicago Bears, who, the more I look at our opponents as we sim through, there's a lot of teams that are like at that 80 bubble. The fact, like 82, you might not look crazy. Again, you gotta rescale what we do and what we present in like our Madden console rebuilds, our realistic rebuilds, and anything else. Like everything else is much more difficult, much lower across the board, and like an 82 overall team, like we're at minimum a top 5 roster in the NFL. We have $126 million of salary cap. Up first, Lance Briggs. Let's go. You're gonna retire a Chicago Bear. Looking elsewhere, I mean Woodley. He's played well. I'd pay him this contract. I don't think I'd want to get into a bidding war. Nice. Keep him around. Deshaun Golson. I mean, there's upside there, I think, for sure. Maybe we give him 4-year, and we bump that up. We'll give him 3 there, and maybe 2, 4, 20. Hey, more 20 swag, baby. Let's go. Looking elsewhere. We all right. We got a big contract coming next season, so it'd be great to maybe cash a Super Bowl in before it comes time to pay Matt Ryan $1 trillion. Oh, yeah, baby. 13-4. The 1 seed. That is our 3rd NFC North championship in 9 years. So that's realistic. That's totally something that would likely happen in real life. How did we get here? Look at the rankings. Number 3 offense, top 10 passing rushing, top 10 defense. We're getting there. Matt Ryan killed it. Played like a top 10 quarterback, 4,400 yards, 35 touchdowns, and he just doesn't turn the ball over. He protects the football. That is sick. Bad news is we probably just played ourselves out of any of the cool, exciting picks from the 2011 draft. Run game is on point. Our receiving game, Michael Crabtree, 118 catches, 1,500 yards, 15 touchdowns, playing like the guy that was dominating at Texas Tech. We get 1,000 yards on Jerome Simpson, just under 900 yards and 8 touchdowns for Brandon Lloyd. Delaney Walker was solid. Defensively, Urlacher continues to be a tackle machine. We got 11.5 sacks on 21 TFLs for Aloti Nata. 15 TFLs, 4 sacks from Dunlap. 33 TFLs from Pecco. 19 TFLs from Lance Briggs. So, I mean, again, if we could just get like one of these pass rushers, like 2 double-digit sack pass rushers, I think I wouldn't have a single goddamn complaint. And only having 1 interception on the year, yikes. Matt Ryan comes in top 5 in MVP voting. I think that's the first time we've had any MVP candidates outside of like Marty Booker year 1 of this rebuild. How the hell did we not win Coach of the Year? Our only award winner goes to Sean Andrews on the offensive line, which could yield a dev trade increase, would be pretty cool. After getting to kick our feet up in the wildcard round, we await our divisional opponent. And it is a divisional opponent. The 9-8 Detroit Lions, but again, from a roster standpoint, from how we played this year's standpoint, this should be belt to ass. And it kind of was. 34-20. The Bears get a nice playoff win, and we are in the NFC Championship game. 34 points put up. Matt Ryan played clean. 2 touchdowns, no turnovers. Ran the football very well. Matt Forte, what a beast. Crabtree, 74 yards, 2 receiving touchdowns. Brian Urlacher making plays all over the field. We get double the amount of interceptions we had all year in one game. No complaints. It almost kind of feels like now or never, man. The team rallying around, trying to get Brian Urlacher that ring. We are in our 2nd NFC Championship game of the rebuild. Last time we were here, it did not go our way. You look at the Bucks. They have a pretty good defense. They got Jamarcus Russell at court. We cannot lose a chance at a Super Bowl to Jamarcus Russell. The Ravens win. We get Player of the Week. Michael Crabtree went off. I'm going to guess from that we won. Let's see. We definitely won. We definitely are in the show. We definitely won. God damn it! How? They had more sacks than us. And they had a turn. Are the Bears cursed? Is that what's going on here? Before we even look at our roster as we close, our DC got poached, which I think presents a good opportunity for us to potentially change up the defensive scheme. See what we got going here. We're running a 3-4. We got, the Bears. We want to run Eberflus, Stefanski. I wonder if we'd start, get Myles Garrett numbers. Carolina, Houston, Philly, Atlanta, Houston, Kansas City. Is the Chiefs' defense over? Let's try this. No, the Chiefs' offense. Is their defense? I think their defense is just good. It's not nearly as good as their offense. Let's mix it up a little bit. Who's the cleaner lockers here, dude, number 9. As far as development, Matt Ryan went up a little bit. Michael Crabtree went up a lot bit for the X Factor, being everything we need him to be that wide receiver one. Still want to be aggressive in potentially landing another wide receiver, but we have likely played ourselves out of contention for like the Julio Jones and AJ Greens of the next class. Lost the superstar dev on Kreutz, but he's much like Brian Urlacher. He's been there since the beginning. He's getting up there in age a little bit. Urlacher still keeps the X Factor. Navarro Bowman is a superstar dev. Unfortunately, Carlos Dunlap only a star. And no other dev traits up or down. Gonna be painful. We're decline the 50 option on Matt Ryan. Oh boy. Rough idea of how the 2011 NFL draft is going to go. We got Cam Newton going to the Steelers, Von Miller to the Packers, J.J. Watt to the Bills, Julio Jones to the Patrick Peterson to the Colts, Alden Smith to the Chargers, Cam Jordan to the Seahawks, Colin Kaepernick to the Panthers, Cam Hayward to the Niners, A.J. Green to the Falcons, Kerrigan to the Bengals, Nate Solder, who I think for our team needs, we need wide receiver help. Potentially still upside at tackle overload help. We need corner help. So that's kind of where I prioritize my extra scouting. It's just, let's get a good vibe here on the corner class outside of Patrick Peterson, who was always going to be unattainable. Tyron Smith's going to the Rams at pick number 19. And where we are at, I also scouted Mike Pouncey at center because, Olin Kreutz not getting any younger. But for us, we got Jimmy Smith. One of the top corners. Eddie's a first-round talent. I can live with that pick. With our first round pick in the 2011 NFL Draft. Looking at who's available, looking at who we scouted. Well, Torrey Smith's on board, but we have the two corners here. We have Jimmy Smith and Prince Amukamara. What do we got here? Look, we got all the freaking stats. How about we show me what the man and zone coverage. We got, pretty much just inverse of one another. Who's faster? Probably Jimmy Smith. 4.36, 4.35. I know Mukamara eventually ended up a Chicago Bear. But we'll go Jimmy. I feel like Jimmy Smith at his peak was better than a Mukamara at his peak. Let's see what we get here. Jimmy Smith, number 14 in true value. Get him at pick number 30. Let's go. And invoking our team legend, Pernell McPhee. He's probably going to be the best player available on our board. We're kind of picking for scraps a little bit. But I think his peak was with the Chicago Bears. Give us a little bit of added juice on the pass rush, part of our rotation. And yeah, number 88 in true value. Get him at 62, and he pops with a dev trait. Later draft recap. Top-heavy draft for sure, with Jimmy Smith being the clear and away best player that we got. 73 with a hidden dev. Likely will start sooner than later, maybe potentially as a rookie. Pernell McPhee in the second round, 66. Does at least pull a dev trait. And I'm not going to lie, pretty much every other pick from there on out was just filling depth along the way. But, anytime you get any hits, feel pretty good. And Jimmy Smith certainly is a hit. We don't have a lot of holes in our roster going into year number 10 with the Bears, but a very nice class. And we're going to say that pretty much every class because we can look at it in hindsight. But 2011 had some studs. For us, we do technically have to still pay Matt Ryan, so if contract negotiations go south, Andrew Luck, RG3, Russell Wilson, BDN, Kirk Cousins, all members of this class. I think more so just highlighting positions of need. Wide receiver, we could always go. Alshon Jeffrey was a very good pick for the Chicago Bears. Wouldn't hate reuniting there. Also have T.Y. Hilton as a big-time playmaker from this class. We're always looking for tackle. Matt Khalil, Riley Reif, Mitchell Schwartz, Cordy Glenn, all definite starters. Pass rush, as we constantly just try to keep chasing a pass rusher. Not crazy. You got Chandler Jones. Bunch of Cox on the interior, technically. You know, a pass rush. Melvin Ingram would be a nice pass rusher. You Levante David at linebacker. Demario Davis at linebacker. Luke Kuechly is one of one. Bobby Wagner could potentially be in range, especially for that late first round. Michael Kendricks was a stud. Into the secondary, you got Stephon Gilmore, former Defensive Player of the Year. You got Jack Rabbit Jenkins going to the second. Casey Hayward was a baller. So there's some nice fits, especially at positions that we're not currently S tier at. You want to know my team series? I'm pissed off. Maybe got that needed kick in the ass after losing the NFC Championship. We start hot. Beat the Bengals 37-31, and it's Matt Ryan getting Player of the Week with almost a 400-yard, 4-touchdown performance. What a start. And with the contracts, I mean, just rip the Band-Aid off. 5 year, 3, you know. Whoa. Not ready to sign. Okay. Oh, you, Mr. Forte? You ready to sign? He's ready to sign. Who else needs to get... Well, you, Stacey Andrews. We're close. There's probably like $1 million or $2 million off for him. Urlacher, got to make sure he retires a Bear. Oh, okay, on the fence as well. A lot of guys ho-humming. What about you, Mr. Laron Landry? Oh, he's on the fence. So I guess no one wants to be a part of the project here. Olin Kreutz, what about you, old man? Whoa, no chance. Not a 4-year deal at 34. Yeah, just pay me till I'm 50. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, right. Why the hell is everyone I'm trying to pay having like the best start of their careers? Matt Forte, another one. All right, but $1 million more. Got Stacey Andrews across the line, so we keep our franchise left tackle. I think just rounding this up for Brian Urlacher should be enough to ensure he retires a Chicago Bear. Laron Landry's been solid. Done. And Mr. Matt Ryan, how far away are we, sir? What about 31 and 25? 5-year, 280? There we go. Not as bad as getting that under 300 million is a win for this Bears organization. Year 10, the Chicago Bears finish 12-5 with a top 10 offense, top 5 passing offense, top 10 rushing offense, number 2 rushing defense, and almost a top 10 overall defense. We win our second straight NFC North title, so we're starting to stack those up. But it's kind of like, what else can you do for me? As we see Michael Crabtree, he's right behind the old webcam here. He was number 2 in the NFL in receiving yards, which is pretty cool, which means Matt Ryan probably played pretty well. And look at that, top 5. Top 5 in yards, top 5 in touchdowns. Happy with that. Happy with that for our under $300 million quarterback. Matt Forte was very solid. Michael Crabtree is exactly what we needed him to be. Brandon Lloyd about to hit free agency. So wide receiver and corner is probably where we want to try to address early in this upcoming offseason. Defensively, Urlacher just continues to be a tackle machine. We got 13 sacks from Carlos Dunlap. Pekka was solid. Lance Briggs was solid. Nata, solid as well. You know, I'll take those numbers across the board. Interceptions, love seeing Devin Hester with 3 picks. Don't love Jimmy Smith, our first-round corner. Not really. And who's corner 1 on this team? Not a hot season. For the 2011 NFL season, we get 2 award winners. Matt Ryan is quarterback of the year, and it is back-to-back O-lineman of the years for Mr. Sean Andrews. First round of the playoffs, probably one of the best teams we've seen in a minute in the first round of the playoffs. The New Orleans Saints, who at 9-8, 84 overall defense, is real nice. And they can throw the football. It's a tough one. That's not an easy draw, but I think we have more than enough talent to fucking choke and end the season like that. Yay. I mean, for better or for worse, this modded franchise, it's certainly, hey, if you get sick and tired of me in a regular Madden franchise winning Super Bowls and having lots of success in building super teams, well, we got the contrast and rebuild styles here because, I'm having a blast reliving history, but very difficult. It's much more difficult to build a team, to develop a team, to get wins What the hell, dude? Again, like, it's like another game where, like, I clearly feel like we played better than the other team, and, like, the scores weren't even really that close. Like, sacks were fairly similar, no turnovers, but it's like, oh, actually, we barely moved the football, I guess. And from the original team, our first retirement, as Olin Kreutz retires after 14 years, now making center a bigger priority this offseason. We're going to decline the fifth-year option on Michael Crabtree to start the year. He's arguably the best wide receiver in the league. We got to get him, signed to this $155 million contract as soon as we can. 2012 mock draft. Okay. A lot of interesting falls. Andrew Luck going to the Browns. Wouldn't that be a win for the Browns? It's like I'm rebuilding. RG3 to the Niners. Russell Wilson to the Colts. So no steals here. Everyone is going very early. That is good. Man, I thought Melvin Ingram might be in play for us. That is unfortunate. Bobby Wagner thought he could be in play for us. That's unfortunate. He's projected to go in the second round. All right, we're picking, wasn't Kendall right out? No, he went to the Titans. I feel like he eventually found his way to the Bears. We need corner help. Casey Hayward certainly could be in play. Michael Kendrick at linebacker certainly could be in play. David DeCastro likely would be BPA in this situation. Cordy Glenn at offensive tackle probably would have a dev trait, which would be more upside than what we have in Phil Loadholt. We'll have a couple interesting options, but man, just no steals falling to us. That's a bummer. Wide receiver and corner are the big two positions that we need. And Mo Claiborne is falling to us. What do we got at wide receiver? Blackman, T.Y. Hilton, or we could guilt-free overdraft Alshon Jeffrey, which might be our best option. David DeCastro is definitely BPA. 100%. That's not David DeCastro. That is Derek. There we go. That's David DeCastro. We just don't need a build. We need corner help. We scouted Jack Grab. Imagine if he or Hayward, they fall to the second round. But I think we invoke the legacy rule here. I'm not even taking the best wide receiver that we got available. Let's bring back Alshon Jeffrey. Let's do it. What do we got? Number 44. Oh, at least we got the dev trait. The face scan. That actually it. I don't think that's a face scan. I don't want this to come off as inappropriate. Alshon Jeffrey, one of the most iconic Eagle wide receivers of all time. Maybe it's the shades. No, that's definitely not a face scan. Into the second round, hoping that there was going to be a corner. Mo Claiborne's still there, but Jack Rabbit Jenkins is also still there. First round talent. We run this one up to the podium. Number 19 in true value. Hell yeah. He's a Florida Gator. I don't care. It says North Alabama. He's a Gator. Trent Richards still here in the third round. He can't be that bad. Oh, he is. Oh. I'm going to have another complaint about these classes. These classes should be like, I don't know, balance between what these guys' careers were and how they were viewed as prospects. I feel like there's a balance there that's maybe not being struck. Third round, grabbing a linebacker, Brandon Marshall. I think he played for the Bears. I feel like Bears, Broncos, hidden dev. Take a look at our draft recap. Well, we were able to bring in some depth. Brandon Marshall, 64 overall with the depth trait. Trent Richards, 61. I'm going to be honest. I like this. I hope you guys, if this series pops up, you guys love this series, I'll absolutely have no problem doing it again. I do have my nitpicks that I wonder if I could reach out at the people that made this and be like, can we just refine this a little bit? I feel like the draft classes could be a little better. I think some of the progression, some of these rookies could be a little better. I don't know if those could be fixed. Who knows? Maybe we just got to deal with the hand that we're dealt here. Jack Rabbit, Janoris Jenkins in the second round, 73 with the dev trade. Alshon is a reach, but it's at a position of need. It's a chance to have him potentially finish his career as a Bear, answer a what if that may exist in Bears fans' minds. And he's going to get plenty of targets, so I have no issue that he's going to develop here in Chicago, potentially as a very good wide receiver 1B behind Michael Crabtree. Now, as we start year number 11, we've been on a good run of draft classes with plenty of talent, excess of talent. But looking at the 2013 NFL draft, that is absolutely not the case. You got Lane Johnson, Xavier Rhodes, kind of DeAndre Hopkins. It's a pretty brutal class all along the line. The 2013 class, this is where the Chicago Bears, they got Kyle Long in this class, and Jesus, they literally can only get one good player if they're going to get one. Like last year's draft, they only got Alshon Jeffrey. This year, they only get Kyle Long. Damn. Come on, Bears. Figure it out. 1-1 start to begin the 2012 season. Year 11 for the Chicago Bears. We got to back up that Brinks truck here for Mr. Michael Crabtree. We'll go player-friendly, 4-year, $155 million for, at worst, a top 5 wide receiver in the league. We got Logan Mankins. We've done a pretty good job, all things considered, building the trenches to keep Matt Ryan upright. I think it'll be in our best interest to bring back Logan Mankins. I think Delaney Walker's developed nicely enough. 3-year deal. Keep him till he's 31. No problem with that. He's been able to keep his dev trait. Pecco's been awesome, but that is just not a great price point. It's going to put pressure on us, though, to make sure we get a D tackle that can step in and put up those big-time TFLs. I think we can do that. Devin Hester needs to retire. You know, I don't know. Where did he go? Atlanta? New Orleans for a minute, I feel like, after things ended in Chicago. I don't want that to happen here. I want him to finish here, be a one-club player. Loadout just never developed for us at tackle. So we'll come back for Mankins, give him a little bit more. And everyone else, peace out. Year 12 finishes with 12-5, back-to-back 12-5 seasons. Matt Ryan has been electrifying for the most part. I mean, since he's been here, only 1 year below 10 wins. The standard has been raised as a football program. However, the Vikings had a tiebreaker, ends our streak of being NFC North champions. Look at the stats, Matt Ryan. Ooh, under 30. Not great. Matt Forte, barely over 1,000 yards. Not great. Michael Crabtree, still crushing it. Alshon, very respectable rookie season. Would have been better to get him over 1,000. Delaney Walker absolutely ate this season. We got old Victor Cruz has made his way on the roster. Defensively, Urlacher, tackle machine. Our sacks are certainly, those guys are out there trying. Love seeing a rookie with 4 picks. Love seeing Jimmy Smith, who had no picks last year, get 2. So our young corners making plays. That's a win. Oh, the guy with like the worst takes in sports media gets MVP. And we end up with not a single award winner, which is kind of clear. No one had great stats, really, outside of like Crabtree and Janoris Jenkins. So, I mean, maybe that's what this team needs to be laser focused. No one's worried about accolades. No one's worried about NFL honors. We all want a Super Bowl. And we start very hot in a shootout win over the Rams, 36-34. Matt Ryan, I'm going to guess, put the team on his back. Well, he didn't hurt the team. Aaron Rodgers had a turnover. Matt Ryan protected the football. How did we get all these points from this? How did we score 36 points? And we have 2 passing touchdowns. There's 14 for everyone keeping track at home. I mean, okay, there we go. Pick 6. There's 21. Hey, Blair Walsh. Shout out. I'll say, did Janoris Jenkins get us like a big return? No, he's too good. He's, you know, him and Devin Hester, they're too good. They're too good to be involved in special teams. Go to the next round, the Road Dogs, the Bears. Go to Lincoln Financial Field against the 73 overall Philadelphia Eagles. Again, you gotta adjust your perspective because the team ratings are just really, really lower than what we're used to in most regular Madden rebuilds. And again, our 80 overall team is like S tier. We are very well built. And are we built to be the Road Dogs? They get 2 road wins. Yes, we are. And a very impressive showing again. 41 points by the offense. Matt Ryan returning home to Philly. Hell of a game. Back to the football again. Not putting the football in harm's way. We ran the football well. Crabtree was very dominant. Defensively, Urlacher putting up a signature performance. Devin Hester with an interception. But we are no longer the Road Dogs. 2 straight road wins. We are back at home in the NFC Championship game against the 10-7 Arizona Cardinals, who have the number 2 offense. Number 2 rushing offense, a top 5 defense. Look, they got Frank Gore, they got Patrick Willis, Williams Wall. We've been to 2 NFC championships. We are 0-2. Can we finally at least appear? Yes! We are shitting on dudes. 49 points by the Chicago Bears. Who the hell is Arnaud? But who the hell is Matt Ryan? 5 touchdowns. Hell yeah. Matt Ryan, I mean, signature win. 5 touchdowns. Maybe his best game in a Bears uniform on the biggest stage. Run game was solid. Crabtree, Victor Cruz getting. Who is this hell? Is this Arnaud guy? Too fun. Like, he just, like, special teams? Whatever, man. Takes everybody. The Super Bowl has been set. Our beloved Bears go up against the 14-3 Tennessee Titans, who are, holy shit, the #1 offense and #1 defense in the NFL. Let's look at that roster. So I know my roster. I believe in my roster. I think we have the best roster in the league. But seeing what the Titans have. Got Nate Allen, Jonathan Joseph, Sean Smith in the secondary. Linebacking core is led by 95 overall Jonathan Vilma, but nothing too crazy there. D-line, you got Albert Hainsworth, who peak Albert Hainsworth, prime Albert Hainsworth, before he got like a $100 million contract to go to the Redskins, and he was one of the biggest free agency busts of all time. He earned that contract. When he was unblockable. He was one of the most dominant defensive players for like a 2-year period of time. They got DeMarcus Ware. Their O-line is fairly... They got the magic, the Eagles long snapper magician John Dornbos at center. I'll tell you right now, Olodinata's going to beat the shit out of that guy. Outside of that, absolute meme at center. Their offensive line is fairly solid. They got Jason Witten. They got James Jones, who won the freaking MVP this year. T.Y. Hilton, Darius Hayward-Bay, Jamal Charles at running back. And they are led by the ageless wonder, the late, great Steve McNair. Finally, we get to come in, get a sniff at the program, threw on some retro jerseys here. As always, we have 3 opportunities. We can hop in on the sticks if our team needs our assistance, which we haven't played a whole lot in Titans territory. That might be the case. Big 21-yard pass to Alshon Jeffrey, and the first touchdown of the game goes to the good guys, the Chicago Bears. We are 3rd down in the red zone on the 15. Let's hop in. We'll cash in one of these times. Let's go drive out. Come on, Matty Ice. Who do we want to get this to? Alshon, Crabtree in the slot. One of them boys. We'll go Alshon quick, see if we can get those yards after catch. He's 230 pounds. You ain't tackling him one-on-one with DBs. You got to put a linebacker. You got to put a big safety on him. Don't think the Titans got that, man. They don't have a lot of talent there. And look at the defense. Our defense is playing lights out for the most part. But unfortunately, Tennessee gets their first touchdown of the game because our offense has been unable to pull away here. And we are tied at 13 in this very low-scoring Super Bowl. We have a 53 seconds. Now we're going to overtime. All right, overtime. We need a score. 3rd down. Okay, let's hop in here. Still have 1 extra time that goes to 2nd overtime. I'm not going to lie. If I score a touchdown, I think I'm going to go for 2. Let's go win it. Oh. Come on, Crabtree! I mean, I guess, you know, we gotta push the football downfield here. Delaney Walker at the sticks. Why is this so fucking hard? Pause. And we're close, but from a roster standpoint, kind of getting into roster purgatory where you have that balance of vets that are only getting worse, but we still have more than enough players that are trending upwards to break even, if you will. Like Michael Crabtree regressed 1 point. Mankins is regressing. Delaney Walker's continues to develop, which, I mean, he played well. He had his best season of his career this season. Looking at where our team needs to go, definitely could look at adding a center and left tackle this upcoming offseason. Likely through the draft, but I mean, Brian Urlacher's was just an X factor, felt like 2 minutes ago, and now he's a star dev, potentially at risk of retiring. At least we have a successor in place there in Navarro Bowman. Like, Nada's lost his X factor, but then, and you just got like Carlos Dunlap's just not developing. Again, with this modded franchise development tool, literally there's something like how you run your progression, It's called Stats Matters Progression, where almost all the progression is tied into how you performed, which is good, but there's zero dev trait development, if you will. And I feel like we're kind of in an all or nothing. We're like, if Dunlap doesn't get sacks, he's not going to develop. Makes sense. Very different approach to what we traditionally get in a Madden franchise. So from that, it is different, and it's a lot more difficult because you have to perform to develop. That's also not necessarily realistic because certain players have high ceilings, and it's going to have to take them learning the game and developing in practice. Like, that has happened. That's almost as consistent as a form of development as it is players that perform really, really well on the field. And that just doesn't really exist. Now, it's not necessarily a flat curve. We've had players here that haven't, like, Delaney Walker has not really played out of his mind his entire career, but he has still found a way to consistently develop. So it's not 100% of a sure thing, but how this franchise works as far as development is it's a lot more tied into production than it is dev trait, age, upside, like a regular Madden franchise rebuild. And I do feel like, personally, again, not necessarily nitpicking, because I am embracing this different experience. You probably should balance it. I feel like balancing it a little bit more between youth and dev trait should factor more. Like, make it 60-40, 60% stats tied to development, 40% age and dev trait. But we'll keep trying our best to put this team together. And we're going to be checking this every offseason until it happens. But Brian Urlacher is returning for another season. Big win. To our team, unfortunately, just haven't got any development out of Carlos Dunlap, who was very promising as a rookie. So we are going to decline his fifth-year option. And for Pekka, that's just, man, the contracts are fucking nuts in this franchise. So get a look at the final 2013 NFL mock draft. Not a uber-talented class, but there's still some pretty good players. For our needs, we need offensive tackle, center, defensive tackle. Those kind of be the big three. And seeing a run on offensive tackles early is kind of annoying. We got DeAndre Hopkins going to join Eli Manning with the Baltimore Ravens in this world. Justin Pugh's going top 20. Got Le'Veon Bell there. Big play Slay to the Chiefs. K'Wan Short to the Colts. Great. So again, this is another one of those situations where, like, I literally all the players that are even remotely interesting are going and getting overdrafted. And it's just yet another level to this rebuild. And these mods just increasing the difficulty. And I'd much rather be more difficult than too easy. But it is a little bit of a bummer that free agency, unfortunately, in this has been ultimately like a dud. There's just been, it's how, I don't know. The free agency sucks. And I don't think, as long as we do this series, unless I can get these people to unattach the old retro files from using the franchise mod itself, and we can just use all these rosters in like a traditional Madden, developing all that different stuff, free agency is probably never going to be good. So that puts added pressure that we have to hit on our draft picks, which we are using hindsight for a lot of these picks, which helps. But the fact that almost all the good steals are getting overdrafted, it's just a real challenging balance that we got to try to keep. Say we need tackle, we got Luke Jokel. Kind of sucked, so I mean, we don't want to necessarily get that foolish goal, but we need tackle, center, D tackle. We got Luke Jokel. Center, there's nothing. We got nothing over there. Bakhtiari. Like, will he be there in the second round? Like, could we potentially overdraft him? Maybe. Like, it actually would line up within, like, the 30-pick rule if he would be available at pick 31 of the second round. So that could be a big get, but there's just nothing there. What about D tackle? Do we get anything? K'Wan Short is still on the board. That's where we're going to go. First second-round talent was a real consistent defensive tackle for the Carolina Panthers back in the day, and he's ended up being number 24 in true value, getting him at pick 31 with a dev trait. He's going to play alongside Haloti Ngata, and that's going to be a hell of a partnership. Try to quickly ocular scan. Please have Bakhtiari still be here. Come on, baby. And I mean, given these draft classes, he's probably still going to be like a 69 star dev, but he's like literally right on the cusp within 30 picks. He's got to be good. Number 39 and 63. Let's go. We got ourselves a tackle. I'm in the third round. It's out of the range. Ryan Jensen's listed as tackle. He played like center, I think, his whole career for the Ravens and for the Bucks. We could get him next round if he's still there. That could be our center pick. And he is still there into the 4th round. I'm not going to the auto clock pick. We got Benny Logan, former Eagle, at D tackle. Didn't like how quickly the clock went there. But we had Jensen here, who will be a center. 89 in true value at 127. No dev trait, but probably close to a 70 rating, which is more than capable to start as a rookie. Looking at our draft recap here. Got some help on the O-line. Ryan Jensen is going to be a center. I don't think the rating's going to shift too much. 66, dude, again. I want to keep nitpicking, but like, why is everything... Why are we... Hyper... Holy fuck. Things could be... The files that we're using could be funner. That's not necessarily a negative, because it correlates with challenge and difficulty. And this is not mine. I'm just utilizing mods that were created. Could be funner. But this is our poll. Kawan Short, 71 hidden dev. Bakhtiari, 69 hidden dev. Got at least a couple starters here. After losing in the Super Bowl, we're ready to run it back. We're ready to put it all together. We're ready to figure it out. We got Bakhtiari starting at right tackle. Jensen at center. We had a good training camp. I mean, honestly, just that's the whole thing with the pace of these rebuilds. It's like, oh, just like in a blink of an eye. Like Matt Ryan is getting close to not developing a whole lot more. So, is our window closing a little bit? You know, they say about quarterbacks that, can they make it back to a second Super Bowl? That streak is pretty long, so Matt Ryan's got to break that. I think Jalen Hurts broke that streak in real life this year, but we need Matt Ryan to do it just 10 years previously. Kawan Short, our first-round pick, does pop with a superstar dev, which is really, really nice. But on what could almost be assumed to be Brian Urlacher's final season, come on, man, let's get him a ring. Our team is very good. We should be performing a lot more consistently in the playoffs. Last year, going on that deep run should not be abnormal. Contracts this season, $170 million at our disposal. That's kind of been like one of the good things, is we have navigated the salary cap really well. We'll at least extend the offer and sign Urlacher and leave it up to him if he is going to retire or not. Unfortunately, man, we've been swinging and investing heavily in our pass rush, and we can't get them to develop, which is brutal. Lance Briggs looking for a bag. I think we keep him and Urlacher together as long as we can, even if it might not be the smartest financial decision. We got Laurent Landry at safety. We'll get him on a 3-year deal. He's been solid. Navarro Bowman. I mean, that's our Urlacher successor. We got to get him locked in. Haloti Ngata, 3-year, $87 million, locked in. Sean Andrews, 3-year, $75. We're very far apart. So I think we definitely, if it comes down to it, I think we got to prioritize Navarro Bowman here, because he's kind of the future. And honestly, Laurent Landry turned down that contract. I think I'm good. No, best of luck. Go to free agency. See that wasteland. The fact of the matter is, Sean Andrews has won 2 Lineman of the Year awards for us, even at guard. So, $85 million got that one done. I think we're close with Navarro Bowman, so we'll go up to 12 at 8.5. $82 million over 4 years. I mean, these guys got hell of agents in this rebuild. A lot easier to re-sign guys on console, I'll tell you that. And at the 2013 season, year 12 of this rebuild, the Bears are back on top. 13-4 with a top 10 offense, the number 1 overall defense, back on top of the NFC North, reclaiming our title. Look at the stats, how we break down here. We play efficient offensive football. Forte was really solid. Crabtree continues to be an absolute beast. Alshon is a very serviceable wide receiver too, even though he's not really developing any. And Delaney Walker is pretty awesome for a tight end. 800 yards and 8 touchdowns. The number 1 defense in the NFL, led by Ngata. 24 TFLs, 6 sacks, 25 TFLs, 5.5 sacks, K1 short. Briggs was solid. Woodley was solid from a TFL standpoint. Sacks kind of butt cheeks. And our interceptions, nothing about the box score stats leads me to believe this is the number 1 defense. But it says we are. So, You know, we get a lot of incompletions, and he just can't get yards. A lot of 3 and outs. Awesome moment as the late great Demaryius Thomas wins MVP here in 2013. Lovie Smith finally gets some respect, winning his first Coach of the Year award. But we have no award winners, so I'll tell you right now, we got a pissed off and motivated squad. 13-4, we got the New York Giants up first. They got Jeremy Shockey, Matt Stafford. Got some players. Last year we were the Road Dogs. This year we are at home, and we start the playoff run with a win. 36-21 over the New York Giants, and we are back in the NFC Championship game. Damn, we are just not flashy at all. 200 yards for Matt Ryan. You know, like just jobbers putting up decent stat lines through the backfield. 2 sacks, Lamar Woodley. I love seeing that. And there you go. The Rams. What are the Rams saying? What are they doing? Are they good? They're actually better than us in a lot of different categories. They got Shady McCoy, D'Amico Ryans, and they're led by Aaron Rodgers and the #1 offense as per points per game. It's fair to say they got the star talent, but I think our defense, they don't have a particularly good one ranking-wise. Ours is outstanding, especially stopping the run. I think we could take away LaShawn McCoy, put this game on Aaron Rodgers, and look at that, we get it 28-13. We get 2 Player of the Week performance. Jimmy Smith with a forced fumble. Matt Ryan, 3 touchdowns, clean game, no turnovers. And it looks like we're probably going to be taking on Smokin' Jay and the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. That's exactly who we roll, the 11-6 Kansas City Chiefs, who have a 6 overall offense, the #2 passing offense, pretty good run defense. Getting a sneak peek at the rush. Remember Bubba Franks? They got Jay Cutler, Nick Foles at quarterback. Not much as a run game. They got Larry Fitz, Anquan Bolden. O-line is pretty not good. Defensively, they do have Ndamukong Suh, a 92 X factor. That's a problem. We got KJ Wright, Luke Kuechly, Chris Long is kind of like a hybrid edge rusher there. Darrell Revis Island, Darius Slay, 79 superstar. Earl Thomas, 90 superstar. Yeah, they got, you know, might even be fair to say they got more star talent than us. It's going to be a tough one. But like always, it's Super Bowl time. We got 3 times hop on the sticks. Hopefully we don't lose this one. Because losing back-to-back Super Bowls, I'll say some bad words if that happens. Let's go, baby! Bears strike first, up 7-zip. Can't let Jay Cutler. We got to be his, like, you know, no cigarettes for him. No darts. Can't rip any heaters. I'll get him out of his game. We don't have the nicotine to focus and lock in. Marching down the field here. Red zone. I will hop in if we don't score. We are, hey, go in with a lead. Another red zone opportunity. Punch it in for the touchdown. Up 10. Going into the 4th quarter. Ooh, this could be it. End of game drive. Of course, they get a minute. No. Yeah, let's go, baby. 12 years. Hardest setting for a rebuild we've done yet. It's almost not even Madden. Still find a way to thrive. Still find a way to get that check mark. We get other years. We're going, you know, present day. But at least, there was, honestly, we had some playoff success, but at no point did I ever feel like, you know, we undeservedly didn't win the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've lost to good teams, I'm struggling to get over the hump. There we go. Matt Ryan, knew it. Look at all the players. You get one for potentially Lance Briggs' last game, potentially Brian Urlacher's last game, right? Haloti Ngata's getting up there in age. And we're like, you know what? We'll go ahead and just get a Super Bowl. We'll outduel the final boss in the Kansas City Chiefs. Even though they don't have Mahomes, they got Smokin' Jay. 2 touchdowns, no picks, 300 yards for Matt Ryan. Going to be pretty hard for him not to get MVP. We had no run game at all. Crabtree went off, 186 yards and a touchdown. Defensively, no sacks. We got the lone pick from Jack Rabbit. So almost pick your poison between Crabtree and Matt Ryan for MVP. I think they split it. At the end of the season, what it tends to happen when you win a Super Bowl, we got both OC and DC poached. Let's take a little look here. What kind of... I mean, the Jets has done a decent job for us. But I'd always be open to maybe switching it up a little. We got Philly there. And I don't love really any of these playbooks. None of them are known to pop up. You know what? Maybe just try something different. Let's go. Maybe Detroit. A little Detroit influence offensively. Ugh, oh boy. And defensively, we only have 3 options for defensive coordinator, and the only one that's like a scheme fit, Cincinnati. Ugh, I don't know about that one. We get the storybook ending for Brian Urlacher, retires after 14 years as a Super Bowl champion. For our team, as we look at the offseason, kind of a couple important decisions. We have Jimmy Smith, who I think in almost all these cases, we're going to decline the 5th-year option and get him to a contract extension next year. Lamar Rangy actually developed this year. Of course he did. I just don't like the terms of that contract. Lance Briggs has no interest in re-signing here, and I don't want to pay, $33 million for a guy that's just regressed down quite a bit. So, yeah, hey, maybe our 13th year of free agency will have someone that's even remotely interesting in signing. Just to give you guys an update of what I'm dealing with behind the scenes and not showcasing. Oh, just another year. It's like, oh, every free agent is pretty much 30. Cool. Where we want to improve the team this offseason. We want to gamble that like Bakhtiari's going to develop. So even though it's just for whatever reason no development there, started on a Super Bowl team at right tackle. Maybe he'll, training camp will go up again. But for our team, we desperately need edge rush, linebacker, strong safety. Love the fact Jackrabbit went up superstar dev, but we need a lot of help, and it's no free agency is really making it hard to keep our roster complete. So we have the delight of waiting all the way to pick 32, so everyone else can get drafted to up the difficulty, which is what we always want to embrace here. Khalil Mack goes to the Dolphins. And Aaron Donald going pick 4 to the Bucks. OBJ gone. Anthony Barr, who I thought might potentially... Anthony Barr and Ryan Shazier are the two that could have been in our range. They're gone. Of course, C.J. Mosley, middle linebacker, and Van Noy. Literally, it's like almost everyone I focus scout gets drafted early. I focus scouted Tank Lawrence. He's projected to be a second-round pick. He goes pick 19 to the Minnesota Vikings. We know what we need. We need edge rush, linebacker, safety. And what do we have available at safety? LaMarcus Joyner, second, third-round pick. Kyle Fuller could be, let's go with the Bears pick, regardless. Linebacker, what do we got left? Okay, absolutely nothing. What do we got left on the D-line? Jesus Christ, dude. Again, I can't nitpick. We're picking at 32. No one else is playing by house rules. They draft whoever the hell they want to draft. Best players, all time. All gas. No breaks. So I think looking at who's available here, I honestly think going with the Bears pick, Kyle Fuller probably makes the most sense. Maybe we'll have to look at shuffling around a player to safety that's currently playing at corner, which we could do. But that is an excellent value pick for the Bears. Running it back, number 8 in true value. Welcome back to the Bears, Kyle Fuller. And a linebacker, we need one desperately, so we're going to go with Christian Kirksey. Just fits in within the house rules by about 5 picks, and he is not necessarily a steal, but we roll a dev trade here on a linebacker, which gives him a fighting chance of developing. And then the third round, we'll draft a natural safety. We got Trey Boston, who's had a decent career in the NFL. Number 92 in true value, getting him at pick 96, and we roll another dev trade. Now, take a look at our draft recap. Kyle Fuller, 76, hidden dev at pick 32 is an absolute steal. Christian Kirksey, 64, pretty low. Trey Boston, 66, pretty low, all things considered. But we got a hit here on Fuller, so you got to take what you can get in these drafts. So let's take a look at our defending Super Bowl champions. Year 13 of the rebuild, the 2014 regular season. Team looks good. Bakhtiari not developing. Alshon Jeffrey not developing, even though they're playing well, is very frustrating. And not just to continually bitch and moan about the modded franchise that we have to use to do this type of series. The only thing that's making me not be super frustrated and go all out cranky bitch mode is that every team, as you can tell by looking at the team overalls as we go through this, is dealing with this same regression. So it's not just like, oh my God, Bakhtiari and Alshon's not developing. It's not like the Cowboys right tackle, star dev, and young wide receiver are developing any differently. So every team is kind of dealing with the same type of development pains, I guess is fair to say. So at least it's applied to every single team, and therefore it's fair. It creates a balanced ecosystem here of development, no matter how harsh and or unfair I may personally deem it to be. Flipping to the defense, we got a Williams here in free agency just to help the team out a little bit, but likely it's going to be a lot of Kirksey and Bowman. Trey Boston, the rookie's going to start 71 dev trait there. Jenkins is going to have to be a lockdown corner alongside Fuller. Got a lot of depth there, and I want to say, unfortunately, phasing out Devin Hester, but he's got to find other ways to make plays. Our pass rush has to come from the interior, as our edge rushers are butt cheeks. But Nada is an absolute game wrecker, so I have no doubts that he can be and fully contribute as our sole big-time pass rusher. Looking at contracts, what do we got? We got Stacey Andrews at tackle, $94 million. Yeah, right, dude. No chance. Devin Hester, I have so much money. If you just want to keep chilling, you can keep chilling. But you want to get greedy? There's the door. I think Jimmy Smith. Wow, dude. $85 million. I mean, got to spend the money somewhere, I guess. Get him locked in for 81 over the next 5 seasons. With new schemes, new coordinators, we go 12-5 here in year 13 to round out the 2014 regular season. We win the NFC North again. We are the 2 seed in the NFC. Quickly burning through our stats here. Matt Ryan, 34 touchdowns, 4,100 yards, only 2 interceptions. Elite. Matt Forte was awesome. Crabtree and Alshon. Develop! You're playing well! God damn it. I clicked the whole thing is like, hey, stats matter, development. Develop! For God's sakes. It's kind of funny that I'm ranting about a system and out in like a mechanic that no one else can see because like can't put it on the goddamn screen. Oh, I mean, happy with the performance. All 3 of these guys, hell of a year. Thank you very much. Defensively, Trey Boston, tackle machine. Our sacks, K1 short, dog, Nada, dog, Bowman. Yeah, we'll use you as a pass rusher. McPhee does a little bit there. Picks, of course, Devin Hester in his final year here has maybe his best year. Unfortunately, we get no award winners for the Chicago Bears, so maybe that will motivate this team to go back and repeat as Super Bowl champions. We get the Carolina Panthers in the first round, dispose of them quickly, 30-13 with a 400-yard, 2-touchdown performance from Matty Ice, Matt Ryan. Division round, we get the 10-7 Arizona Cardinals, who have a top 10 overall defense. Respect them, but let's be honest, we are a steamroller and they are in the way. 39-17. We absolutely belt to ass. I don't know how we didn't get player of the week. Matt Ryan played well. Matt Forte played well. Odell Beckham couldn't keep them in it. Nada and K1 short. That interior pass rush, very dominant for the Chicago Bears. And we are back in the NFC Championship game against the 13-4 Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who Jamarcus Russell in this sim is an absolute god. I do love seeing that. It's not all negative. It's not all C4 bitches. There are cool things that can happen. And Jamarcus Russell developing into a 93 overall, pretty cool. I love that alternative universe style. But he is in the way of a dynasty. Bucks, Bears, Super Bowl on the line. Get out of the way. 26-20 with a Matt Forte 110-yard touchdown performance. And the Bears are back in the Super Bowl. 3rd straight Super Bowl appearance. And standing between us and potentially the beginning of the dynasty are the 9-8 Houston Texans, who have how did Matt Schaub end up there? He was draftable. Casey Hayward, Mark Ingram, number 3 rushing offense, number 3 passing defense. But to a man, this looks and smells like Super Bowl number 2. Well, let's do it, baby. Matt Schaub against Matt Ryan. I think I know how I like that. Weren't they backups? Weren't they quarterback duos in Atlanta? Like, wasn't Schaub his backup down there? Anyways, doesn't matter. That's not a riveting storyline. What the storyline is can the Bears win back-to-back? And Houston ain't going away. They actually go into halftime with a 17-14 lead. We've not been playing particularly good offense in this matchup. Down 10, need a quick score. And it is not, man. Multiple 4th downs. This Houston Texans defense suffocating. And they firmly deserve that one, man. Our team did not play well at all. Offensively struggled to move the football. Maybe complacent that we already had that house money of a Super Bowl. Matt Ryan, 228 yards, 2 touchdowns. How did we lose again? I mean, we had better quarterback play. Neither rushing offense did much. Both kind of wide receiver ones went off. Defensively, K1, I mean, we had more sacks, no turnovers, all things kind of equal. But Houston really controlled and dominated that game. And at the end of the season, we had Ed Reed on our team. He was, like anyone else, kind of just regressed to just being like nobody. But Stacey Andrews retiring after 11 years, being a homegrown talent. Very good right tackle. That's going to be a loss. Got to replace that. Another challenge in free agency is like these contracts are nuts. Like I was like, all right, come on. Maybe I can even just get like a 74, 75, like $25 million a year for a 72 overall player. What kind of inflation bullshit is this? Now to get a vibe of the mock drafts, we need tackle, we need pass rush. It's kind of been the same vibe for a little minute now. Interesting. Jameis Winston going to the Titans. Todd Gurley to the Jets. DJ Humphries was definitely someone I was circling in on. He's going pretty high there. And we're expected to get a player that actually ended up, I don't know if he was drafted by the Bears, but I know he played in the Bears for a minute. And Mary Edwards Jr. We're probably going to look elsewhere. All right, so offensive tackle, pass rush. Offensive tackle, pass rush. Not going Kevin White. You're welcome, Bears fans. Offensive tackle. We got Jake okay, nothing there. What do we have at right tackle? Come on, baby. Rob Havenstein. Okay. Could probably do a lot worse. Pass rush, Mario Edwards. Maybe in a perfect world, we can get Danielle Hunter in the second round, but let's be honest. We haven't had a lot of great roles like that where the players who should potentially be there are still actually there. But, I mean, there's some value here late. Zadarius Smith, Frank Clark, Marcus Golden. So, like, more opportunities to get a pass rusher later than there would be to, get a tackle later. Quan Alexander, get some good linebackers here as well. Hicks, Quan Alexander, second rounder on Eric Kendricks. So I think for the first round, we need a tackle. So we're going to grab Rob Havenstein. He's been a long-term starter for the Rams in real life. Number 74 in true value, getting me at 31. Rolls a dev trait. Let's go. Him and Bakhtiari as our two tackles. We can build around that, hopefully, if they can freaking start to develop. And then we are able to get a pass rusher in Zadarius Smith on the board. 68 in true value at 63. We're going to need some big-time production out of him. Another player that had a real successful career with the Bears. We're going to overdraft him. Adrian Amos at safety. I remember he had a crazy pro day at Penn State. Number 40 in true value at 95. And in our draft recap. 67, 67, 69. At least they got dev traits. Dude, man, fuck. What? So for what it's worth, to peel behind the curtain here just a little bit as we gear up for year 14, these draft classes from here on out are from a different creator. So maybe the ratings will be more entertaining, I think would be the positive spin on it as we take a look at the 2016 NFL draft class. We got some big-time players. I believe Leonard Floyd was the Bears pick this year in real life. But, for a team right now, we are absolutely starved. Give me some pass rushers. What do we got here? Dude? Gakwe late. Matt Judon's in this class. Joey Bosa. Not much on the interior. Got Leonard Floyd. I mean, honestly, we might have to run it back with Leonard Floyd again if need be. Not a great year to need a pass rush, unfortunately. But, honestly, a little excited to see what the ratings could unfold here in this draft class. Didn't see that coming. 3 straight Super Bowls, and now we're 0-7. Okay. I'm going to take that pain and frustration and apply it to players that are looking to get contract extensions. Now, George Jenkins, he's been incredible, so he's going to be worthy of a 6-year contract. For God's sake, take the fucking contracts! Dude, every contract negotiation is like pulling teeth. It's unbelievable. And they know they got us. They're agents. They know. Because they know free agency is disgustingly bad. So it's like, if we want, these are the best players. If we don't sign any of them, even at their age, they're still going to be the best players in free agency. So we have to pay them. Can we get Forte here on like a little bit of a bargain? Hey, there we go. There's a team player. Eventually, a 6-year, $128 million contract handed out to Janoris Jenkins. Jackrabbit stays a Chicago Bear. Of course, we end up having a random 3-game win streak. I'm gonna go. We're gonna be aggressive this year. I'm sick and tired of just sitting and waiting, and it's been a product of our team winning, right? Because it's clearly, if we're constantly going on deep playoff runs, 3 straight Super Bowls, with that you have to sit and wait and let other teams get the best players. Now that we're kind of middle of the mall, we go 7-10. I'm telling you right now, we're getting a game changer. I'm getting someone who's getting the goddamn thumb. We are in 14 years, right? Pure marketing standpoint. Who makes the thumbnail? Matt Ryan, Brian Urlacher, maybe? Who else? We've just been good at the wrong times. We have not been able to accumulate any superstar talent. That changes this year. Matt Ryan off a down year. I mean, is it father time? Is it changing ski? I don't know. Cautiously uncertain about the future of our quarterback. Matt Forte was solid. Happy we signed him. Crabtree's a beast. Delaney Walker hitting free agency off a 1,000-yarder season. Alshon is solid. Has he developed yet? No, he's just 69 for his whole career, even though he's getting 1,000 yards. Cool. Defensively, I mean, there's 2 sides to this. Again, I'm trying my hardest to reflect and not just complain, because we're doing something different here. And different things are different, and you can't complain different things are different, because they're different when you start them being different. And ultimately, even though we're not getting any development out of Alshon, which makes no sense, he's still playing well. If Alshon Jeffrey developed as kind of expected, say he's like an 81, right? And he gets 800 yards 9 times, we're going, cool. There's zero complaining going on. So I guess within a vacuum, maybe just throw the overall rating complaints out the window when they're performing well. And that's exactly what Alshon Jeffrey is doing. Defensively, Nata, you got Jacques Smith, K1 short. Our pass rush is a little bit better this season. Interception numbers, not the best. Love the fact that the guy we just gave almost $150 million to had no picks in Janoris Jenkins. Cool. To close out on an incredibly disappointing season, Matt Ryan is in a blink of an eye. He is washed. Down to a 78 overall. Crabtree regressed a bunch of points. Bakhtiari's just not developing at all. Havenstein can't sniff the field. Defensively, hey, Zadarius Smith got out there. I mean, I didn't even see him on the freaking stat sheet. I mean, our corners are sick. Secondary's pretty good. There's a positive. But we're going to be very aggressive this draft. We're going to go get a game changer. Retirement, though, Logan Mankins, who we drafted as a #1 overall true talent player, X Factor, way back in year number 3, 2004. Hangs it up after 11 seasons. He retires a Super Bowl champion. How are we pick 11, dude? Okay, we got to potentially move up. Jalen Ramsey's gone. Bosa is gone. DeForest Buckner is gone. We are currently projected to go Shaq Lawson. Absolutely not. But also, all the good players are up there. I mean, Jalen Ramsey's probably best player in the bubble that we could go get. But, I'll be honest. Jalen Ramsey's there, of course. For God's sakes. We got Kenny Clark. Didn't scout out particularly hot. Got Michael Thomas. Again, do we trust these draft classes to be entertaining, or we got to trust them to be are we going to draft a guy here? It's going to be a 69. That's kind of the problem. But I mean, those stats look pretty good. Could be a game changer. But I think we got to go BPA. Janoris Jenkins. We just gotta go BPA. And of course, it's the one area that's not needed. But pass rushers are just constantly out of our range. We were bad, but not bad enough to have a top 10 pick. And still at 11 to get the #1 player in the draft in Jalen Ramsey is got to be a win. But I hope to God, man, these draft class ratings are a little better. A little more satisfying. Okay, this will do. Second round. Michael Thomas still on the board. We need wide receiver help. We let Alshon Jeffrey walk. Let's go. 42 in true value. Beast. Love to get the player portraits going. Let me see the ratings first. If I see the ratings first, we're going to make a live decision here on this video, I think. Oh, maybe old Matt Judon, a finesse move, wants to come play a little pass rush for the Chicago. What? So looking at our draft recap, Matt Judon, incredibly disrespected as a 50, but look at the ratings. I don't initially hate these from the get-go. 74 for Michael Thomas, 83 for Jalen Ramsey. Let's go. All right, so now that we are here in year 15, taking a look at the 2017 draft class, if these draft classes, as we finish that, it's a little research and development, but if these draft classes have like higher rated players, more entertaining players, I think maybe we explore a different starting point. We're starting in 2002. Maybe look at starting in like 2014 and then going 10 years to 2024 present day. And then maybe we could extend it if we want to do like, a 20-year rebuild series, another 10 years on top of that potentially. Because in hindsight now, those early years were kind of rough, even though it was very fun using those nostalgic players like the rosters. And, I have to use this from that starting point to use this 03 starting point. I have to use this modded franchise tool, which isn't giving me my favorite results in the world. But I mean, we're gonna, again, this is all just it's a pilot episode. I hope you're enjoying it. We got the win, and I love the team that we've been able to build and some of the legendary Bear careers that we've been able to make. Haloti Ngata, Lance Briggs, Cian Urlacher. But also, there's been a lot of frustrating things that if I knew in hindsight, I might have, pivoted a little bit in certain circumstances. But we are on the brink of facing almost a rebuild within a rebuild right now. A very good draft class coming up. But we need to make a decision, and we got to find out very early. Is Matt Ryan washed, or was last season an outlier? He did not play particularly well last year. Let's auto set up our lineup here. Matt Forte's not looking at. How did we get Michael? That's funny that we got like an actual Bear. We got Michael Thomas and Michael Crabtree at wide receiver. We are hurting pretty much everywhere else. I definitely think a huge thing as well, and this is because of the tool we're using. There's free agency doesn't work, right? There's just nothing there. Everyone wants $20 million, regardless of rating, and it's just so difficult when you're doing a lengthy rebuild like this to just not be able to even facilitate some roster spots through free agency, and it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever for us to, spend $30 million on a 72 left tackle. So that's kind of why we're having a little bit of peaks and valleys now, and makes me worried that if this is the beginning of like a little rebuild to close this video out, do we consider tanking maybe at the trade deadline? We got Myles Garrett in the upcoming draft. It's a great year to have the first overall pick. I'll say that. We got Zadarius Smith here, part of our pass rush. The interior is still a beast. Bowman leads a not sick linebacking core. But our secondary is elite. What I did to shuffle things around, we moved Jimmy Smith, who's like 215 pounds. Big corner. I'm going to move him to safety. So we can have Janoris Jenkins, Kyle Fuller, and Jalen Ramsey as our corner trio. So we have the best secondary I think I've ever had in a freaking rebuild. And again, this is all about me. I'm talking on the fly. Or look at it regular rebuilds, I have super teams, right? Super teams are fun. Super teams are kind of what I do because I'm good at franchise mode. But super teams don't really look like a lot of teams base roster in a real life Madden. You know what I'm saying? And the farther we go on in this dynasty, the more that this kind of would look like a team that you would start with, like a Bears team that you would start with, where they have a mix of good players and just complete dog shit at other positions. So, again, I hate, maybe when I look back and reflect when I'm editing this video, oh, man, kind of crapped all over this mod a little bit at the end of the day. There are, while there's frustration that I'm dealing with as a player enjoying this mod and utilizing this mod, there is an element of like, if I could step out of the bubble of trying to win as much as I can with the Bears and just look at the overall product, yeah, it's harder. It's kind of good. Yeah, my roster's not a super team. Kind of good, kind of realistic in a way. So it's all about finding that balance, and we're kind of doing it on the fly. But we are getting into year number 15, the 2016 NFL season. And I think the biggest question above all, is Matt Ryan washed? Do we need to think elsewhere at quarterback, or can he be saved and revived? Holy shit, 5-1. All right, we're back. Nothing changed. Same exact offense, defense. Our team probably, honestly, got worse from a roster standpoint. But when Matt Ryan's doubters got the loudest, he said, all right, we'll drag this thing. And it's not even just him. Defense is playing out of their minds. The addition of Jalen Ramsey, an absolute game changer. We do have the best secondary in the NFL. But I think we are going to have to take a cautious approach with Matt Ryan. Let's see where we're at the end of the year. Are you worthy of this? Or do we get into maybe where we were with Rex Grossman? It's like, oh, it's franchise tag territory. Maybe we start looking at younger quarterbacks in the draft. Let's see where Matt Ryan is at the end of the year, because he has been regressing pretty hard. Michael Crabtree has been, without a shadow of a doubt, like the player of this rebuild. So we're going to keep him back at this outrageous number. And, you know, another thing is that the balance, like, these salary cap numbers are outrageous, but I also have an insane amount of remaining cap. So I wonder if it's all kind of relative. K1 Short has also been an absolute monster for us. Him and Haloti Danta, as long as we can keep them together, we will. So probably come back maybe $1 million or $2 more. Should be able to bring him back. We got Sean Andrews here, who's been reliable, multi-time offensive lineman of the year. We'll love to make him retire a Bear. Bakhtiari just hasn't developed. Yeah, oh yeah, I'll give him $32 million. You're right. Come back to the table on K1 Short. We'll wait and see with Matt Ryan. And we come from the depths of hell of last year's 7-10 purgatory season. Boo Bird's out. We go 12-5. We go, all right, we just got to run it back. Win the NFC North. Now, Matt Ryan, we might need to be looking elsewhere, to be honest with you. I don't know what quarterbacks are available. Free agency draft, but Michael Thomas was solid. Michael Crabtree continues to be elite. On the defensive side, 11 sacks, Nata, 10 from K1 Short, 7 from Zadarius Smith. 4 picks, Jack Rabbit, headlining the best secondary in the NFL. And in the first round of the playoffs, we get the 9-8 Dallas Cowboys, who are always a tough out. You never know. Till you know. 43-18. We get Detroit in a divisional battle here in the divisional round. Again, I feel like we've met them before here. And we are just... What is this run? Just kicking... Oh, my God. Did we lose? Did we just lose to Mark Sanchez? Did Mark Sanchez just absolutely cook us? He did. We demolished on our road to the juggernaut that is Mark Sanchez at the helm of the Green Bay Packers. And Matt Ryan just couldn't keep up. For ultimately a season that was better than expected, we have some clarity, man. Matt Ryan, Super Bowl champion. Can't deny that. Put some big seasons up. But I think the Chicago Bears are looking for a new quarterback. I think we're going to let him walk. It's very shell of its former self. Top type team. A lot of holes. And I think very fair to say. Even though we're coming off a 12-5 season, we got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years left. Like, we are, at least offensively, I feel like the defense has been a little better. We need a couple pieces here or there. But especially with the addition of Jalen Ramsey, absolute stud. I feel the defense can hold its own, but offensively, we're definitely heading towards a rebuild within a rebuild. I'm just convinced, like, no one develops. Like, Levante David... 72, like, these would be unreal signings if they progressed from when they were rookies. I mean, let's see if we, like, and let's see if we get Levante David. Maybe he'll play better when he's here. Maybe he'll play up to that rating. So we'll hit him with a 2-year, 15 mil. Okay, boom, we're gonna be active here. There's no way history repeats. Like, do we? What you looking for, a 1 year? At least offer it, man. Why not? Oh, no, he's not coming. Let's see our targets. I mean, we should be able to get Levante at least. That's exactly what we get. 72 overall, even though he's one of the best linebackers of the last decade plus. But excited to add him to the team. He's a big upgrade over what we had. Looks like we're trying to trade out to pick number 3. Yep. We're going to do it. Better still be there. We traded our first round pick this year, our first round pick next year, and Janoris Jenkins, who is an 88 superstar dev corner, to move up to pick 3 in the 2017 NFL draft. But with the way this rebuild's gone, honestly, wouldn't be surprised if we got... Oh, we didn't get Snake. Let's go, baby. Hype is back on the menu. With the 3rd pick, the Chicago Bears. Oh, let's go. The Chicago Bears select at a 34th. I don't care. We know what we got. Patrick Mahomes is our quarterback to finish out this rebuild. We're going to help out with an aging Matt Forte, Alvin Kamara in the 2nd round all damn day. Super team season. 114 in true value at pick 62. A little bit undervalued, but we know what we got, much like Mahomes. Desperately need a tight end, Jonnu Smith, who like in real life kind of just came out of nowhere and was unreal for the Miami Dolphins this year. 172 in true value at 94. No dev trait. Ah. Just by about 7 picks. 4th round, Matt Milano. We need linebacker help. He's one of the stars of the Buffalo Bills defense. All right. He's our Matt Judon of what the hell happened there. Take a look at the draft recap. Happy with how things played out for sure. Matt Milano, even that's still 70. We can work with that. John was missed 70. We can work with that. 72 hidden depth for Kamara, who's going to be eased into the starting lineup behind Matt Forte. But I love the backfield. And it happened. You know? There we go. Alternate years could have happened in real life. They went Mitchell Trubisky. Kind of weird how that... I swear on my kids, I didn't even play this. It was just like Matt Ryan was washed. Wasn't even really thinking that this was that class. I was thinking Myles Garrett, honestly, all along. Yes. Yes. Let's see it. First year of the Patrick Mahomes Chicago Bears era. Year 16. The 2017 season. And I'm actually just finally catching up. This is actually going to be a 23-year rebuild. Oh, man, I need to get this out today. All right, well, I hope you guys really like this video because this is like my 3rd day of recording it. I'm biting off a little more than I can chew. But hey, the team is, you know, O-line is mixed bag. Skill positions, I feel real decent about, especially if we get maybe Jonnu Smith, the Papa Dev trait, play well. He will be featured heavily. The defense, they're getting old. But that secondary, even with the trade of Jack Rabbit, is still on point. The addition of Levante David, Navarro Bowman, Matt Milano, a lot of upside to that linebacking core. I mean, I think Mahomes is going to carry us for the rest of this rebuild. That's honestly, but let's see what happens. First year could be rookie growing pains. You never know. Even for someone like Mahomes, who obviously in real life sat his rookie season behind Alex Smith. We're not doing that. We're throwing him to the Wolves. Hopefully it works out. All right, growing pains for sure. We're 2-4. Not hitting the ground running by any means. We got some contracts here. Navarro Bowman, $126 million. Well, we drafted Matt. We have Matt Forte's replacement. So honestly, all these guys, best of luck to you. Maybe Andy Reid knows all. 6-11 for a year. I'm not gonna. I thought it was kind of. We know what we got. Tell you right now, offense coordinator's getting fired. We're gonna try a different offense because that is unacceptable. Run game was horrific. Michael Crabtree 8. Michael Thomas was solid. Defensively, love seeing like the interior, the pass rush. Actually, not too brutal. Jalen Ramsey 5 picks, 3 picks for Fuller. Those are great numbers, but the offense completely unacceptable. We're gonna fire this offensive coordinator, who's absolutely worthless if you can't be good with Patrick Mahomes. And if any time there was gonna be a Kansas City Chiefs offensive role here for an offensive playbook, now would be it. Come on. We got Philly, Chicago, Buffalo, Philly, New Orleans, Pittsburgh. Maybe Buffalo? We'll try that out. We were able to dip into free agency, finally. We got Suafilo, Batonio, and Frederick across the O-line. I mean, Frederick's another add-on to the long list of just good players just never developed for some reason. But should be decent enough, all things considered, for our offensive line. Say, relative to the team and players that we have, these guys all represent big-time upgrades across the board. We got to keep Patty Mahomes upright. So look at our new and improved team. Where we have to get better at... Man, did Mahomes regress? Like, did we lose an X factor? Okay, no. He's just a super... Weird to give Mahomes just... Not my draft classes. Still promising. I'm confident in a lot of what we got for this draft. Tight end, you can always get a game changer there. We're still, for the 15th year, trying to chase a pass rusher. We need to replace Navarro Bowman at linebacker. Our secondary is still on point, so we'll see where the board falls in the draft. We will have a decent pick. All right, so we don't have a first-round pick, so we had to sit and wait to the second round, but like DJ Moore's still on the board. Like, we could run that one back if we wanted to. We have Mandrews at tight end, who honestly, all things considered, he is still, like, with house rules or not, in our range. If there's no pass rush, Ron Payne could be nice. Some good linebackers. You want to replace, Navarro Bowman. We got options. But I think getting our Travis Kelce from Holmes here in Mark Andrews, even if it's a little bit of a reach, I think that's going to be a priority. Number 3 in true value. Get him in at 40. Let's go. Dog him on the speed a little bit. To grab our linebacker, Josie Jewell. Very productive linebacker at Iowa. I think he can come in and do a job. Ooh. 12 jumping, huh? All right. Do a lot worse than MVS as your third wide receiver. At least he brings prolific height, weight, speed. 113 in true value. Let's go. That's a pick right there. Get on the end of some of these Mahomes bombs. All right, so look at our recap with no first-round pick. Was never expecting like an S-tier draft, but the fact that we were still able to get Mark Andrews in the second round, that is a gigantic get for this Bears offense as we go into year 2 of the Mahomes era. Year 17, and we have a brand new offense, which hopefully will be able to maximize the talents here of Patrick Mahomes, Alvin Kamara, Michael Crabtree, Michael Thomas, Mark Andrews, and everyone else on the offense. Because defensively, our defense was on point last year, and we know we have one of the best secondaries, maybe even ever assembled. Take a look ahead at the upcoming draft, the 2019 NFL Draft. Knowing where we need to continue to improve, like O-line across the board. Not a particularly strong offensive line class. This is the Jordan Mailata class. He should be available at some point here. That'd be kind of cool to go get him. What do they have at right tackle? Oh, just doesn't exist in this class. Wasn't he this year? Am I tripping? I thought he for sure was the Andre Dillard year. Anyways, pass rush for the 15th straight year of a 17 rebuild that we need edge rush help. Rashawn Gary, depending on where we finish, we have a similar record to where we did last year. Rashawn Gary could be in play. You got Nick Bosa, Brian Burns, even Montez Sweat. Max Crosby's going to be available this year. Interior pass rushers, Quinnen Williams, Ed Oliver, Christian Wilkins, Dex Lawrence, Jeff Simmons. There are big boys up front. It's a great year. Need to improve the defensive line. You can get Josh Allen as an outside pass rusher as well. So from that standpoint, I think we actually might be able to get someone this year. And if it is a little bit of a down year, disappointing year, as long as we face no regression in Mahomes, it's a good year to have a top pick for a team that needs to improve their defensive line. So there is a silver lining, but I would say also, ideally, in a perfect world, Mahomes lights the league on fire, and the rest is history. All right, so midseason, I already fired my offensive coordinator. This is dog shit. We have Patrick Mahomes. So I went ahead and fired him, and I brought in Eric Corbett from the Giants, because I don't want to waste another full season trying to find a coordinator. So we're going to go ahead and just fire and try a different playbook and see if that works. So we're going to go right here. New York Giants, Brian Daboll scheme. Can you utilize the greatest, most talented quarterback of all time, please? Thank you. Our record's kind of butt cheeks. So that's, again, as highlighted by previewing the draft class. It's not the end of the world because there's going to be some ballers that we could potentially go and get. We're going to keep our secondary together. We will come back for Adrian Amos. Levante David. I don't love that contract, but again, it's just, we are negotiating with the terrorists, and the terrorists are whatever agents exist in this modded franchise, bro. These guys are absolutely ridiculous, but I'll at least try my best to keep my secondary together and throw it a respectful offer to make sure and try our best to have a Haloti Nata, probably, maybe to this point, the draft pick of the rebuild, retire a Chicago Bear. Here's the turning point in the rebuild. 4-13. 4-13 with Patrick fired. Fired. I mean, he's just a placeholder for me. Can't fire myself. You know what? Appreciate you for giving us a good pick. Appreciate that for allowing us to go out and try and figure it out. 1,000 yards for Kamara. Crabtree was solid. I put Mark Andrews in the slot, and even then, it still couldn't get him to have a ridiculous year, but still a good year. 900 yards, 5 touchdowns for a rookie tight end is really productive. Our pass rush was not great. 3 total interceptions, so very just in firing both coordinators. Give me a good roll right now, game. First win, Buffalo Bills defensive coordinator. That is all reliable. Buffalo defense, probably my favorite 4-3 defense in the game. Big win. And offensively, there's no KC. I would have loved KC, but we got Cincinnati. They're very good. Very good offensive playbook. I think even more than what damage we could do with our top pick for this upcoming draft and what stud I'm about to land, these coordinator hires are what's going to change this rebuild for the second half of this video. Somehow with Patrick Mahomes at quarter, that's always a challenge within itself. We had Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, and not a bad team. We got the number 1 overall pick. So with that, well, we got our scouting done. We know what we need. We need pass rush. And that is going to come via a former Defensive Player of the Year. Welcome to the Chicago Bears, Nick Bosa. And we'll continue to sprinkle the defensive side of the ball. Need linebacker help. We're going to go Bobby Okereke. Inside linebacker 1. Ooh, what? Ooh, not a right call there. Third round, we're desperate. How bad could Caleb McGarry be? He carved out a pretty decent career with the Falcons, right? Ugh. Kind of not killing this draft outside of having the number 1 overall pick. All right, 4th round, we'll draft Nate Davis, who's like a real decent guard. He had a dev trait, lost it somewhere along the way. So the decent news, we got Jamel Dean in the 6th round. I mean, he's got a dev trait. There's some upside there to continue to keep our secondary absolutely stacked. It's some good depth picks. I think McGarry makes sense. I think Okereke got robbed a little bit. But Nick Bosa, number 4 in true value, that's going to be a game changer. I mean, I think the coordinator changes. I think the talent that we've accumulated from being kind of middle of the mall a little bit, I think the Rockets about to be strapped to this Bears team for the remaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years of this rebuild. Let's get another Super Bowl in here. Got to get one with Mahomes and now Bosa. We're just past the midway point here of season number 18, the 2019 season. We were 4-13 for perspective last year. That's always something that needs to be considered. Even though I was kind of hoping our team would magically be like 9-1 at this point because we brought in new offensive and defensive coordinators. We absolutely got a superstar blue chip talent on the defensive side of the ball that should light it up. Not quite there. The offensive rankings are brutal, but they're also not exactly where you'd want to see them be. And we're 5-5, so there's just not a lot of vibe test going on here for the Bears. What are we passing the vibe test? Are we failing the vibe test? Well, we're 5-5, and the rankings overall aren't the best, but there's still a lot of football left to play that could shave and round those up. The defense, though, 27th, is certainly not ideal. Looking at our contracts here, K1 Short has been very good for us, so I think we got to find a way to get him back. We got Michael Thomas, who, again, it's one of those things where the easiest way to understand all this is if a player is halfway decent, you almost have to pay them what they want because on the open market, it's just there's no reliability there. So we'll get Elodie Nada back for another season, get him that much closer to potentially retiring as a Chicago Bear. We're gonna have the 5th-year option for Mahomes. We'll just make sure we can bring back Michael Thomas and K1 Short. But man, oh man, 5-5. Let's. We were 4-13 last year. Year before that, we were 6-11. I guess at minimum, for me not to be trying to throw this whole team in the trash, let's get 7 wins. So I said minimum 7 wins. I'd be content. We go 8, but we do finish with a top 10 offense, the number 1 passing yards. So I guess for whatever that's worth. But the other side of things is last place in the NFC North. And we've unfortunately yet to really see Patrick Mahomes carry this team. Now, the good news is that he was first in yards, second in touchdowns. Interceptions a little high, but at least like the output is starting to get there for sure. I mean, run game, nothing special. 3,000 yards, almost. I mean, and Mark Andrews in the discussion as well. Isaiah McKenzie goes for 1,000. Michael Thomas 1,100, and of course Michael Crabtree continues just to be dominant. 109 catches, 1,500 yards, and 15 touchdowns. Defensively, Akereke, Amos, and Smith, tackle machines. We got 12.5 sacks, Trayvon Young, 10 and 12 TFLs for the rookie Nick Bosa. If that's only the beginning, that piques my interest a little bit. We got 15 TFLs, 8 sacks from K'Wan Short, who we were able to re-sign on a 2-year contract, so happy that we're able to do that. Fuller led the team with 4 picks. Oh, that's weird. Kyler Murray on the Panthers wins MVP this year. Michael Crabtree wins Offensive Player of the Year. Cool. Damn, Nick Bosa, I thought he was going to be a easy Defensive Rookie of the Year. We had some really good players, I guess. Crabtree also brings home the Wide Receiver of the Year award. And a legend out the door. Haloti Ngata was, I think it's probably fair to say, been far and away our best defensive player, homegrown that we've drafted. Retires after 14 years. There's many years, man, he was really our only pass rush on the defensive side of the ball. Absolute beast. And you know what? There's been criticisms by myself, and we just natural. You probably say it to yourself. We've seen some of these free agents, some of these big name players that we've drafted just haven't lived up to the hype that we know and expect from them as football players, knowing how their career actually played out. So when you actually get an instance where you draft a really good player and they pretty much follow along that all-pro, Hall of Fame-esque career path, but actually a little bit of a rarity in this rebuild. So shout out Ngata for being as good, maybe even better than what he was in real life. I was going to start the offseason by declining the 5th-year option on Patrick Mahomes so that we could just deal with this contract next year. We're actually able to make a rare free agency signing. We needed an offensive tackle, a guard, a defensive tackle, and edge rusher. Those would kind of be the big 4 that I would say was a priority. Swung and miss on a couple dogs. It actually was like one of the better free agency classes as far as like getting some guys in the 80s that weren't 35 plus years old. Like I tried to get Ashawn Robinson, couldn't work. I also tried to get Fletcher Cox, couldn't work. That would have been our, great to get our DND tackle signed, but I was able to get Ali Marpet at right guard, 27.75 with a dev trait, and again, it's all relative. Like, our team ratings are lower if you're trying to compare. You just simply can't compare these rebuilds, like this rebuild, and the mechanics that we get a handle with in this rebuild, to like anything we do with the realistic rebuilds on Madden, on console, and on Madden franchise, because like 27.75 startup is like a really good player. Like the rating scale has shifted quite dramatically. So that's a really good get. This looks like if this was us just doing a regular rebuild, this is kind of like a middle of the mall signing. But this is really good for the context of our roster, of our world, and I'm happy Ali Marpet is here at a Hobart. The hell is that? So looking at the 2020 draft mock draft. Tackle, edge, D-tackle. And maybe we can make edge the third of that just because we just brought in Bosa, so don't have to necessarily go aggressive at that one position. And there's going to be a run on all those. Like Chase Young's going to the Commanders. That's cool. We got Wills, Patriots, Derek Brown, top D tackle going potentially. Obviously, this is not 100%. Joe Burrow to the Falcons. Derek Brown is to the Dallas Cowboys. You got Herbert going to the Saints. 2 are there. But for our position that we're looking at, Andrew Thomas, second, third round talent. Really? Going right ahead of us at pick 13, which is a little annoying. But look at players are going to be available for us. I don't think we're going to go Darrell Taylor. But Tristan Wirfs could be in play. That's definitely looking very interesting. And as you can see, just not a lot of edge. Like we scouted Epineza. At least he does pull a first-round grade. Jalen Hurts sneaking into the first round. I'm going to say if the board goes this way, I think Tristan Wirfs is going to be a Chicago Bear. So with pick 14 in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears get a franchise offensive tackle out of Iowa. Tristan Wirfs, number 48 in true value, huh? Very interesting. But we all know Tristan Wirfs, all-pro level talent, unlike anything we have on that O-line right now. I think the next most interesting name would be Justin. I think he goes by Namdi Matabuike. Second, third round talent, second, third round projection here in the second round. 4 Bs across the board. think for our scheme, could kick him inside the defensive tackle at 6'3", 293. But I think that's a problem to deal with at the end of the day. We'll figure out which is his best position because we both need edge and D tackle. You can do both, and he's number 57 in true value, getting a pick 46. No dev trait, though. Now, sifting through here, there's some interesting names. Trayvon Diggs is still on the board. Could be pretty sick. Ball hawk to put in our secondary. Or we could take a swing potentially here at Alex Highsmith at pass rush. Fortunately, don't have any scouting done on him. And, I mean, we look at Trayvon Diggs. No scouting done there as well. Kind of on the slower side, to be honest with you. I think because our secondary is so good, if we get Madden to be a D tackle, and we can find something here at Alex Highsmith, who knows very good, 111 in true value at 78. No dev tray, what? Really? Again, I'm very surprised. But within our house rules, we have Gabe Davis at wide receiver. Now we're just I'm almost just chasing name value guys. Like one of these guys has got to be good. Oh, come on, man. I got to get one. I got to get at least one guy with a dev trait. Looking at our draft recap. All in all, thought worst would be a little bit higher. But as soon as we saw like the discrepancy maybe in the true value, I knew the rating might be a little lower than expected. But still 72 hit a dev within relation to everything. Not too bad. Madden, who let's just go ahead and move into a defensive tackle now. He should potentially jump up. I want to be cautiously optimistic that this could jump from like 71 up to like a 73, 72. It's 1 point. We'll take it where we can get it. Highsmith is a 68 normal. Gabe Davis, 68 normal. 69 normal, sorry. We got 68 normal on Amik Robertson. I got Jordan Fuller. Then I got Braun Breaker from WWE. Yes, he's in this. Let's go. So ahead of year 19, it definitely has been a little bit of a rebuild within a rebuild. We've had some clear holes in our roster that always would temper expectations a little bit over the last little stretch, even though we've had Mahomes. I think now this is the first time that our team, you kind of look at it, and it's like, all right. I mean, the O-line, Batonio, you got Travis Frederick, Mario Petty, we brought in free agency, you got Tristan Wirfs, big-time rookie tackle. Mark Andrews is finally putting it all together. Michael Thomas had a great year. We still have old man Crabtree playing at a ridiculously high level. I think if we get a little more out of Alvin Kamara, that would be a big-time assist. But Mahomes is coming off a season where he's actually finally starting to play like Mahomes, was first in yards, second in touchdowns. If we can get a repeat performance of that, we definitely are going to improve upon our 8-9 record. You look at the defense, we got some youth here. Matabuike and Alex Highsmith are going to get the start on the D-line. Short and Bosa on the other. Maybe make the argument, man, Bosa not being an X factor out the box. A little surprising. Okereke, Matt Milano, our starting linebackers. We got Amos, Jimmy Smith, Jalen Ramsey, Kyle Fuller, and Jamel Dean at corner. I think still, to this day, on paper, got to play like that. Didn't really play like it last year. Our defense wasn't the best. But on paper, we have one of the best corners, safety, DB rooms in the entirety of the NFL. And if this secondary can play up to its potential, I think the defense will do its job. Offensively, if Mahomes plays up to his potential, the offense overall will do its job. I think we're getting back into the playoffs here in year 19 of our 22-year rebuild. What we got looking ahead is the 2021 NFL Draft for our team. I mean, we're good at quarterback. If Alvin Kamara doesn't step it up this year, we might need to look at the running backs. Najee Harris to the top. It's not a particularly great running back class. The near all-time wide receiver class. Jamar Chase might be the best wide receiver in the NFL, at least in that discussion with Justin Jefferson. Jalen Waddle has been solid. Devontae Smith, probably the second best wide receiver from this class, but wide receiver one. I love any of these guys potentially land on our roster. Got Amon-Ra St. Brown down there late. Steal him away. Make him a Bear versus a Detroit line. That'd be a fun little storyline. Fun little wrinkle to add into things. We could straight up just draft Kyle Pitts and make him a wide receiver if we wanted to. Go down that different career path. Offensively, I mean, I think we've done more than enough to feel comfortable with where our team is at through the trenches, but you got Sewell. I think there's always going to be an element, especially when we're with the Bears, that if any big-time Viking, like if Justin Jefferson comes up, or any big-time Detroit Lion or Green Bay Packer, kind of cool to just maybe steal it away if we can. From a pass rush standpoint, I mean, Greg Rousseau could be an absolute beast for us. Micah Parsons is there. He's remember, Micah Parsons started his career as an off-ball linebacker. That might actually help us, because if he's getting a little undervalued, because middle linebackers don't go and traditionally get drafted super high, we could cheese that maybe a little bit there. Secondary, got some dogs there. J.C. Horn, Pat Surtain II, who might be the best corner in the NFL, not named Cooper DeJean right now. Sante Samuel Jr.'s in this class. Tyson Campbell had a great start to his career with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Got the Canadian Javon Holland there at safety. Love that. It's a good little draft class. Hopefully, we are going to be frustrated because we're going to be picking very low because we're going to be in the 20s, if not 32, because we're going to go and win a Super Bowl here. So to start off year 19, not bad. Off to a 2-1 start. It's better than 0-3. Small victories. But it is time to pay Mr. Patrick Mahomes. He's looking, we got right now $280 million. That's just the starting point. Jalen Ramsey also needs to get paid. We'll start 7 for $190. Okay, he wants a lot more. We're way far off. What about you, Michael Crabtree? Can we at least get unacceptable for Michael Crabtree, he says. What about Matt Milano? He's been a great player. There we go. $11.5 million for 2 seasons. Matt Milano, he knows what's up. I think maybe we just continue to see if we can develop Alvin Kamara. Not too far away on that. Travis Frederick at center, 3-year, $28 million. Dunzo, keep that O-line together as long as he possibly can. Jimmy Smith has transitioned very well to the safety position, even though he's getting up there in age a little bit. Not regressing too harshly, so let's keep him here for another 2 seasons. Maybe even secure him retiring as a member of the squad. Everywhere else, I think we're all right. I think we also have still plenty enough money if we want to make sure that we can bring back Kamara, Crabtree, Ramsey, and Mahomes. But if we get all those contracts across the line, this might be the first time in 19 seasons that our salary cap looks a little dicey come the offseason. Can't tell me Patrick Mahomes doesn't want to get paid. We just beat in a shootout the best roster in the NFL right now in the Green Bay Packers, and it is Mahomes with almost 400 yards and 4 touchdowns getting a player of the week right before we likely have to back up the Brinks truck for an upwards of $300 million contract. Not bad. We got him for 5-year, $288 million. That's less than what we had to pay Matt Ryan. Got Jalen Ramsey on a 7-year, $203 million contract. The veteran Michael Crabtree on a 4-year, $150 million contract. We are handing out money. Kamara on a 2-year, $11.5 million contract. Now this is where we need to be. 14-3, number 3 offense, number 3 defense in the NFL. We're the 1 seed. We win our 8th NFC North championship in 19 years, so still really good, but maybe not as dominant as you. But look at the league. I mean, we got Crabtree up there. Mahomes is up there all time. Look at that. 2nd in yards, 3rd in touchdowns. So Mahomes might have played himself into a deserved X Factor dev trait. Almost 5,000 yards passing, which would Chicago Bear record. 34 touchdowns. I feel like we've had more than that at some point in this season, but I think you could just at least make the argument the best quarterback season we've had debatably this entire run. I mean, Matt Ryan had a couple good ones. Run game still nothing too crazy. Only 1,000-yard receiver. Michael Crabtree was a dominant, man. 108 catches, 1,600 yards, 18 touchdowns. Isaiah McKenzie was a good role player. Michael Thomas, unfortunately, is just kind of a role player. Mark Andrews with a great year. He's been an awesome element to this offense. Defensively, Okereke, got a bunch of guys here going over 100 tackles. We got 21.5 sacks from Nick Bosa, 14.5 from Kawan Short, 9.5 from the rookie Highsmith on 12 TFLs. Matt Abuke, 18 TFLs as well. Very happy with those numbers. And Jalen Ramsey leading the team with 5 interceptions. Shout out whoever the hell Danny Johnson is with 3 picks. Gets the hat trick. Ooh, 2 MVP finalists. Patrick Mahomes, runner-up. Michael Crabtree in the top 5. You get the 2nd Coach of the Year award to Lovie Smith. Michael Crabtree wins Offensive Player of the Year. Nick Bosa in the top 3 for Defensive Player of the Year voting. Patrick Mahomes is Quarterback of the Year in the NFC. Crabtree, obviously, he's going to get the Wide Receiver award as well. Jalen Ramsey gets some hardware as DB of the Year. Love seeing that success from the boys. After resting during the wildcard round, divisional round comes, and it is the Minnesota Vikings. With Julian Edelman, Todd Gurley, Jason Pierre-Paul as their top players. They're coming to town. Bitter divisional rival. It's been a minute since we've been in a playoff game, let alone won one, and we are 1 point, 24-23 on the back of a Michael Crabtree 10-catch, 140-yard, 3-touchdown performance. Oh, man. This is always a scary roll. In the NFC Championship game, winner goes to the Super Bowl. We have a below 500 Arizona Cardinals team here who are not good at anything. They don't have a single dominant performance indicator. They have Odell Beckham Jr. They got Jamal Adams. But truth be told, this would be a very, very tough pill to swallow if we can't defeat them. And we do. We control them 24-10. The right team, the better team won as we get both offensive and defensive player of the week. 2 touchdowns total from Patrick Mahomes. Jalen Ramsey with a pick. And the Chicago Bears. It's been how many years? 1, 2, 3. 3 years since we've made the playoffs. A bunch more since we made the Super Bowl. We're back, and now it's Mahomes' turn to try to bring some hardware to the Midway. So, Monsters of the Midway? That must be the Midway? I don't know. Where there's that big silver bean. And in the Super Bowl, we get 2 historic franchises as the Bears take on the 11-6 Cleveland Browns, who have a top 10 passing offense, the number 2 rushing defense. Let's take a look at the roster, see just how they have got here. All right, I love seeing some of the weird names. You got, Jesus, okay, at quarterback, they got Andrew Luck. Le'Veon Bell in the backfield. Taywan Taylor has developed. Brandon Cooks, T.Y. Hilton, Deontay Johnson. They got a lot of depth at wide receiver. Laramie Tunsil, gas mask himself. They got Jason Kelsey, Chris Lindstrom. So a really, really solid on-paper interior offensive line. Jarrell Casey. You got Hassan Reddick, who's a 93 overall pass rusher. D'Amico Ryans, Leighton Vander Esch in the middle of that defense. Mo Claiborne, J.C. Jackson in the secondary. Landon Collins is a beast. This has been Olakun, who's like now one of like the more highly regarded linebackers in the league. He was actually starting his career out as a DB. I think he was at Yale. But ultimately, that's good. That's a decent roster. Not better than mine, though. This should absolutely be another Super Bowl, our second Super Bowl win of this rebuild. All right, here we go. Andrew Luck and the Browns, Patrick Mahomes and the Bears. Who is going to get Super Bowl glory? Opening drive, Chicago Bears settle for a field goal, but points are points in what I feel could be a low-scoring matchup. Cleveland gets the first touchdown. We equalize. And at minimum, we get a safety, and immediately red zone opportunity, touchdown. And we get more points, touchdown to end the first half, 26-10. This would have to be a collapse of epic proportions for the Chicago Bears not to bring home the hardware. But you never know. There's always a chance. We are kind of choking it up right here a little bit. No. Oh, yeah, baby. Pick. Jalen Ramsey pick in the Super Bowl. And let's just float some in here to Mark Andrews. Let's just float some. I can't. Okay, can I audible or something? Give him a slant. Slant cheese, Mark Andrews. Send a freaking tackle in motion. Let's see if we can pick on the linebackers here. Boom. Quick throw. Let's go, baby. Run the score up. Deserve it. Super Bowl champions. 40-25. Patrick Mahomes brings a Super Bowl to Chicago. Michael Crabtree gets a Super Bowl. Nick Bosa, in the year that he had getting 20-plus sacks, earned a Super Bowl. Jalen Ramsey, with a big-time performance this year, gets a Super Bowl. All of that star talent. A rebuild within a rebuild. We had to take a couple steps back to get back to this point. I think we're going to be able to close this thing out strong, man. We still got 3 more years left to get to current day and finish on the 2024 season. We're only going to continue to crush the draft process. We're only going to continue to add more and more talent. If we had to throw Super Bowl MVP out, Mahomes had 3 touchdowns, no picks. He had 4 total touchdowns, so it's likely going to be him. We had the 2 picks by Kyle Fuller, 4 interception forced on the day. Thought Jalen Ramsey got one, maybe not. K'Wan Short with 2 sacks, sack from Nick Bosa, complimentary football, but not to get it twisted. Super Bowl MVP, Mr. Mahomes. Looking at our roster as we are Super Bowl champions, it's still looking in a really good spot. Patrick Mahomes, Michael Crabtree, and Mark Andrews give us 3 X factors on the offensive side of the ball, which is absolutely huge. On the defensive side of the ball, I'm surprised after 20-plus sacks, Nick Bosa is not up to an X factor. But as long as he just keeps playing the way that he's playing, not too worried about it. Highsmith as a pass rusher, we had him start at defensive end there. Crushed it. So I'm really happy with our pass rush for like the first time in this probably whole freaking rebuild. And we're going to be going to the offseason if you're looking at like where are their needs. Not a lot. Like we might have just put ourselves into a best player available, which is dangerous knowing how we know the drafts. And we know which players are good. We don't have to draft for need. we can get truly the best players available. Because we haven't got what we loved out of Alvin Kamara, why not bring back a little bit of a cult favorite among Chicago Bears fans, Tariq Cohen. Could have been special. Man, unfortunately, you know, injuries and all that stuff. But at his peak, Tariq Cohen was awesome. And we're going to bring him in and add him to the RB room. Taking a little peek here at the 2021 final mock draft. We got Kyle Pitts going first. Jamar Chase going to the 49ers. Surtain to the Lions. More so, who's going to be falling? Who's going to be left? Sewell to the Bengals. That's interesting. Micah Parsons to the Packers. Devontae Smith to the Texans. Trevor Lawrence falling a little bit. Future franchise quarterback, potentially, of the LA Chargers. Now, JOK, I was kind of hoping going to be my steal pick because he's a second-rounder. He looks like he's going in the first, unfortunately. Veritucker would have been a good get at guard. Like, our need right now is guard. I need a starting guard. So that is a bummer. Landry Dickerson is going as well. It's just, I mean, hey. It's one of those ones, can't really complain. We got to wait to 32 for a reason because we're the defending champs. A nice Mac Jones is there, everybody. Fantastic. So now that we have to pick within 30 picks, these pretty much just go from 60 down. We need guard. Linebacker is a secondary need. Nick Bolton on there could make a lot of sense. JOK, no, JOK is still there. Okay. We still got Christian Barmore's a first-round talent. Creed Humphrey at center. I mean, I'm not going to draft him and move him to guard. That'd be a little too cheesy for my liking. Greg Rousseau is still there at pass rush. It's actually a pretty good board, all things considered. I think in this instance, we're going to go out and grab Mr. JOK. Get a little bit more youth injected to the linebacker. And over 38 in true value, get him a pick 32 with a dev trait. And just to do this for fun, we can pick within 30 picks-ish, right? It's kind of been ish. It's been a gray line. So technically, let's just say for argument's sake, we're at pick 64. We can pick up to 94. Who's wide receiver 93? Who's number 93 prospect? It is Amon-Ra St. Brown. Let's have a little fun with that right there. 94. We get him at 64. What? What? Where's Amon-Ra only a 68? Still probably gotta put him in the slot. I'm gonna, just for the memes, we gotta try to make him a thing right now. JOK 72 with the dev trait. Amon-Ra, we know the potential is there, I guess. We got a Debo 68 overall. He's developed into a really nice corner for the Saints. We got the Canadian Josh Palmer. You know, not a crazy end of the class, but, you know, decent depth across the board, especially if we can develop Amon-Ra. As we fire up year number 20, the 2021 class. Hutchinson, Stingley, I mean, these guys here are still, in real life, kind of trying to figure it out a little bit. I mean, for our roster, like, it's unsexy. Like, we need a guard, so, hey, we're going to be looking at Kenyon Green, Tyler Smith, Zion Johnson. Those are the guys that are getting my mouth watering for this upcoming class. I mean, but obviously, though, you have blue chip players. Imagine if we can somehow find a way to get Aiden Hutchinson. If we are miraculously, like, inverse our record somehow, which can happen in Madden. Instead of going 4-13 like we did last year, we go 3-14. Imagine just stealing away Hutchinson, put him on the other side of Nick Bosa. Good freaking luck trying to stop that. Some great corners available as well if we want to potentially try to improve our secondary. But it's a good crop of players, especially in that first round. And through 7 games, it's a great start for the reigning defending Super Bowl champion Bears. We are 6-1 on a little bit of heater. We took down the Dallas Cowboys as well, which is always a nice little victory to rack up there. We have $163 million of salary cap and not really a whole lot of starters. I do want to continue to try to prioritize, you know, some of these guys that have been very integral into where we are right now. Just make sure they retire a member of our team. K1 Short still playing at a high level, so I want to give him that treatment. Mark Andrews has been great. I mean, he's flirted with 1,000 yards pretty much every year that it's been him and Mahomes together. So we'll get him back. I think Batonio at tackle ain't a bad get for 3-year 48. He wants a little more. Probably 3-year 50 can get that one across the line. And year 20 ends up being more dominance from the Chicago Bears. Back-to-back 14-3, 1 seed NFC North championship seasons. Look at that, how, like the meat. Number 1 off. Defense slept up a little bit this year, but the offense is the best in the NFL. I wouldn't expect any different with Patrick Mahomes at the helm. 3rd in yards, 2nd in touchdowns, cutting down on the picks as well. as our X Factor quarterback. It's just starting to take things over. Tariq Cohen killed it. Finally, some big-time production on the running back. We just had to bring back a cult legend. We got Crabtree, 1,300 yards, 1,200 from St. Brown. We're making St. Brown a thing, baby. Can he do enough to close with this rebuild for the memes to make the thumbnail? We will find out. Mark Andrews was solid as well. 700 yards, 8 touchdowns. Defensively, I love seeing the rookie JOK have that kind of year. On the sacks front, what happened? Our sacks got halved. Highsmith, I mean, still not a brutal year, all things, but we saw what they did last year. That is a little bit wet fart time. Jalen Ramsey with 6 interceptions, leading the team. That's freaking awesome. Let's go. Patrick Mahomes finally gets his MVP award. Amon-Ra St. Brown wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, beating out Jamar Chase. Patrick Mahomes obviously will be Quarterback of the Year. And Jalen Ramsey wins his 2nd straight DB of the Year award. So the awards and hardware, all that stuff is nice, but the main thing is the main thing, and that is defending our Super Bowl championship and winning back-to-back. And first team in our way in the division round after the bye for the Bears. Full rest. Everyone is healthy. We get the 9-8 Rams, who are, they got Aaron Rodgers still. They got Quinton Williams, Denzel Ward. But you look at the rankings, nothing too standoutish from this Rams team. They got the juggernaut. They're the best team in the NFL, the NFL MVP, and we lose. What the fuck? Neither quarterback played well. I mean, I guess, yeah, I mean, they ran all over us. In the context of this, we had no rushing yards. They had a lot of rushing yards. No, not Aguilar. What's next? Next year, Jalen Reagor goes for 200 yards against us? What kind of bullshit is that? They got Chandler Jones. I mean, they ran the football better. They rushed the quarterback better. Damn. We cleared out our lockers at the end of year 20. We have 2 years remaining to try and at least close out with one more Super Bowl. Mahomes off an MVP is now 97. X Factor, Tariq Cohen went up like 3 points of development. Maybe nothing too crazy in Amon-Ra St. Brown when he goes from 68 normal to a 75 star at the end of an Offensive Rookie of the Year campaign. So sky's the limit there, you feel like, over the final 2 years of this rebuild. Defensively, Highsmith gets a dev trait increase up to a superstar. No other real dev trait up or down, but I think I like the look of this defense across the board. And we're not really losing anybody to free agency, so it's going to be another offseason where it's like, we need a guard. Ideally, I can get one in free agency, and then we can go BPA in the draft, because we can go BP in the draft. That's where we get fun players. And we have to pour one out, and there's now a new need on the defensive side of the ball at D-tackle as K1 Short, after a very productive 9 seasons here in Chicago, hangs up the cleats. To start the offseason, you know what? I'm actually going to accept the 5th-year option on Nick Bosa because with how outrageous the contracts are, that's probably going to be cheaper than what his contract extension would be. And we're at the very end of the rebuild, so I think this way will give us the maximum amount of salary cap space to spend over the next and last 2 seasons. Quick look at a 2022 NFL mock draft. We need guard D-tackle. D-tackle, well, there's Jordan Davis going top 10, potentially. Sauce falling all the way to 23. Interesting. We are currently projected to get Kenyon Green. I won't cheese Linderbaum if he's on the board. I mean, a legit first-round talent. Zion Johnson's also there. Tyler Smith. So we should have our pick of the litter of the guards, which is a little win. But I think in a situation like this, you got to go with your board here. Trust best player available. I'm not going to lie, tiebreaker for me will be bench press. 29 reps, 30 for Kenyon Green. Zion Johnson, similar letter grades. He puts up 38. That will be our pick. Number 42 in true value, hidden dev guard, Zion Johnson. Welcome to Chicago. Didn't really have a crazy draft when all is said and done. Didn't have a bad draft. After getting Zion Johnson, 73 hidden dev, we got Perion Winfrey at D-tackle. He's kind of BPA, 68 normal. We got Channing Tindall, the freak athlete at linebacker, 69. We got Khalil Shakir, who in real life in Buffalo has emerged as one of the best slot wide receivers in the league. We're probably going to use him more as, he's just depth. We got a lot of, we're good at slot. We'll say that with Michael Thomas and Amon-Ra St. Brown here. We just kind of filled the roster, added some nice depth. Overall, decent enough draft, especially just because we needed a day 1 starter at guard and definitely got that. Now to look forward to the 2023 NFL Draft. You should all remember all of these guys, right? And I'll tell you right now, we are the Bears. We're not passing over Jalen Carter this time. I promise you that. If somehow we suck, well, let's be honest, we're not going to suck. Interesting. Mid-season, 3-3. So not as dominant, even though you can make an argument from a roster standpoint. This is the strongest our roster has been in 20 years of rebuilding this Bears team. We still can finish strong, I suppose. Contracts, ooh. So you got quite a bit. We got Jimmy Smith, 1-year deal, dunzo. We have Kamara can be replaced with Tariq Cohen. I think Marpet at guard's been solid, 2-year, $9 million, dunzo. We have Matt Milano, who's been really solid for us at linebacker. Not necessarily a deal breaker if he starts trying to price us out, because it just means we can elevate JOK a little bit more at that linebacking core. But I would like to keep him. Michael Thomas, I don't want to overpay, but I think we have depth now at that position. And we are going to commit with Tariq Cohen as our running back over Alvin Kamara. Get him locked in for the remainder of this rebuild. Adrian Amos has been a very good player for us on the back end of this defense. So we'll get him locked in for the remainder of the rebuild. Bobby Okereke has also been very locked in for us. We will get him locked in for the end of the rebuild. And the reality is we could have more than enough money to pay anybody that we want. I think we will try our best, though, to come back and get Milano and Michael Thomas to re-sign. And at the end of the 2022 regular season, better known as year 21 of the Chicago Bears rebuild, we go 10-7, good enough to make the playoffs. Our offense is good. Our defense, not as much. We lose our stranglehold on the division as Minnesota gets a divisional title. At least we get to figure out right away in the wild card round who the best team is. Looking at the stats, Mahomes was still lights out, top 5 in passing yards, second most touchdowns in the league at 39. Tariq Cohen is and has been the missing piece to our backfield. We have Crabtree going over 1,000 yards, Amon-Ra St. Brown going over 1,000 yards, Mark Andrews very close, Michael Thomas, great production, got him re-signed as well. Defensively, Amos continues to be a tackle machine. Our sacks are back up a little bit, 13 sacks from Nick Bosa, 11.5 from Highsmith. At least the big dogs are eating. Interception numbers, nothing too crazy there. Patrick Mahomes wins his second straight NFL MVP. He also gets quarterback of the year, and Tariq Cohen gets running back of the year. I love seeing that. I don't think the Bears need any extra motivation when it comes time to play divisional rival. The fact that we're in the playoffs and the fact that our roster is so talented and we have a 2-time MVP back-to-back, and last year we were 1 and done in the playoffs. Like, this is a motivated Chicago Bears team. And I am expecting us to choke and lose in the first round again. Is it just a run? We just can't stop the run. Tony P and Giovanni Bernard run all over us. Crabtree has a huge performance defensively. I mean, we had more pressure on their quarterback. How was that game not even really that close? For free agency, we need D-tackle help, so we're going to go and get Vita Vea, who is in this world a 28-75 star dev defensive tackle, but he cakewalks into the D-tackle 1 spot on our roster right now. And that is probably another position I'm going to try to prioritize during the draft with our top pick. And if not, worst case scenario, Vita Vea and Matabuike is solid enough. Not a liability. A peek at the final mock draft just to reinstate the fact that we have 0 chance at drafting Jalen Carter, as he is projected to go pick 3 to the Tennessee Titans. But looking at guys that can come in and play D-tackle for us. That's good. We had Kalijah Cansey, who undersized DN that could play. Undersized for a D-tackle that could play. He's going pick 11, which sucks. Maji Smith is currently where we're projected to get the nose tackle. He's at least a first-round talent. We have Brian Brzee there as well. Benton's been a great player for the Pittsburgh Steelers in real life. I mean, we're going to have a decent pool of players to select. I made sure to check every box, like Keon White. Kobe Turner's actually like a big-time D-tackle for the Rams. Play inside, outside. Just wanted to scout those guys to be sure, make sure we're not missing anything. There's nothing there. It does look like Mazi Smith is going to be the best available. And what I think has happened, I think these draft classes, they've just been ported over year from year in Madden. They just pull all like the player scans and the player portraits. But like the rosters themselves, the ratings themselves, I'm pretty sure were made like a couple years ago. So not really fully updated to represent like how these players are in current day. But Mazzy Smith, 35 in true value, 94 strength D tackle. Put that alongside Vita Vea. Good luck running the football against this Bears team next year. And then the second round, CB3 is where we can look depth. Why not make a pick for the brand here? Bringing in Riley Moss. And what is going to be our final draft of the rebuild? Decent haul, I think. Mazzy Smith, 73, the dev trait. Riley Moss in the second round, 70. We got Schoonmaker, Clayton Tune. Nothing too crazy down the stretch, but ultimately, we needed a D tackle. We got the best D tackle available. It's not Jalen Carter. Far from it. Probably a different species of football player than Jalen Carter. But he at least should stop the run decent. So the end is here. Year 22 of the rebuild. We are in the 2023 NFL regular season. We're going to go, I said all along, to 2024, which would just be next year. Present day starting point. But the Bears have had a lot of success. We need to finish with a Super Bowl, though. Only one Super Bowl win with Mahomes is not something to be proud of. I wanted to get to that second one. We got Tariq Cohen and Alvin Kamara in the backfield. Crabtree, Michael Thomas, Amon-Ra St. Brown's been a reliable 1,000 yards since we brought on the team. Mark Andrews been crazy. We got Worst, Marpet, Frederick, Zion Johnson, and Batonio. That makes a really solid offensive line up front. That has been a big part of the reason why Mahomes has won back-to-back, two straight MVP awards. The defense, I still like to lay claim that we have one of the best secondaries in the NFL. They've got a little bit older, but as long as you have Fuller and Ramsey playing at the level that they are, you always can be able to rely on the linebacking core of Milano, Okereke, and JOK is really, really solid. The D-line, unfortunately, I mean, Bosa just hasn't really had insane development. Even after the year, he had like 20-plus sacks. Kind of just is weird, but there's been a lot of weird things we've had to deal with here. And I think that is a reflection of that. But he's still a very good player. We know he can get double-digit sacks along with Highsmith. We have two outstanding run defenders in the middle. We're going to have a better run defense than we had last year. A little bit of a liability. More than enough talent to finish this rebuild out with a Super Bowl. Even though this draft class is going to have no effect on this rebuild, it's just the perspective of where we have Patrick Mahomes, where we're at, winning Super Bowls, whereas the Chicago Bears this time in real life was like, hopefully we suck enough to get Caleb Williams to try to come in and save the franchise. So I guess a little bit in hindsight makes us appreciate what we've been able to achieve and where we have the Bears at as a franchise in this rebuild through 22 years. This is put up or shut up time. I'm going just simming from week one all the way to the end of the year. We have, I would say at minimum, a top 5 roster, if not outright the best roster in the game. We have the best quarterback in the game, and it is a 14-3 regular season, 1 seed NFC North title, which is our 10th of the rebuild. 10 in 22 years. Proud of that, because it's been hard. This has been the hardest Madden rebuild I've done in a minute. Also, how does Teddy Bridgewater have the most passing yards? 18 touchdowns. Kind of bizarre. Mahomes is doing Mahomes things again. Top 5 in yards, 36 touchdowns to 6 picks throughout the year. Cohen and Kamara, good 1-2 punch in the backfield. Amon-Ra St. Brown leads the team in yards. Also 13 touchdowns, over 1,000 yards from Michael Crabtree, 900 from Mark Andrews. Michael Thomas was a good role player defensively. Tackles are on point. Sacks are back up a little bit. Nick Bosa with 13 sacks, 12 from Highsmith, 6.5 Mazzy Smith, 5.5 from Vita Vea, and Adebo leads the team with 6 picks, 4 for Jalen Ramsey. Ooh, Baker Mayfield knocks Mahomes off, winning 3 straight MVPs. Kind of also weird that A.J. Brown ended up a Tennessee Titan in this rebuild. Jameis Winston goes to his favorite football team, the Philadelphia Eagles, which I just found that out the other day. Mac Jones also ended up with the Patriots. Okay, cool. Cool to see some team. I mean, obviously in this situation, these players are actually good. But cool to see some teams still draft their bad players in real life in this sim. Lovie Smith wins Coach of the Year, which I think is his 3rd in 22 seasons. Pretty good. Patrick Mahomes wins Quarterback of the Year. Amon-Ra St. Brown wins Wide Receiver of the Year. Wow, Ali Marpet wins Lineman of the Year. And now our playoff journey ends into the divisional round against a team that actually has a better roster than us in the Commanders, who went 10-7. They might have more talent, but they did not, I guess, sim better than, I mean, our rankings are kind of all over the place. I will say, at minimum, if this is how this wet fart of a finale could end in the final year, at least the team that's beating us is a higher rated team across the board. I can live with that. But we were able to keep on keeping on as we defeat the Commanders 32-27 to get another ticket into the NFC Championship game in a matchup where both quarterbacks played pretty well. Run game advantage. We will go to Tariq Cohen in this one. Wow, Josh Doxson, a bust who actually was drafted by the Commanders, still goes there. Amon-Ra had a huge game. Mark Andrews had a huge game. Defensively, not really much pass rush on either side. But Adebo, who was a ball hawk for this year, at least in the regular season, continues that into the postseason. And with a trip to the Super Bowl on the line, the championship game has been said. It's another team that, across the board, is technically more talented. They have a top 5 rushing offense, the number 2 overall defense, led by Roquan Smith. They got Jay Ajayi at running back, Doug Baldwin at wide receiver. A couple guys that are like retired in real life. Okay, we at least have a chance to try to finish this thing off with a Super Bowl. Doesn't tell me. Kind of wish it did. Probably not with JJ going for 200 yards. Well, let's go. Come on. Sometimes we've had clear and obvious players of the week and still, god damn it. It ends. Justin Herbert and the Saints out-duel Patrick Mahomes. I mean, they ran the ball way better. Our offense couldn't get into a rhythm defensively. Trey Hendrickson was unstoppable in this matchup. Love seeing Jalen Ramsey get a pick. But that is unfortunately how this all comes to an end. Reflecting back on the career stats of our players, and we can now do that because this was all messed up and scrambled. From the heavily modified beginning starting roster. Everyone else has just been drafted now. So Mahomes is sitting at just under 32,000 yards passing, 224 touchdowns to 58 picks. He hasn't been as good as he was in real life for the Chiefs, but he's been pretty damn good and has got us a Super Bowl and a couple MVPs. There's the stats there for Cohen and Kamara. Michael Crabtree. Ooh. Holy. If Crabtree played another year, he would likely pass some of Jerry Rice's records. That's crazy. Going from being one of the best college wide receivers of all time to one of the best NFL. That's a little bit of like the coolness of what us recreating NFL history over the last 20 years can do. Michael Thomas at 7,000 yards, 5,300 yards, 49 touchdowns for Andrews. Amon-Ra St. Brown was on a great pace to start his career as a Chicago Bear. Defensively, Jimmy Smith, who's been here since day one, 1,400 tackles. We get 1,000 tackles from Adrian Amos. On the sacks front, 66.5 from Bosa in 4 years. Pretty good. 42.5 from Highsmith. 25 picks from Jalen Ramsey in 7 years. Good pace there as well. Same with 18 for Kyle Fuller. So that will do it, ladies and gentlemen, for our first 20-year rebuild in Madden 25 as we reshape the landscape of the NFL. I thought maybe we just do a general league resim. Maybe that might do a little bit better for views, but I was like, all right, maybe we want to do this for all 32 teams in some capacity. I learned on the fly, though, that this is obviously a little bit more of a niche rebuild from the standpoint of the roster that I got to use. I got to use the modded franchise mode, which really gives us an entirely different experience than what you would in a default Madden franchise mode. I think there's a lot of pros and cons on either side of the fence, but like anything, when it's a pilot episode, I'm going to be heavily looking for your guys' feedback in the comment section below for how we can improve this series if we do want to continue. Do we continue from a different starting point as the draft classes in particular, as we got more closer to current day, were a little funner? I'm also going to be able to reach out to maybe some of the modders from my experience here using the tools and seeing the rosters and seeing if we can get some things modified. But it's also probably unlikely that they're going to do that because gives a shit what I think. They just want to use their own thing, which is awesome, man. The tools and stuff like that, even though at times was very frustrating and maybe was annoying, it's still incredible work, the tools that they've been able to implement into this franchise mode to change and modify it and present a different user experience. So for that, at the end of the day, shout out to them. Very much appreciate the hard work that they do for the community, for this mode in video game that will corner in Madden franchise mode. That's where we're all chilling at, and that is cool that they put that time and effort in. So, Need to see your guys' feedback. I'm a little anxious for how this video gets received because it took me 3 freaking days to record this. Whereas, like, a lot of times I can get a rebuild out in a day and a half at worst. So there is quite a commitment to making a series like this. But if the demand and the feedback is great, I absolutely will continue this in some way, shape, or form. If it is your first time stopping by and you like seeing the modded side of Madden franchise mode, I'm going to be the best place to find that on YouTube. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Smash the like button if you enjoy the series and want to see it continue. Please leave a comment with your feedback in the comment section below. And until next time, it's your boy C4 saying peace out. Love ya. Have a good one.